Hey everyone. Welcome back to another video. This is the first part of What If Naruto's Parents Were Alive. Summary: what if the Kyuubi never attacked Konoha? What if Minato and Kushina were still alive? How different would Naruto's life be living with a caring family and under the tutelage of the strongest shinobi in the village? Watch as he grows into a powerful ninja, rising through the shinobi rank, earning himself a feared reputation just like his father. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys, along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 1, The Next Generation. It was 10th October. The Yondaime Hokage was finishing some paperwork in his office, when he decided to look at a photograph hidden inside one of his table. There she was, his lover Kushina, pregnant with their baby. This morning, Kushina went in labor and Minato was cursing the paperwork, since he wanted to be with his wife and his baby for the first time, and yet, he was looking at some Onbu reports about border patrol missions near Iwa. Suddenly, a dog-masked Onbu entered the room giving news. Yondaime-sama, I bring news from the hospital. The birth was a success, Kushina and the baby are okay, said the Onbu aka Hatake Kakashi. Thanks, Kakashi, I must go there, then. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Screamed Minato, leaving a clone to do his duties as Hokage and left for the hospital. Very clever, Hokage-sama, if the Sandaime knew about this technique, he would have done his job in no time. Ha, Sarutobi knew about the Kage Bunshin, he just didn't want to use it, let's go Kakashi. At the hospital. Kushina, a beautiful woman with long red hair, was looking at her baby. She could look at him forever and it wouldn't be a waste of time. Her baby was sleeping peacefully on her arms. His little blonde hair was just like his father when he was born. As she turned to look at the window, she immediately recognized her fiancé's chakra signature coming to the hospital and smiled. Minato was a very busy person, but he always managed to make time for his family. Hello Kushina-chan. Is that our baby? You bet it is, this is Naruto and is just like you when you're born, take a look. He is beautiful, blonde hair, blue eyes, oh look, he's opening his eyes, and he is waking up. When Naruto opened his eyes, he saw a man with golden hair smiling at him, and somehow Naruto recognized the man, since he started to smile at the man, making happy baby noises and trying to reach the guy's hair. Sadly for Minato, the baby reached his hair and started pulling, hurting a lot. Naruto, stop it, it hurts, hey. Everyone in the room was laughing at the father and son bonding. Right now, in the room there was Kakashi, disguised as Onbu, Jiraiya as Naruto's godfather, and Sarutobi, the Sandaime Hokage. Kushina couldn't help but cry seeing that her fiancé and her son were already bonding like father and son, showing that their son will be raised with love and care from their father. Kushina-chan, he is beautiful, isn't he? Said Minato, earning a smile from his wife, while embracing her son. Of course he is our baby, he is the most beautiful baby I've ever seen. After some time at the hospital and a few Jounin visitors, Minato and Kushina went home to take their Naruto and place him in his new crib, located at the Namikaze mansion, near the Hyuga compound. Once inside, Minato was greeted by his neighbor Hyuga Hiashi, the head of the Hyuga clan. Greetings, Hokage-sama, how is Naruto? Greetings, Hiashi-sama, he is fine, Kushina is inside fixing his crib for him. It's great, Hokage-sama, me and the Hyuga clan offers all the support and care for little Naruto. Said Hiashi. It's good to hear, Hiashi-sama, but I'm worried about him growing up, though, I don't want for him to be spoiled by everyone, I want him to grow by himself. Oh well, for now there is no need to worry about that, now don't you agree Hiashi-sama? Said Minato, smiling to the Hyuga leader. The boy was just born, Hokage-sama, at least until he is 6 years old, you don't have to worry about him growing up spoiled. Said Hiashi, laughing at the lack of father experience by the Hokage. After some talk between the leaders, both bid their farewell and each went towards their houses. Minato entered inside Naruto's room and saw the blonde little Gaki sleeping peacefully alongside Kushina. Seeing that, Minato just couldn't think on a better photo scene to remember by. That was the day that a new journey began, and having a family to look after and support was by no doubt Minato's dream, since he met Kushina back in Whirlpool Country. Meanwhile at the Konoha Academy. Across the village, 8-year-old purple-haired Uzuki Yuigao was seen attending the Konoha Academy today, since the class teacher was lecturing about the history of the Hokages of Konoha and each of their abilities and acts as village leader. After some boring lectures regarding the first and the second Hokages, Yuigao was beginning to take interest when the Sandaime and Yondaime's history was being said by the class teacher. She did not like history too much, since most stories were rather exaggerated and far from the actual truth. Rather, she enjoyed learning events that happened near her birth and beyond. Therefore, she liked here the Sandaime that was trained by the Shadaime and the Nidaime, as well as his nickname as being the professor. But the Yondaime was by far her first subject in class in terms of history. 1, because he was still alive, 2, because his actions saved the village countless times, and 3 was that just like any other kunoichi hopeful had a crush on their leader. When suddenly the bell rang showing the students that they were getting a break for lunch. Yuigao went along with her red-eyed friend Yui Kurenai, in order to have some lunch at the Dengo place, their favorite place in Konoha, since they sometimes meet an older friend by the name of Mitarashi Anko. When they arrived there, they saw Anko chewing her second Dengo stick, showing her usual grin while scanning around the place. Anko was never known for being discreet about certain behaviors around people, and the two friends knew that aspect from early experience. One time, a drunk Chunin came cursing Anko as being the snake bitch. Needless to say that Anko beat the crap out of the guy, having the courtesy to take him to the hospital hanged on the neck by a snake that appeared out of her arm. "Good morning, Anko-chan, you're here already?" Yuigao greeted the snake mistress. "Ah, Yuigao-chan, Kurenai-chan, how is school doing? Is that bastard Iruka still boring you guys with history lessons?" Said Anko as she remembered when Iruka and her were promoted to Chunin and that he wanted to become a teacher instead of being in active duty as shinobi. "Don't say that, Anko-san, I believe it's vital for us to learn about our leader's history, don't you think, Yuigao-chan?" Asked Kurenai, already expecting her friend to laugh at her question just like she always did. "Oh, I don't care about the past leaders, but I could just hear the Yondaime's history all day if I could. He is so pretty, I can't wait to be a Jinan, so I can have missions and maybe some time alone with Minato-kun, wouldn't that be great?" Said Yuigao, acting like a fangirl over the Yondaime, much to everyone's dismay. Actually, Kurenai and Anko wasn't that interested in their leader's looks, well, not that they don't find him good looking, but they just didn't feel the same way as Yuigao did. Man, since she laid her eyes at the Yondaime that day, she stopped looking at other guys. To Yuigao's eyes, that is only the Yondaime, sighed Kurenai, looking at her friend drooling only on memory. "Sure, he is cute, but Kakashi-senpai is much cuter than him," Anko mumbling, chewing some dangos. "What about you, Kurenai-chan, any man in particular?" "As a matter of fact, I don't know anyone interested at the moment," Kurenai answered, showing the reason why her nickname in the academy was the Ice Princess of Konoha, because of the fact that she was always by the book, showing more interest on the class than the whole classroom combined, not at all caring about boys at the time. When they realized they were late to go to class, the two friends went running to the academy, well, more Kurenai running and Yuigao walking, not sharing her friend's enthusiasm about the academy and learning. At the academy, they were learning about the elemental chakras that are within the elemental countries around the shinobi world. "Okay, class, now I already think you were taught by your parents about the inner elemental chakra, seeing that every Chunin level ninja's chakra was based on any of the 5 different elemental chakras: Rai, lightning; Kaze, wind; Mizu, water; Tsuchi, earth; and Hai, fire. Actually, in Konoha, since we are in the fire country, the Kaden chakra is the most popular element, but wind-type chakra is the most rare chakra type here in Konoha. As a matter of fact, I happen to know only one wind user that is the son of the Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi Asuma." Iruka went for another hour talk about the elemental chakra, then called everyone to go outside for weapon and target practice. Upon hearing that, Yuigao suddenly woke up. She wanted to grow up as a weapon specialist, and target practice was her favorite subject, and she happened to be the best, since she never missed a target. When she was called to practice, everyone just stared at the target in awe, seeing that every shuriken and kunai that Yuigao was through were being hit. Since she aced the test, the academy gave her a full set of recently made kunai and shuriken just for her. After school, Yuigao went home with a smile on her face. She was carrying her prize proudly when suddenly a couple of bullies arrived, demanding her to give them the weapons. "Alright, you bitch, hand those kunai to us and we won't hurt you much, now give them to us," one said with a strong tone, trying to make some killing intent. "Oh, and why would I succumb to a guy that failed the exams 3 times, already?" Said Yuigao, not showing any interest on the outcome of the situation, only wanting to go home and show her family the new kunais and shurikens. "So, wanna play tough, don't you girlie, it's your funeral," said another one of them, already trying to kick her stomach. Seeing this, Yuigao suddenly entered combat mode and took one of her new appointed weapons. After picking 3 kunais, she began to threat the bullies, feinting the threats, so not to actually hurt them. Much to her fortune, the guys signaled defeat and ran away scared of the kunais, screaming "crazy lady" repeatedly. Jerks, word occasionally used by Yuigao to describe those who thinks that size and sex gender are everything. At the Uzuki residence. A couple more minutes, she arrived home and went to show her father her prize won at the academy. Uzuki Momoto was a retired Onbu operative under the wing of Hatake Kakashi's command in Squad 2. Nowadays, he fixed weapons for ninjas that were broken in battle. Yuigao's mother was a civilian, so she stayed at home, taking care of the house and her family. Suddenly, a beautiful girl with long purple hair entered the kitchen door, screaming to get her mother Uzuki Yakashi's attention. "Ka-san, look, look," shouted Yuigao, showing her new display of kunai and shuriken that she won at the academy. "Easy, there Yuigao-chan, let me see what you got there." "Those are very beautiful, Yuigao-chan, where did you find them?" "I won at the academy for acing the target practice," screamed Yuigao with all the joy in the world, when she heard another footstep entering the house. "To-san, look, look, I won them for acing an exercise at the academy." My, Yuigao-chan, you're becoming more like your old man by the minute. I remember when I earned a new set of weapons like that, I was just like you, cheering all over the place," Momoto said, earning a smile from his daughter, but not a simple smile. It was a smile that Momoto could see every day and just be glad that Kemi gave him such joy in his life. So he just stared at Yuigao's smile, smiling even more, happy to have such a happy family, which didn't go unnoticed by his wife. "Yuigao-chan, why don't you go to your room and choose a place for your new weapons? After that, come back down so we can fix dinner for today, okay?" "Okay, Ka-san, I'm on it." "Hey To-san, can you give me some katana display? I just love to see your dance of the crescent moon style." "Okay, Yuigao-chan, maybe after dinner, I'll show it to you, by the moonlight." After that, Yuigao went upstairs screaming like never before, just happy. Upon seeing her husband's bright smile, Yakashi couldn't help but see the man that he turned out to be, a very capable ninja, a good husband and the best father figure for Yuigao. "You know, I just amused by the way that our daughter's smile brighten up your day, like that, Momoto-kun," said Yakashi. "Jealous, aren't you?" Hey, no, every time I see her smile, I just thank to Kami-sama that he gave me the best family a man could ever want to have," said Momoto watching to the clouds outside their house. Upon hearing this, Yakashi went to her husband and just gave a kiss on the lips, showing to the man just how much love his wife feels for him. When Yuigao came down the stairs, she saw her parents cuddling each other with kisses, hugs as well as gentle whispers to each other's ears. Immediately, her heart showed Yuigao that the love of their parents were stronger than before and she only wished that she could find a man who could be there for her, just as her father was for her mother. Actually, in spite of the kunoichi's way of life, every girl or woman's wish are the same. They wish to find the one true man that can hold them tight and treat them with all the love the man could muster, showing to the female, thoughts of joy and happiness, finding the one to spend the rest of her life with. Yuigao, despite her crush on Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage of Konohagakure, she knew deep inside that it would never happen and wished to find the one when time comes. "Ah, Yuigao-chan, did you hear the big news?" shouted Yakashi, earning the interest of her daughter. "What is it, Ka-san?" "The Yondaime's son was born this morning. I think his name is Namikaze Naruto." "The Yondaime's son, could he be the one?" Yuigao was caught wondering, since she was thinking on the subject of finding a man just like her mother found her father. After some time, the Uzuki family had dinner. Momoto showed his daughter his kenjutsu dance under the moonlight and Yuigao just looked amazed at her father's ability. But she wasn't the only one doing that, since her mother was watching her husband as well, remembering back the time when they met the first time, seeing him performing an exhibition to the Sandaime at the Onbu headquarters. Yuigao was again thinking and she concluded what she wanted in the future. One was being a strong and capable ninja following her father's abilities and finding a suitable man that could show her what her father show every day to her mother and me. Oh my god, I'm too young to be thinking about having kids. At the Namikaze household. It was approximately 9 at night, and Minato was just entering his house. He was exhausted. After dealing with an Onbu mission that went wrong, the young Hokage had to calm the fire daimyo and assure him that not all missions are successful and Konoha ninjas were taught to deal with the outcomes of battle, should they encounter an obstacle during the mission. The daimyo sighed in anticipation for losing a precious cargo, due to an army of bandits winning a battle against a recently promoted Chunin team and stealing the cargo, which consisted of important medicine to one of Fire Country's villages that needed assistance. Minato, for his part, was relieved that the Konoha ninjas' injuries weren't life-threatening and that they would recover in 2 or 3 days after some rest. Still, Minato didn't want to lose his shinobi's lives. He wanted to spare as many lives possible during his reign as Konoha Hokage, but he realized deep inside that his dream would be far from reachable, seeing that death was a part of a shinobi's way of life. Inside his room, his wife was deep asleep as well as their Naruto. Minato was glad that he could come home after a stressful work and find his family smiling like they didn't have problems at all. Minato took a deep look towards his son and wondered if his son would follow his father's footsteps, entering the shinobi program. He sighed, thinking about sending his son on missions, worrying about his safety and everything. Minato sighed once again, thinking that he had to prepare the young generation better to face stronger enemies, so he went to his desk at home and took a scroll that he was looking at. The scroll involved the academy routine, as well as the exercises and tests. He was also looking at the way Konoha establishes the teams of genins fresh out of the academy. He needed to change that as well. He knew that the latter would be better to improve right now, since he already made up his mind as to what was his idea. So let me see, rather than keeping on certain traditions about genin teams, I think I'll establish them as a way to cover each member's weaknesses. The academy actually would have to improve the battle part, beginning to show the students D and C ranked ninjutsus other than only E ranked ones, like Bunshin and Henge. The students would have to have access to a little introduction on elemental ninjutsu training, as well as genjutsu, since the latter was beginning to crumble around Konoha. The ninja seems to forget about the art of deception and only focus on the battle and destruction, therefore, focusing only taijutsu and ninjutsu. Based on the number of genins, Konoha can form different kind of teams, being a demolition team, information gathering team, full front team. The options can be rather promising. A full front team would resort to taijutsu and short distance ninjutsu of all kinds. The information gathering team would be focused on genjutsu and espionage, leaving demolition teams for strong and long range ninjutsus. Now these teams' missions would be based on their specialty, but their jounin sensei would have to have knowledge in more than one area of expertise, so that the genins can train in other forms of fighting as well. Wondered Minato for a while, resting on the house's couch, next to a glass of sake. But the problem with his new academy training is that he had to wait a bit, since he wanted to see just how the old system worked, still assuring that even though the academy's way of teaching was old and didn't bring any practical results, in fact the students only showed results when they were already in a team of genins. This was going to change, wondered Minato. But he sighed in defeat for the day, figuring that he had to consider a lot of aspects in order to change practically the entire teaching system of future shinobis, that were designed originally by the Sandaime, in his first year as Hokage. He went to sleep, remembering to talk to the Sandaime tomorrow, since he was now Minato's chief advisor in political affairs and shinobi program. On the next day, inside the Hokage's office, Minato was handling the worst enemy of every cage's existence right now, paperwork. Suddenly, a knock on the door, hearing his secretary informing the Sandaime is waiting for him. "Send him in, Matsumi-san," screamed Minato. "Oh, Yondaime-sama, it's nice to see you. What do you request to talk about?" Said Sarutobi, with formalism. "Don't need to be formal here, Sarutobi. I was thinking about changing your school program, since our current don't actually train our students well enough to face our missions." Yes, at the beginning, the system was promising, but the students lacked motivation, graduating the academy by just performing E-ranked jutsus. I believe as well that a small change should be welcomed, thought Sandaime. "Read this scroll. In there are some of my ideas to change," said Minato, handing his scroll to the Sandaime. After careful reading, Sarutobi was thinking again. He considered all of Minato's ideas and was quite pleased with his successor for not putting the next generation to suffer at the academy. Instead his plan formed a teaching more based on fighting than teaching theory lessons. Also a quite interest in updating the strategy lessons, showing the students situations on hypothetical missions to see how they would fare against obstacles in future missions. But Sandaime was getting second thoughts about teaching students C-ranked jutsus, since he knew that they would have high responsibilities about fairly using them. Minato, for his part, actually sighed thinking the same as his predecessor. "If you're thinking about teaching them C-ranked jutsus, scratch that. I think that D-ranked jutsus would be better to teach, since not only the destructive rate and the chakra needed for it would be smaller, but the genin's hopefuls would have a better grasp out of elemental jutsu and not using them to a high level, Until they have experience with it, don't worry. Yes, it would be rather disastrous if Academy students were to send big fireballs all over the Academy, destroying everything. I think this will be quite beneficial to our training program, Minato-san. Yes, it would. We can also improve our medical training, since over the years, Tsunade-sama made quite an impact on the young Konoikas. Said Minato, remembering when he was a chunin at the time in the meeting where Tsunade requested the improvement of the medical training. Yes, she is quite capable. If she was here, she would be heading our hospital and improving it like never before, but she lost her family here in Konoha, so it would be difficult for her to come back. Sighed Sandaime, after the past 3 attempts of trying to reach her. That's a pity, but Sarutobi, we need to move on. If she wishes to come back, we are all arms for her. But right now, we have to think of a new academy regimen, there is a lot of aspects to cover. Right, so how is your son doing? He is doing great, actually. He slept from the time I arrived home yesterday night and he still didn't wake up. The doctor said he had a lot of stamina for a baby, so I believe he won't need more time to sleep. Minato said, remembering about his child. That's good to know, Minato. After quite some time talking about the changes on the academy, Sandaime left Minato in his office and Minato just went to his agenda, as well as eliminating the paperwork that was killing him. He didn't want to use the cage bunshine, since that was considered cheating and it wouldn't help him much. He needed to understand the missions, in order to send the best man for it. Sure, he wouldn't apply the new measures of picking teams, based on what he discussed with Sandaime, instead he considered selecting the ninjas based on mission historical and success. At the Namikaze compound. Meanwhile, Naruto did woke up and he just had to tell everyone that he did it. He started crying and screaming, showing to Kushina that her work was just cut out for. Since her maternal instincts appeared, she was able to somehow know what Naruto was feeling. So she knew damn well what to do, when he was hungry, feeding him with maternal milk. Now, Naruto wasn't an ordinary child, his physical measures were off the scale for a baby. He was 53.5 centimeters tall and weighed 4.8 kilograms, not to mention that because of his stamina, Naruto could damn well suck Kushina dry and still be hungry. Seeing this, Kushina already had prepared spare bottles of milk so that her never-satisfying son could somehow manage to be satisfied. At seeing Naruto drinking non-stop, Kushina sighed, wondering if Minato was ever like this when he was a baby. After 2 bottles, Naruto stopped drinking, showing that he was full. After some burps on his account, Naruto went to sleep again, giving some temporary vacation for Kushina. She actually had quite a lot of stamina for a kunoichi, but Naruto was just too much for her. She was caught wondering what would be when he would be bigger, as if the stamina would naturally increase. Still, Kushina was smiling. She knew somehow that Naruto would have Minato's stamina, remembering that it took a while for Minato to be tired. Suddenly, Kushina sighed, hearing that Naruto somehow managed to wake up and started screaming again, this time, wanting something else. When Kushina saw it, she sighed seeing what her son did and she had to change his diaper. Yeah, Kushina was going to work like hell to raise the stamina like baby in front of her. Chapter 2, Playing Ninja. 4 years time skip. Naruto, now 4 years old, woke up from his bed, running to the kitchen, where his mother and his father would be taking today's breakfast. When he got there, he was greeted by their 2 fathers as well as a third person who appeared to be reading an orange book, while sipping a cup of coffee. Good morning, To-san, Ka-san, Kakashi, Ni-san, said Naruto in a cheerful manner. Good morning, Naruto. The 3 responded in unison. After that, Naruto sat on his chair and a well-served breakfast with some milk mixed with coffee and some bread. He finished it in less than 10 minutes and was already bouncing on the living room, going to the garden to enjoy the beautiful sunlight that was displaying in Konoha. Yeah, Naruto had a family who took care of him as well as play with him. He even made friends with the son of Hyuga Hisashi, Neji Hyuga. In fact, they've met about 3 weeks ago, when the Hokage asked Hisashi to watch Naruto for the day, since Minato and Kushina were to travel to the Fire Daimyo's house in order to establish some connections with the Earth Daimyo for trading commerce and merchants. During this time, a Kumo ninja infiltrated the Hyuga manor, wanting to kidnap the daughter of Hyuga Hisashi and was going to succeed had Naruto not screamed the name intruder, as well as saying loud for the guards to show why are you kidnapping Hinata. After hearing this, the entire Hyuga's guard appeared and captured the Kumo ninja, therefore rescuing Hinata from the hand of the Kumo ninja. Suddenly, both Hisashi and Hisachi's son congratulated on saving the Hyuga heir as well as the Byakugan's secrets. That's when Naruto and Neji met, and since they are the same age, they became friends in an instant. Actually, the boys started sparring since then, So Naruto began his ninja training with his father, seeing that he made a rival out of Hyuga Neji. Right now, Naruto was doing his morning routine, running 10 laps around the compound, as well as making 100 push-ups. After that, he trained with a little wooden dummy, the taijutsu style that his father taught him. Even though Naruto was excitedly overjoyed, you could see him concentrating on hitting the enemy, rather than start punching and kicking the dummy without any coordination whatsoever. Minato had finished his breakfast and came to see his son practicing taijutsu just like every day, since the Hyuga incident. He was just amazed at the display of commitment that Naruto displayed when he trained like that. It would be impossible at his age to start losing some baby fat, but if the person were to see closely, they could see little muscles forming and knuckles forming on his hand, enduring his punches much better. Kakashi, for his chance, was smiling at his nephew. He was already a legend at Anbu as commander of Squad No. 1 and he was considering a position at Konoha's Jounin, seeing that being in Anbu showed some of Kakashi's deepest and most intense battles he fought, and he was becoming tired of doing A and S ranked missions, mostly S ranked missions, commonly regarded as being suicide missions. He would still apply for leaving Anbu, wait the Anbu's chief's dismissal as well as approval of the Hokage. But seeing that he was late, he signed for his sensei the Yondaime, who just sighed and went back inside to put on some clothes and leave to go to the Hokage tower. Naruto-kun, I'm leaving, okay? I have to go to work. Keep practicing, okay? Next month we are going on some chakra knowledge and introduction in low-level jutsus, okay? Said Yondaime, earning a positive nod and a smile from Naruto. Minato always received that nod. He knew that Naruto was so focused at hitting the dummy, that he didn't bother to turn his head and say something to his father. When ready, Minato walked over to Kushina, giving her a soft kiss on the left cheek, saying goodbye to work. Minato and Sarutobi would finish the last details of the new academy teaching and it would hopefully be applied around next year, since this year's class already started and it wouldn't do any good to just change the course in the middle of the year. After he left, Kushina decided to see her son as he was still looking at the dummy, panting a little bit. Sure, he had a lot of stamina, but he is only 4. In order to prevent Naruto from falling on the ground exhausted, Kushina did the only thing that she knew could take Naruto away from his training. 2 weeks ago, Kushina entered Naruto in a Shuji quick course in order for Naruto to train his mind a little bit and forget about the physical torture, words put by Kushina to Minato one time. Naruto actually enjoyed the game and he enjoyed passing time with his mother a lot. After they played a few matches as Naruto lost them all, showing some sort of irritation towards the fact that her mother beat the crap out of him. But for a 4-year-old, Kushina recognized that Naruto in a few time win the game if he grow a consistent manner just like he has been showing until now. Today, Naruto wanted to play with his friend Neji for a while, so Kushina took him to the Hyuga compound, so that she could visit her neighbor and wife of Hyuga Hizashi, Hyuga Tenko. They became friends mainly because of Naruto and Neji, but they found in each other a friend that they could bribe about their son's development as well as curse some of their husband's antics. After some time and a quick spar between Naruto and Neji, with Neji winning by very little, Naruto and Kunisha thanked everyone for their stay and went to the Nara residence. Kushina wanted to introduce Naruto to Nara Shikamaru, son of Nara Shikaku, since not only Kushina's friends with Shikaku's wife, called Nara Yoshino. Upon walking on the streets towards the Nara manor, Naruto realized that they were going to a whole different place. Ka-san, where are we going? Asked Naruto in a polite manner. Ah, Naruto-kun, I'm taking you to meet Nara Yoshino's son Nara Shikamaru. He is the same age as Hinata, but I can see that you're going to be very fond of each other. The Naras trained their child in strategy since they were 1 year old, so Shikamaru likes to play Shuji a lot. Wait, you're finding a partner that I can beat in Shuji? Asked Naruto, wondering if his mother was done playing with him. No, Naruto-kun, I'm just introducing you to him. Also is the fact that I wanted to talk to Yoshino a little bit, since we haven't talked to each other in ages. You can meet her son, he's quite smart for a 2-year-old. When they reached the house, Nara Yoshino, wife of Nara Shikaku, greeted them good morning and motioned them to enter the compound. Inside, Naruto meets Shikamaru, while Kushina and Yoshino started the old "my stupid husband" talk, much to the dismay of Naruto and Shikamaru, who ended hearing part of their mother's conversation. After a little talking, Naruto actually enjoyed Shikamaru's presence. They made a new friend even if Naruto was 2 years older than him. Naruto also cursed the laziness of his new friend who only wanted to lie down, while recusing every game Naruto offered by muttering the word troublesome. After a few hours, Naruto and Kushina left the Nara Residente, after Naruto insisted to his mother to leave so not to become lazy. Needless to say, both women were on the ground laughing their hearts out, after hearing Naruto saying the same thing his father said to Shikaku when they first met. Now, Naruto and Kushina entered the library so Kushina could buy a new book for her to read, while Naruto was looking around. Noticing that the library was divided in shinobi and non-shinobi literature, he of course went straight to the shinobi section. To say that Naruto was surprised, it would be an understatement. He was literally drooling at the books. Oh my god, there is so much I could see here to learn. What to pick, let's see. Intro to chakra molding, hand signs and their importance, jutsu making. I think I'll pick these ones. At the end of the library, Kurenai was doing the same as Naruto, but since she was much more advanced than he was, she was at the genjutsu section, picking 2 books about how to learn and how to practice genjutsus, when she saw a little blonde looking at the introduction books and she could see that he was astonished with what he was reading. How old is he? He appears to be around 5 and he is already interested in reading books. If only Yuigao were like us, right little Gaki? She was awake from her thoughts, when a beautiful woman with long brown hair appeared behind the infant and smiled at him. Must be his mother. You want to buy those, Naruto-kun? Said Kushina with a smile on her face, seeing if Naruto would follow the same steps as his father, remembering that her husband was a genius shinobi when growing up. Can I, please Ka-san, I really like them, please. Screamed Naruto, using the puppy-eye jutsu to his mother, much to Kushina's delight. At least I don't have to worry about his studies. Of course you can, Naruto-kun. Let's go pay for this, shall we? After leaving the store, Naruto and Kushina returned to the Namikaze compound, with Kushina showing ear-to-ear smile on her face, seeing Naruto reading the book the whole way home. The first one that he was reading was chakra molding, since his father would teach it to him in a month and he wanted to show his father what he will learn from the book. Upon arrival, Naruto and Kushina settled down and Naruto asked for a quick lunch while he was reading the chakra molding book. Ka-san, can I have a sandwich while I read this book? Said Naruto, never taking his eyes off the book. Of course, Naruto-kun, I'll make one for you, but don't get too close to the book, your eyes can hurt a little bit. Okay, Ka-san, it's just that this book explains how to mold chakra, as well as explains some chakra control exercise at the end of it. I can't wait to read it. Said Naruto. Chakra control, huh? Tell you what about you read a little and then we can discuss the book? Said Kushina, handing Naruto a sandwich. Sure thing, Ka-san, thanks a lot. After that, Naruto just sit on the lunch table and started reading for about 3 hours, when Minato entered the room. He was about to say hi to his son when Kushina waved him off, saying that Naruto was studying. Needless to say that Minato was indeed surprised to see a 4-year-old studying about chakra molding, but he was slightly scared about it, since Naruto was only 4 and he should be outside playing, enjoying his childhood a little. Remembering the past, Minato wasn't worried about his son. The kid played a lot with Neji and Shikamaru, from what Kushina told him. Add to the fact that Naruto considers practicing taijutsu and learning what it takes to be a shinobi like playing and enjoying life. At the academy. Today's class ended early, since all the class had to do was practice some low-level jutsus and then deliver a report about one of the Hokages. Seeing that the class had some free time, Yuigao and Kurenai rushed to the Dengo place to grab something to eat. Kurenai was carrying her books along with her, so that she could study some more at home, much to the displeasure of the purple-haired Jinan wannabe. Kurenai-chan, why didn't you leave those books at the academy? Why do you study so much? I like to study, plus I've been interested to learn about genjutsu and the art of deception. I think it's really cool, said Kurenai with a proud face. Whatever, kenjutsu is so much better than genjutsu, plus genjutsu relies on the mind, while kenjutsu does more damage. Said Yuigao, trying to win the argument. If the enemy's mind is damaged, how can he fight anyone? He would be rendered useless. Whatever, Kurenai-chan. You know, I happened to see a blonde kid buying some books at the library. You should be more like him, Yuigao. I'm sure that there is tons of books about kenjutsu. Blonde kid, what does he looks like? Said Yuigao, remembering about Anko's description of the Yondaime's son. He appears to be 4 to 5 years old, golden hair, deep cerulean blue eyes. Oh, and his mother was very beautiful. Yes, she has this long brown hair. Well, I think she was his mother, since he called her that, but I was impressed with him. Nonetheless, he bought on Chakra Introduction and some other books. Kurenai-chan, isn't that boy's name Naruto? Asked Yuigao, just waiting for the confirmation. Now that you said it, his mother did call him Naruto-kun, but why do you ask? Baka, Naruto is the Yondaime's son. said Yuigao, cursing her friend's density and the same time wondering about Kurenai's news on Naruto. She already heard from Anko that the boy trained very hard every day on his stamina as well as taijutsu. Also Anko told her that he almost broke a wooden dummy after some consecutive hit on the dummy's chest. She was impressed nonetheless with the little Gaki's determination, since he was only 4 years old and was already interested in becoming a shinobi. What? He is the Yondaime's son? Exploded Kurenai, now wondering about his face and the fact that he did resemble their leader's attributes. Now that you said, he did resemble Yondaime-sama, he is an interesting kid. When I was his age all I wanted was to play around. Yes he is, Kurenai-chan, you do remember what Anko said that day about his taijutsu, didn't you? Said Yuigao, trying to picture a little boy hit a wooden dummy with such force. Yes I remember, actually I don't believe that a 4-year-old could almost break a wooden dummy. Answered Kurenai. Why would Anko-chan lie about that? She doesn't know him, she haven't even met him. Point taken. For quite a while the two remained talking and after lunch, then both of them went separate ways. But both of them were thinking about the 4-year blonde and what they did when they were his age. When I was his age, all I did was play with dolls and help my mother at the garden, Kurenai. Only 4 and he's already training to be a ninja. Hell, at that age, all I ever cared about was to play, eat and sleep. Yuigao. At the Namikaze compound. After reading the book for a while, Naruto was with Kushina, discussing the things that Naruto learned from the book. Needless to say that Naruto was fired up wanting to learn everything that is to know about being a shinobi and be one of the best shinobis ever, just like his mother and his father. 1 month later. Naruto was doing his morning routine as well as enhancing his taijutsu, up to the time that his blows were delivering heavy damage on the wooden dummy. Suddenly her father came outside the clearing and saw his son almost breaking his first wooden dummy and went close to him. Today would be Naruto's chakra molding training, but Minato was already assuming that his son already knew at least how to mold chakra because of the book. Naruto-kun, today we'll begin chakra molding exercises, said Minato, showing his authority as sensei with a focused and determined look to Naruto. Okay, Tosan sensei, said Naruto, trying to mimic the determined eyes of his father. So, since you already heard the theory behind the chakra molding from the book, let's move to the actual thing. Okay, now watch Naruto, I'm gonna show one of the hand signs and you're going to mold chakra to the fullest, so I can have a grasp at your chakra reserves. Now this is the ram seal, see it? Great, now mold as high as you can. Okay, here I come. Upon moving his hands to form the ram seal, Naruto began molding chakra to the fullest. He was molding chakra now for 2 minutes and his father was smirking, seeing that he only could go up to 4 minutes at the age of 6. Another 2 minutes and Naruto continued to mold chakra much to his father's utter surprise since Naruto was continuing. Another 3 minutes and Naruto was starting to feel dizzy from slight chakra exhaustion, so he stopped molding and looked to see his father's jaw open wide. Needless to say Minato was astonished to see his son with 4 years old, molding chakra for 8 minutes, but he shrugged his thoughts when Naruto looked at him. So Naruto-kun, your chakra reserve is as big as your stamina, that's good, but since you have such chakra capacity, it would be more beneficial in the long run that you focus more on chakra control and less on expanding your chakra reserves. But never focus entirely on one of them, just a little more control than expanding it, got it? After a nod from Naruto, Minato began explaining the 12 hand seals necessary for molding chakra and the ones necessary to perform jutsus. Since Naruto was already reading his next book on hand seals, he already knew all the hand positions, but he still wasn't able to do all the signs in a sequence, so he took the time to just do hand seals without molding chakra until he did them without thinking. After Naruto learned the hand signs, Minato went to the first chakra control exercise that involved spinning a leaf on top of the forehead with only chakra. With that, Minato left Naruto practicing and went to his office to start his work. At the Hokage's office. Inside the office, Sandaime and Minato were finishing the new teaching ritual that the academy will be doing. Right now, what left was to decide the duration of the academy. Both of them would consider the age of 5 suitable to start, but they didn't want to produce an army of Uchiha Itachi, who became Onbu captain by the age of 13. So they decided to establish the start of the academy at the age of 6, therefore a child can just be a child until they started at the academy. Plus Minato wouldn't have to worry about Naruto entering the academy next year and test his new program. Now thinking about Naruto, Minato was taken aback by the fact that his son could mold chakra up to 8 minutes at his age, but he was worried about Naruto's chakra control, since it would be harder for him to manage low-level jutsus that don't require much chakra to perform. The Sandaime took a look at his successor's puzzled face and began to ask. What troubles you, Minato-kun? It's about Naruto's chakra level. He managed to mold chakra up to 8 minutes, but I'm more concerned about the fact that it would be harder for him to perform low-level jutsus. Said Minato, expressing his concerns. Wow, 8 minutes you say, that's impressive. But you're right, he would get his work cut out for him. However, as you say, the boy practices up to exhaustion, doesn't he? He'll be fine, he still has 2 years for the academy. I think by then his chakra control will be more than adequate to do E-rank jutsus. Said Sandaime, easing Minato's concern a little bit. I think you're right, Sandaime. My son is smart and determined, he'll be just fine. At the Namikaze compound. On the next day, Naruto woke up after sleeping just a few hours. He was in bed thinking about what his father said about chakra control and the fact that the leaf exercise was slowly improving, but not at a pace that Naruto wanted to. He was feeling close hand now what his father said to him about the difficulty of chakra control, so he thought it would be better to read the part of his book about chakra control so to see if he could learn some techniques that helped him for the leaf exercise. Quickly reading through the pages, he came across a meditation exercise that when practiced daily, would improve concentration and was great for learning chakra control. Okay, in order to meditate, the practitioner must sit in a comfortable position, close his eyes and concentrate. The place of meditation is necessary in order for the exercise to be effective, so outdoors would be perfect. When outside, close the eyes and concentrate on hearing sounds you wouldn't normally focus on, like the sound of water dripping, the sound of the wind blowing and the sound of nature. Said Naruto, reading the book loudly. After reading, he got out and started to meditate, but before that he did his morning routine improving his stamina and punishing the wooden dummy. After that, he'd just sit on the grass and closed his eyes. Because of the energy of the taijutsu, Naruto was having trouble concentrating and closing his eyes, but because of his determination, he focused his mind on hearing the sounds that the book described. After 20 minutes, Naruto was having no luck since he couldn't hear those sounds, but with a clear mind, he managed to come up with a plan in order to hear the sounds. He began channeling chakra through his ears and was amazed at what he was listening. Apart from feeling the breeze at his face, he was able to hear it traveling in air. He was concentrating and felt really good for him. This exercise managed to calm his nerves and eased his mind to the task in hand. Okay, I learned how to meditate, but how can I learn chakra control from this? Meanwhile, Neji arrived at the Namikaze compound, reaching for his friend, who according to Kushina was at the garden training. Neji was quite fond of Naruto over the years, they sparred a lot and played together. Upon arriving the garden, Neji managed to see Naruto in the middle of the garden, just sitting there with his eyes closed. What the hell is he doing with his eyes closed? Wait a minute, Byakugan. Neji was considered the Hyuga prodigy and he was able to use the family's Kekkei Genkai at the age of 4 already. What he saw Naruto doing, he couldn't figure out. Naruto was channeling chakra through his ears and his eyes were shut. Seeing this, he decided to go up to him and ask what he was doing. When he arrived, Naruto slowly opened his eyes and let the sunlight slowly enter his corneas, hurting a little bit, because of the sudden light and a presence of a certain person. What are you doing, Naruto? Neji started. Oh, Neji, I was meditating a little bit. Said Naruto with one hand on the back of his head and smiling. Meditating, what for? You see, my father said that I have high chakra reserves and he said that my chakra control would be harder to manage. So, seeing I was having trouble with the leaf exercise, I read on a book that meditating helped improving concentration and focus. And as I was meditating, I started channeling chakra through my ears in a way as to hear sounds that you normally wouldn't hear. And since I managed to channel chakra through a part of my body, I think my chakra control improved a lot. Said Naruto, explaining his reasons to Neji. Only you to do that for chakra control. Hey, I was looking for some morning exercise, wanna help me? Said Neji, smirking and getting in a taijutsu stance. Sure, but I believe that this time we'll see who is better, Neji? Let's go. Suddenly, Neji charged at Naruto with a punch aiming Naruto's chest, but was dodged with ease by Naruto, by changing the direction of the punch with his arm as well as quickly swift to the side, turning with a wide kick to Neji's stomach. Seeing this, Neji continued the way he was heading for and rolled to the ground as to avoid the tackle. Seeing how Naruto was faring in battle, Neji tried to fight using his Kekkei Genkai like his father instructed a while ago and then charged Naruto once again. Neji suddenly saw Naruto channeling chakra to his legs and was amazed when Naruto suddenly jumped away from the tackle and appeared on Neji's side, aiming a punch at Neji's face, which was avoided by the Hyuga with his arms. "Wow, Neji, you managed to fight with the Byakugan, that's great," said Naruto, never taking his eyes of his opponent. "Yeah, but tell me how you channeled chakra through your feet like that." "Oh, I was testing something. Since when I channeled chakra through my ear, my hearing was better. I figured that channeling chakra through my legs, I would jump higher and get away from your blow. I guess it worked, ha," said Naruto, showing a grin that somehow grew on him, and it became his characteristic grin. "I don't know if I should be impressed or not. For once you changed your strategy in the middle of the battle, but also you tried something you never knew it worked before." "Hey," just laughed Naruto. For a little while, they sparred some more, and Neji went home satisfied about the exercise and his rival's quick improvisation skills. For Naruto's part, he went back to his room and decided to rest a little bit, before playing a little bit. Actually, he was only 4 years old and already quite advanced in terms of abilities, but Naruto also played with some toys, since he is still a child, no less no more. 2 hours later, Naruto went downstairs to have dinner with his family and managed to see Minato and Kushina in what could be described as a couple on a movie inside. Almost every day? He was caught wondering, while sitting on a chair, and continued to stare at the couple having some time together. Even though this was not a very pleasant sight for him, not that he didn't like to see his parents together, but he didn't want to intrude their moment, so he went outside and looked at the full moon at the sky, shining with all intensity and illuminating almost everything. Now this was a sight that Naruto enjoyed as much as training. The moon always calmed him down, and the excess of energy in his body just seemed to vanish, even if it is for a second. He was so caught on the sight that he didn't hear his mother calling him to get some dinner. After the third attempt, Kushina was getting worried about his son, since he didn't come like he was used to, so she went upstairs. Meanwhile, Minato went outside for a little while and just feel the night breeze wash away his worries. When he stepped outside, he saw his little one staring at the full moon, smiling. "She is beautiful, isn't she?" Minato asked, sitting close to his son, scaring Naruto a little bit. "Oh, To-san, you're here. Yeah, it's very beautiful, especially on a day like this with no clouds to stop her from shining like the sun," said Naruto, almost hypnotized by the view on the moon. Then, father and son was looking at the moon at the same time, when Kushina came outside, screaming for her son's name, finding not only Naruto but Minato as well looking up. "What are you two doing outside?" Kushina said, amazed at the resemblance of Naruto and Minato with just the height and the clothes that were different. "We're appreciating the full moon, Ka-san, sit with us, take a look for yourself," said Naruto. "Okay, but I don't." It was all that Kushina said, before she looked at the moon and understood what Naruto and Minato were so amazed at. It was really beautiful. Kushina was right now thinking two things. "I never paid attention to the moon like that, it's so beautiful, but I would have never known that a 4-year stamina freak like Naruto could meditate as well as stare at the moon like this." Kushina then stopped looking at the moon and looked at her son. He was showing the most sincere smile she has ever seen him showing. It appeared that Naruto was in love with the full moon. Kushina looked at his son's eyes and became terrified for him. Those eyes, how can he show those eyes at his age? It's the eyes from someone passionate, someone thoughtful, someone relaxed, someone peaceful. Kushina was afraid of seeing her son at the moment. She felt like he was growing faster than ever before, and she was fearing that his childhood would end sooner than normally expected. "I better talk to Minato about loosening up his training a little bit, so that he could at least be a kid for once." "Okay, dinner is on the table, let's go you two," said Kushina, getting up. "Okay, let's go Naruto-kun, I'm hungry and I know you are as well," said Minato, carrying his son inside on top of his shoulder, listening his son cheer for his father, and smiled. After served, the Namikazes were eating when Naruto shoved the question that made Minato and Kushina drop their chopsticks on the floor and Minato choking the food. "So, just what were you doing here in the kitchen, just a little while ago?" said Naruto, mentally laughing his ass off, seeing the looks that his parents were displaying. What are you talking about, Naruto-kun?" Kushina tried to cover from their son. "When I came downstairs, I saw you two just close to each other, hugging and stuff. It was before I went outside and saw the moon." "Oh, that, I was just hugging your mother, Naruto-kun, why are you asking?" said Minato, not wasting time trying to lie to his son. "No reason, just curious, I guess," said Naruto, dismissing the subject. After a while, they finished dinner and Naruto tried to help his mom by taking the plates and handing to her. Kushina smiled at his son, saying that he didn't need to help, but he insisted and she smiled again. Such a gentleman. When Naruto finished everything, he went upstairs towards his room, while Kushina found the perfect time to talk to Minato. Minato-kun, can we talk about something? Sure thing, Kushina-chan, what is it? It's about Naruto-kun. I don't know, I think he is growing too fast. If he continue this way, he won't have a happy childhood and I'm afraid of that. Can't you loosen up a bit on his training or just let him play with his toys like a normal boy? I've never seen a boy just stare at the moon like he did. Minato-kun, I could see his eyes, it wasn't a kid, was something else, I don't know. Said Kushina, showing her concerns to Minato, much to Minato's concern. Kushina-chan, I don't know if he's growing too fast like you said, I mean Shikaku's kid keeps looking at clouds all the time. As for his training, I'm not forcing anything, it's he who keeps wanting to train all the time. Don't worry, Kushina-kun, I saw his eyes as well that time and I can see that he's growing up, but that's unavoidable, the boy loves the full moon. This is good for him, to learn about passion and beautiful views. I know about Shikamaru from Yoshino. But Naruto, unlike Shikamaru, is a stamina freak. How can he meditate? How can he just stop and look at the moon, like he could stare at it all the time? He is 4, he can't be that evolved as to control his energy like that, he is just a kid. Said Kushina, now more concerned than ever, knowing that her husband wasn't with her on this predicament. Don't worry, Kushina-chan, Naruto plays with Neji, little Hinata, even Shikamaru. And I still see him playing with toys as well as train. He is a bright child, he likes to do such things, then leave him be. I don't want to impose something on his life and I'm not saying that I won't be harsh on him if he does something bad, all I'm saying is that I'll let him do what he believes it's best for him, I'll guide him through it but he is the one who has to make the decisions for himself in the end, not me and you. Let's trust our boy, he'll do what is right for him and we'll support him in a way that he feel confident about telling us something or asking us something. Also, Kushina-chan, it's my job to boss around the village and I'll have to boss him when he becomes shinobi, but right now I will leave him make his way. Said Minato, reassuring his wife, who smiled at her man's speech. I'm sorry, Minato-kun, I'm just worried that's all in due time, right? Right. So, Minato-kun, are you gonna hug me again or not? We are not finished, you know? Said Kushina, with a devious look at her husband, asking him to follow to the bedroom. Needless to say that the Hokage was smiling the next day. Chapter 3, Scary Times. 2 years past time skip. It has been 2 years and Yuigao was finishing her breakfast at her home along with her parents. Now, Yuigao is already a Jinan, since she graduated the previous year and on her team was Yuhi Kurenai and Genma, a brunette guy with a bandana covering his head as well as a senbone between his teeth. Yuigao was one of the top genins of her graduation class and her team already performed close to 20 C-ranked missions, a number not common in a year career. The team sensei Aoba pretty much lets his students carry on the mission and only intervene when needed. Instead, he focuses on making the genins practice very hard, making them one of the top teams in pretty much everything. Yuigao is a close combat fighter, since learning her dad's kenjutsu style as well as learned only close to mid-range style jutsus. Genma is the strongest of the team in terms of ninjutsu, with the 2-element chakra, Katen/Raiden, he is the mid-range fighter of the team and backup for Yuigao since his taijutsu is average. And last but not least, Kurenai is the long-range fighter, using her genjutsu to assist the other two, rendering the enemy useless in battle. Yes, Team 2 is one of Konoha's proudest teams and certainly will brighten the future. Today, Team 2 would have a C-ranked mission. Well, it would be a D-ranked, but due to the importance to the one being protected. But, Yuigao still didn't know what would be the mission, since her sensei told them to arrive at the Hokage Tower for instructions and she was excited as hell, since she loved to test her skills against the enemies. After Yuigao left her house, she decided to sprint to the Hokage's tower by jumping through rooftops, until she arrived in front of the Hokage tower, only to find Kurenai already there, much to her dismay. "Ohio, Kurenai-chan, you're here early, I thought I would be the first to arrive," said Yuigao. "Ohio, Yuigao-chan, since I live near here, I arrived early, so how are you?" "Fine, so any guess about our mission? Do we have to take out some bandits, maybe some low-level chunins that are harassing a village?" said Yuigao, already picturing she slicing her sword on the enemy winning the battle. "I hope not, I would rather a calm mission today, it seemed like every mission we were in, involved fights and stuff, I would be glad if this one would be a calm one." "You're no fun, Kure-chan, oh well I guess we have to wait until Aoba-sensei and Genma-san to arrive won't we?" said Yuigao, sitting on a bench nearby. After 10 minutes, The rest of Team 2 arrived and they went up to the Hokage's office in order to receive their next mission. Inside the Hokage's office, Team 2 presenting for mission, Hokage-sama, saluted Aoba to Minato. "Oh, hello there, how are you all guys doing?" Said Minato, proud of looking at one of the best Junon teams in Konoha. "Fine, sir, I understand Hokage-sama has a mission for Team 2? "Yes, it will be a C-ranked mission. Normally would be a D-ranked one, but due to the importance of this mission I'm trusting upon your team, Aoba-san, it will be a C," said Minato. While Yuigao was fuming inside, she thought that the D-ranked ones would be over by now and be only C and low-level B1s, but she thought better than to charge at her once crush of a man, for judging his judgment. "Well, the mission will be to protect my son Namikaze Naruto, during the duration of a trip me and my wife would be doing along with the Hyuga delegates to Kumo, in order to improve our diplomatic relations with them, as well as maybe celebrate a deal for commerce between the villages, so Team 2 will be with my son at least during 1 week, that the travel would entail," said Minato, already seeing the wide eyes of the genins, especially the purple Junon with the katana, since she was with her jaws down to her chest in utter surprise. "Okay, Hagake-sama, don't worry, your son will be safe from enemies. Team 2, we are to arrive at the Namikaze compound in 2 hours, dismissed," said Aoba to his team. "Hi, Aoba-sensei," said everyone of the team and then left the office. "Aoba-san, I'm sure you understand the importance of this mission, don't you? I'm asking this because my son had already suffered his first kidnapping attempt 2 weeks ago," said Minato, much to Aoba's shock, since he didn't know that Naruto was kidnapped. "Hokage-sama, if you don't mind, I wish to hear about what happened so that my team can be better prepared for what to come." "Very well." Flashback on. The nightfall was already appearing and Minato was doing the last paperwork of the day, and went home. During the way back, Minato could sense 3 figures watching him close and stiffed. Who would be stupid to try to kill a Kage, unless they wanted to go to war? Minato thought about it and decided to pay no mind as he was approaching the compound. Inside, the house was empty. Immediately, the Yondaime became the yellow flash and began to inspect the house for what could happen, and his instincts were fuming like crazy. Upon approaching a couch, he saw that Kushina was on the ground, near a few glass pieces from a broken window that where the enemy broke in and attacked his wife. Minato was passing through all the possibilities inside his mind as to what happened here, when the thought of Naruto being the enemy's objective practically punched him in the face for not realizing this. Suddenly, Minato called for his student and confidant who happened to be inside the village doing some patrol around the streets via intercom. "Sensei, what happened here?" Said the dog-masked Anbu. "Kakashi, my son was kidnapped, quickly summon Paku and let's find him, we have to reach the enemies, hurry," said Minato, already panicking for his son's life. "Right away, Kushios no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu," said Kakashi, summoning a little puppy with a leaf headband. "Kakashi, what do you want?" "Paku, Naruto-kun was kidnapped, we need to find the kidnappers, they must be close." After some sniffing around, Paku managed to get the scent from Naruto, since Minato gave Naruto's shirt for Paku. Suddenly, 2 blurs went outside the compound and they started to jump around the trees, in the direction that Paku was going. After traveling for 30 minutes, Kakashi and Minato managed to catch up with the intruders that were wearing Iwa headbands and a Chunin uniform. Seeing that the Iwa ninjas couldn't escape, they tried to fight the 2 Konoha ninjas. Only after 1 second, did they realize their mistake, seeing that they would fight Konoha's Yellow Flash and Sharingan no Kakashi. With the use of the Hiraishin and a kunai, Minato disposed of the enemies and saved his son. "Damn Iwa, how could they do this to my son?" Said Minato, letting his emotions take over and send his characteristic killing intent that Kakashi thought his sensei would kill everyone in Iwa for trying to kidnap his son. "Kakashi, I'm worried about my son's welfare now that Iwa knows about him. I know I promised Kushina to go slow with his training, but I'll have to train him harder so that he can at least protect himself the next time and be able to call for help. Also, I'm going to give him one of my Hiraishin kunais, so that he can call me when needed." "Are you sure, sensei? Naruto is just 6 years old, he may call you to every little trouble he is, are you sure he's only calling you in dangerous situations?" Asked Kakashi, knowing what a regular 6-year-old boy could do. "My son knows better than that, Kakashi, besides he pretty much trains by himself with his books and stuff. I think I'll start teaching him D-level jutsus, so that he can better protect himself." "Let's head back, sensei, Kushina must be worried sick for Naruto," said Kakashi, awaking Minato from thinking about Naruto's new training. "Let's go." Flashback off. After Minato finished telling the story, Aoba sighed and concluded why the mission is a C ranked. If Iwa Chunin or higher came to try again, his team would be there protecting the little blonde Gaki. But Minato was also asking a favor to Aoba, in order to train his son while he was gone, having some spars with the Jinan teams and see where he stands on chakra control and jutsu. Needless to say, Aoba agreed to it. He figured the mission would be plain boring in case Iwa didn't try anything, so he could take the time to train his team as well as see what Naruto could do. Don't worry, Hokage-sama, Team 2 will protect your son and will train him as well, don't you worry. I'm counting on your team, Aoba-san, thank you. Dismissed. Inside the Namikaze compound. Inside his house, Naruto was just reading a book on advanced chakra control. In fact, Naruto already had a little library inside his bedroom. He was lucky his parents bought him lots of books on shinobi and shinobi arts. He even bought one about strategy and tactics, and he was fascinated with what the book said about the many strategic victories Konoha had won during the 2 great shinobi wars. As regarding to his training, his morning training was enhanced by his father. Now he had 2 wooden dummies and all the exercise doubled in length, as well as a gravity seal on him, courtesy of his father's knowledge of Fuin Jutsu. He already learned the Henge no Jutsu and the Kawarimi no Jutsu, and would be just a matter of time before he learned the Bunshin no Jutsu, because of his excess amount of chakra which was growing since his chakra coils were in expansion. For last, his chakra control increased as well. Because of his father saying that he needed to concentrate more on chakra control first, Naruto started doing the first chakra control exercises, and he already was able to spin the leaf on his forehead. Suddenly, he heard the doorbell and stiffed a little bit, remembering that he was kidnapped once and he didn't want to just open the door to the enemy, seeing that would be a very stupid thing to do. Upon arriving in front of the door, he asked who was it and was relieved when he heard the voice of a jounin that would be watching for him until his parents arrived from their trip to Kumo. Upon opening the door, he saw a man with sunglasses and a jounin vest, as well as a girl with purple hair and a katana strapped on the back, a boy with a bandana covering his hair and a senbon in between his teeth, and a red-eyed girl that he somehow remember already seeing her somewhere. But he was caught off his wonderings, when the jounin addressed to him. Hello Naruto-kun, my name is Aoba and I'm the sensei of Team 2 here. Here let me introduce you to the genins, Uzuki Uegao, Genma and Uai Kurenai, said Aoba to the little boy, but Naruto remembered about the Henge no Jutsu and was a little worried about his enemies be disguised as Konoha shinobi. I'm sorry about not trusting you guys, but I can't help but think you could be Iwa shinobis henged into Konoha shinobis, how can I be sure of that? Asked Naruto, earning the glares of surprise of Team 2. Needless to say that everyone of Team 2 was looking at Blonde with astonishment, since he was only 6 years old and already trying to see the underneath of the underneath, a lesson only taught at the age of 11, at the academy when the students would be close to graduate and become genins. Seeing that the boy actually needed reassurance, Kurenai spoke to him about the time they met at the library about 2 years ago, and Naruto was relieved once again. Oh, yeah, I knew I already saw you somewhere before, I'm sorry about the suspicion. Is that because what happened to me in the book I was reading about tactics and strategy got me thinking about what may appear it's not what it is in the end, so I became a little suspicious, but please come in, I'll introduce everyone to the rooms in the house, so you can get comfortable, and I can guarantee to all of you that I won't be bothering you guys, come in. Said Naruto with a wide smile on his face and entering the house. When they entered the house, Uegao was caught talking to Kurenai, since she was somewhat interested in what the blonde could do. She was surprised that he was suspicious by only looking at her team, showing a shinobi ability that many chunin still didn't have, and she was impressed with him. Kurenai on the other side, was impressed as well, but with the book he said he was reading, she became interested about it on the spot and figured that he could have a lot of books for her to read throughout the week. But most of all, both of them was thinking about his age and the fact that he is growing faster than them combined. Meanwhile, Genma was impressed with Naruto. Genma was smiling a lot, figuring that he would try to fight him in a fight to see if the rumors of him being able to break the wooden dummy at the age of 4, was in fact true or not. When they got outside, Naruto showed his little training ground and Team 2 was once again impressed to say the least. In the middle of the garden, there was 2 wooden dummies and they could see one with a hole between the chest area. Upon seeing further, they saw some leaves on the grass and asked Naruto why they were piled like that, and Naruto said that he was doing multiple chakra control exercise by spinning more than one leaf at the same time, much to Aoba's surprise. Needless to say, Team 2 was very lucky to get picked to this mission. Not only Naruto was a good host, but he wasn't a pain in the ass in comparison to the other times they had to babysit. On top of that, Naruto displayed a sense of humbleness, much to the surprise of the genins, who figured Naruto would be acting like the son of the Hokage, bossing around and saying that they should do what he said. Quite on the contrary, seeing that the Genin team would be training, he humbly asked if he could watch them train as well as participate if possible. Aoba already said that he would be training him as well, and Naruto was literally jumping with happiness, showing that he was eager to practice and train with Team 2. To say all of them was surprised, it was an understatement. Neither of them thought that this mission would be so cool, as well as the fact that they could train a lot. After a little tour from Naruto, he told them to feel at home and that he would be reading one of his books for a while. Kurenai, already seeing an opportunity to spend the week, asked if she could go with him to see his library and pick one to read, while Genma and Aoba would spar a little bit on the garden. Yuagao, for her instance, chose to practice some kenjutsu katas by herself for a little bit, since it was already getting dark, so they should all be inside the compound in case something happened. Meanwhile, inside Naruto's room, he and Kurenai was looking at Naruto's library with big smiles. Then, Naruto picked one on chakra control, while Kurenai picked the one of strategy and tactics. She learned from Naruto that his parents bought him lots of books for him to learn, and he was very thankful. Kurenai, for her instance, said Naruto was a very interested kid, seeing that his level of literature was very advanced for his age, and she didn't think twice about saying to him about it, resulting in a blushed Naruto and an amused Kurenai, thinking how cute the little blonde was, when he was embarrassed like that. A few hours later, everyone was having dinner together, eating what Naruto's mother left for them inside the freezer. They talked about all sorts of things. Well, actually Naruto was letting his curiosity all out and started asking about the many missions that Team 2 accomplished together, as well as each of the team's abilities. Needless to say, Naruto's eyes would wide every time Yuagao and Genma described their fights, while Kurenai was misleading the enemy. Naruto wasn't too happy to know about the first missions, as genins called the infamous D by the new appointed genins, seeing that they didn't involve any ninja skills or knowledge whatsoever. Seeing that the team would show Naruto the wrong idea about the D-ranked missions, Aoba decided to intervene, saying that these missions existed in order to improve teamwork among the genins, and that Konoha was well known throughout the shinobi land, because of the three-man cell like the legendary Sannin and the Inoshika-cho trio. Later, everyone went to sleep, and Aoba decided to take the room closer to Naruto's, since he would hear better and see if the enemy would try to appear. On the next day, Naruto was the first to wake up and start doing his routine exercises. He learned from his father the theory behind the gravity seal, and now he knows that in order for the seal to activate, one have to channel chakra through it, and the contrary for deactivating. Upon activated, Naruto felt his weight increase and felt his knees bend a little bit in order to get used to the extra weight. He only used it to train alone, but when he was sparring with Neji, he needed all the strength and speed he could get, because the Hyuga prodigy was always all out when they practiced. Once completed 30 laps around the compound with the seal on, he started practicing some advanced taijutsu moves on the dummy still with the gravity seal on. According to Naruto, this exercise was invigorating, and even though at the end of the training, he was sweating like a pig, he felt like he had no care in the world, just exhaust himself to the fullest. Upon entering the compound, so to have some breakfast, he saw that Aoba, Yuagao, Kurenai and Genma were getting up, and all of them looked at the sweating blonde, wondering just how stamina this boy has. Out of them, Aoba was generally the first to wake up, and all of them thought that their sensei didn't sleep at all, but seeing Naruto, Team 2 believed that the boy was actually a stamina freak, just like his mother called Naruto once to Minato, upon seeing a 4-year-old training himself to exhaustion and then continue after a 30-minute break. Now, another thing that only Kurenai and Yuagao saw was that Naruto was pretty buff for a 6-year-old kid. They had to focus very hard in order to see a little baby fat around the kid's body. "Oh man, that's good workout, I can tell you, it's invigorating," said Naruto, panting a little bit and showing a big smile, letting them know that training to him is like playing with toys or doing stuff kids should be doing at that age. "Wow, Naruto, your father told me you worked pretty hard, but I never thought you would be this hard as to wear a gravity seal on you, while training. Tell me, what do you do for, as you say, morning routine?" asked Aoba, seeing the fiery spirit and determination on the Hokage's son. "I start with 30 laps around the compound, following with 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, then 2 hours practicing taijutsu on the 2 training dummies as a way of fighting against 2 opponents, and all this with the gravity seal, which by the way increased my body weight up to 20, explained Naruto, only beginning his day. "After that, I take breakfast and I read a book on chakra control, Introduction to Jutsus and Strategy and Tactics. I also play shuji with my ka-san, and I practice jutsu and chakra control all afternoon." While Naruto was explaining his training, Team 2's eyes were wide and their jaws were down to their chest. Needless to say, they were impressed on the blonde's determination to be as strong as his father. Genma was more than eager to fight Naruto and see how well he fare in a fight, while Aoba was having daydreams of the perfect student in front of them. Kurenai decided to enhance her learning on genjutsus as well as creating new genjutsus that her creative mind was coming with, much to Naruto's joy. Naruto once thought about the concept of jutsus and was curious as to how they were created to begin with, so he wanted to be able to create jutsus, just like his father did with the Rasengan and the Hiraishin. After Naruto's break, Aoba decided to train Genma, Yuigao and his new apprentice for the week, Naruto. But first, he needed to see what Naruto's level was, so he called Genma for a spar match to see their level in taijutsu and in ninjutsu. To say that Naruto was happy it would be an understatement. He was smiling from ear to ear, from the thought of sparring against a Jinan. First, Genma thought he could go light with the blonde, seeing that he was 8 years younger than him, so he wouldn't go all out on this fight. Little did he know that Naruto already turned the gravity seal off and his speed had doubled since the first time he activated the gravity seal. When Aoba showed the authorization to start the fight, Genma charged Naruto to test his defenses. Genma started with some mid-level punches straight to Naruto's areas that would affect the opponent the most, like the spleen, the lungs, the face and side stomach. Since Naruto could see the speed of the attacks, he managed to defend himself, while attacking as well with his knees and feet on Genma's stomach and side stomach. Meanwhile, Yuigao and Aoba was seeing the spar with a smile. The boy had good moves and was faring well against Genma, even though he wasn't going all out. But Naruto, somehow, was faster now than before the last time he thought Neji, and he assumed it was because of the gravity seal, so he asked Genma to put up a notch a little bit, demonstrating guts towards a much older opponent. Hearing this, Genma decided to add ninjutsu to the fight, making some hand seals and exhaling a fireball with less power so to scare the boy a little. Naruto, seeing this, did one of the only jutsus he knew, and exchanged himself with a log that was stationed near them, vanishing from sight. Genma saw the kawarimi and congratulated Naruto on the fast thinking. "Okay, Naruto, that's enough, good job on the kawarimi. I can see that you're going to be a great shinobi once you grow up," said Aoba with pride, seeing the nod of Yuigao and Genma at the blonde. "So, Naruto, we're going to train on your chakra control during this week as well as teach you some jutsus. Now I understand that you already mastered the kawarimi no jutsu, as well as the henge no jutsu, am I right?" After a nod from Naruto, Aoba continued. "Okay, then, the Bunshin no jutsu would be logical sequence, then I'm going to teach you a D-rank jutsu which is very common amongst Jounin and Anbus. It's called Shunshin no jutsu. With it you can instantly vanish from where you were and appear on a different place within seconds. The farther you go the more chakra you need to do it. But it will be a very handy technique in case it happens again, won't it? Would I have enough skills for this jutsu? I mean, from what I read, this jutsu is pretty hard to do," said Naruto, not having enough confidence in his abilities. "The jutsu is easy to perform, it's just that the jutsu demands more chakra, so normally genins and low-level chunins could not do it since it takes a good load of chakra. But since your chakra amount is very high, I believe you can do it without much effort on your body. But first, I'm going to teach you a very advanced chakra control exercise. Now remember, Naruto, I don't want you to complete this exercise during this week, okay? This exercise is very hard to learn and will increase your chakra control exponentially. It's called tree climbing." "How is it that climbing trees would improve my chakra control?" said Naruto, remembering reading something about it on his book. "By channeling chakra through your feet, you can stick your feet and just go up the tree, like you're just walking. Look, I'll show you," said Aoba, as he was going up and down a tree nearby, while explaining how to channel the chakra properly. "Man, that's so cool." Aoba-sensei, how long did Genma-san and Yuigao-san took to learn this exercise?" said Naruto, pointing to the ones he mentioned that were having some light spar. Out of the 3 genins in Team 2, Kurenai was the first with the exercise, completing in 2 days, since her chakra control was better than the rest. Yuigao was second, finishing the exercise in 3 days and a half, and Genma was last, finishing in 4 days, but not only they are 8 years ahead of you, but they are also genins and their chakra control is way better than you, even if yours is already amazing for a person your age. But then again, I don't want you to complete this week, instead I'll give you a deadline of 1 month to learn. The reason for so long is for you to focus on the E-rank jutsus as well as the Shunshin, and another reason is for you to fully grasp the concept of a better chakra control, by constantly and steadily improving yourself, and I assure you that by the end of the month, you will be able to finish without even thinking about it. Now let's see how you fare on your first try." Upon hearing the authorization, Naruto tried focusing chakra on his feet and ran towards the tree, being able to stick to it and making 2 steps before he was blown off from high usage of chakra. When he looked at his sensei, Aoba was scratching his head asking for apologies, since he forgot to explain that if the ninja used too much chakra, well, that happened, and if it was too little chakra, his feet wouldn't stick, making him fall in the process. Needless to say, Naruto was slightly annoyed about being blown up, because of his sensei's lack of information about the exercise. Man, that hurt. Oi Aoba sensei, a little more advice would be nice, over here? Shouted Naruto at his teacher. Sorry, Naruto-kun. But even though you know how to do it, does not mean that you will stop falling on your butt like that. Once you'll be able to stick your feet and go up a few times, then you'll stop falling like that. If you don't want to fall again like that, try training evasion techniques. When you feel that you are about to fall, just use the tree for impulse and balance to land on your feet. Explained Aoba, earning a little grin from Naruto's face. Well, at least Naruto was sure he could not fall on her butt anymore, since evasion techniques was very used as a defense from Naruto's taijutsu. The day went by and Naruto had only improved up to 4 steps before he had to do the evasion technique and landed tired from trying. Aoba, upon seeing this, told Naruto to stop for the day and focus on mastering the Bunshin no Jutsu. Because of Naruto's abnormal chakra capacity and difficulty to use the little chakra needed for the jutsu. When he performed the jutsu, the clone appeared lying on the floor all dead and without consistency. When Aoba asked him to do it again, the same result happened. Upon seeing this, Aoba sighed and crossed his head. He has never seen anything like this. He actually tried to think of something to help the young prodigy, but he couldn't think of anything. He was already admitting defeat and therefore saying that Naruto's chakra control need to improve first, when all of a sudden Yugao decided to help. Aoba-sensei, what about the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, said Yugao, smiling to the blonde and seeing that Aoba was dumbfounded for the fact that one of his genins just mentioned a B-ranked kinjutsu that happened to be sealed inside the Forbidden Scroll. Yugao, how do you know the Kage Bunshin? It's supposed to be a forbidden technique. Turned Aoba, actually thinking about his genin's idea for Naruto. My dad mentioned once to me, but he said that it consumes lots of chakra, but Naruto-kun may be able to do it. And this technique was sealed inside the Forbidden Scroll just because of the chakra consumption, not because it's dangerous. Yugao explained and smiled upon seeing the big smile and eagerness that Naruto was displaying once he heard it from the purple-head genin. Wow, thank you Yugao-san. Aoba-sensei, please let me try once. If it really consumes my chakra like you say it does, then I'll never do it again, until I complete the tree training exercise. Negotiated Naruto. Okay Naruto, I'll teach you, but you'll have to focus on your chakra control even though you can make the Kage Bunshin, got it? Chakra control, it's a good ally in battles, but it's also the worst enemy, if you don't learn how to control it and waste a lot of chakra in the process. Okay, now the Kage Bunshin is the same principle as the Bunshin, but there are 2 differences. First is that you have to use much more chakra, and second is that you don't have to focus on an image of yourself, but rather focus on your entire body, since a Kage Bunshin has everything you has, from organs to chakra coils. The technique only needs this seal that I'm showing you with my hands. Now try it. Naruto then focused the way he focused on the Bunshin, but now without feeling the need to contain a little bit. He did the necessary seal and screamed Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. What appeared after the cloud of smoke, much to the utter surprise of everyone counting Aoba, Kurenai, Genma, and Yugao, 4 Kage Bunshins appeared and started a little chorus, singing I did it multiple times. Not only Naruto managed to be ranked jutsu, but he also was jumping in a crazy way, as if he still had tons of energy to stand, jump and do stuff. Needless to say that Naruto managed to do the technique, without suffering strain on his body. Aoba was the first one who managed to speak. Okay, Naruto, keep it down please, my ears are killing me. Now, since you managed to do this technique, you already have a clone technique at your arsenal, let's rest for today. Genma, let's see first if you manage the Katen Houseka no Jutsu, Fire Style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, and the Katen ga Iakyuu no Jutsu, Fire Style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Hi Aoba-sensei, screamed Genma as he was doing the hand seals needed for the Gukakyuu no Jutsu and spilled a huge fireball of his mouth up to the air. Good job, now the next one. Instructed Aoba. Katen Houseka no Jutsu, screamed Genma again, as he did the necessary hand seals, spilling small fireballs in different directions. Good work, Genma-san. Now let's head inside the compound for dinner. Just as Aoba was about to touch the door, something was amiss. For instance, the door was in front of him, but his hands passed straight by, giving the impression of an illusion. Seeing that, Aoba remembered about the Snicker member of his team who was falling in love with Jinjutsus. Kai, said Aoba, dispelling the genjutsu kurenai casted on the door, as well as looking at the face of the female illusionist in front of him, smirking as she mastered yet a new genjutsu technique. See, sensei, I mastered the kokoi no jutsu, illusion technique, false surroundings. Said Kurenai, smiling like crazy. So, I saw. Good job, Kurenai. Now let's head inside, I guess everyone is hungry, especially Naruto. Said Aoba, hearing Naruto's stomach manifesting and Naruto putting his hand behind his head in embarrassment, making Team 2 take a little rise out of the blonde. He. Sorry about that, I guess the cage bunshine just quadruplicated my hunger. Now, my mom will be worried. She usually sighs seeing what I eat by myself, imagine 4 times, I bet she would crumble to the floor. Said Naruto scratching his head. He, don't worry about that, Naruto-kun. I bet your Ka-san would be worried at first, but seeing that you are the Yondaime's son and a stamina freak, she will just add 2 and 2 together. Said Aoba, grinning a bit. After some time, they all went to sleep. 2 hours later, a blonde was seen on the compound's main living room, just staring outside at his preferred sight of his life. The full moon. No matter what trouble Naruto was in, the full moon always managed to calm him enough as to clear his mind off of things. Since the day of the kidnapping occurred until his dad came to the rescue along with his surrogate brother, Naruto was through a lot of thoughts. Why they wanted me? My father explained that because he was the key in Konoha's victory at the last shinobi great war against Iwa, but still why are they after me? All these thoughts were passing by Naruto every day. The moon's light was so beautiful and he couldn't help but stare at it with wide eyes. Since the first time he turned to watch it, he became hypnotized at the sight. It was spectacular. The light managed to bright a good portion of Konoha and bring peace as much as the sun did. To Naruto this was a sight to be behold. Actually every day that the moon is like this, Naruto just couldn't sleep and get past such beautiful sight. He remembered his father comparing him to wolves, since like them Naruto became hypnotized by it. Meanwhile, Yuagao was struggling on her bead. She just couldn't sleep at all. Seeing Naruto so advanced at such an early age, triggered a sense of competition with the boy. Funny, a 14-year-old kunoichi competing with a 6-year-old Jinan wannabe. But she did. It was the second day of the mission, slowly turning the third day, and she could see Naruto managing a technique that she tried at first when her father taught her, only to fail miserably, because of the fact that her chakra reserve weren't as big as Naruto or any Chunin/Jounin for that matter. After some struggle, she sighed and went out of bed. As she put some clothes, she went downstairs to see if she could grab a glass of water or some milk to help her sleep. Upon reaching the kitchen, she noticed the moonlight bright the living room and was surprised to see her competition just staring at the full moon. Who the hell is this kid? Why can't he act like he's supposed to act? Like a child? Play toys or something? He trains himself to exhaustion all the time. He looks at the full moon instead of sleeping. Who are you, Namikaze Naruto? While she was caught in wonders, Naruto heard a noise coming from the kitchen and turned to see Yuagao looking at him lost in thoughts. Seeing this, he couldn't help but sigh, remembering she had the same look as his mother had when she first saw him staring at it. You know, Yuagao-san, you have the same look as my Ka-san had when she first saw me staring at the full moon like I was doing before you came in. Said Naruto as he watched Yuagao come back for her wonderings, and he gave a genuine smile at her. Sorry Naruto-kun, I was just caught in wonderings about something. Why aren't you sleeping? You'll need to restore your energy for tomorrow's training, asked Yuagao, right now looking at his eyes and once again flabbergasted. His eyes were different than the one she was familiarized with. This set was different from the one she saw on the Yondaime's eyes and Naruto's eyes before. This one were brighter than the old ones. It was even more beautiful than before. Brighter than ever. Sorry for waking you, Yuagao-san, but every full moon I come here to watch it. It's the best sight ever and I can't stop looking at it. My father once compared me to wolves, since out of the animals, wolves are the ones who enjoy the full moon. Every time I look at it, I forget everything that's bad in my life and I can't help but feel secure when looking at it. Said Naruto, not once taking his eyes off the full moon. It's okay, Naruto-kun, I was the one that couldn't sleep anyway. Naruto-kun, I can't help but feel threatened about you. Said Yuagao, thinking of the right words to describe the reason of her being out of bed. Threatened? Did I do something to you, Yuagao-san? I don't recall hurting you, and if I somehow did, I'm very sorry about it. Said Naruto, now worried, taking his eyes off the moon and looking at the purple-haired Jinan with worry. What? No, it's not that, Naruto-kun, it's just that you're just 6 years old and you're so much ahead for your age, that I couldn't help but want to compete with you. Idiot stupid. Yuagao was hitting her head inside. She didn't want to put it this way to a 6-year-old infant, she didn't want it for him to think she was insane. A rivalry with me, Yuagao-san? But you're much stronger than I am. I watched your kenjutsu and believe me, I don't want to get hit by such strikes. Said Naruto. Thank you, Naruto-kun, but if you with 6-year-old, were able to do a technique that I couldn't do with 14, that means you are pretty strong yourself. I'm sorry, but I can't help but want to compete with you. You're the first one that I thought about measuring my ninja abilities with. Rivalry is very good for ninjas to grow stronger and better, Yuagao-san, but what about Genma-san? He is pretty capable. Said Naruto, trying to calm Yuagao, but to no avail, since he saw her nod her head in a negative manner. Genma is very strong and a capable ninja as well, but he is my age. The Katen jutsus that you saw him doing was his first high-level ninjutsus. You managed to be ranked ninjutsu with just 6 years old. Please don't take me the wrong way, Naruto-kun, but I want to be considered your rival, if it's okay with you? Said Yuagao. Do you really want this, Yuagao-san? I mean, I would be glad to be your rival, but are you really sure you want to? Asked Naruto. Yes, I do. In fact, we can train together, why do you say, Naruto-kun, with my kenjutsu/ninjutsu against your taijutsu/ninjutsu, it would be beneficial for both of us. I would get stronger and you would get faster. Let's try at least for this week, why do you say? Yuagao said, almost sounding like begging for training from a 6-year-old boy. Okay, Yuagao-san. Said Naruto, giving up trying to understand why the hell does she want to train with a 6-year-old boy. On the third day, Naruto went out of bed and dressed up his training gear. He thought about Yuagao's moves and he was dead frightened. But on the other side, he was eager to start. The only rival he had was Neji, and even though Neji is very strong, Naruto didn't want to be proficient against the Byakugan. So, he increased his routine as well as pumped a little more chakra through the gravity seal, increasing his body weight as well. After some running around and some exercises, Naruto was more tired than before. When he started his taijutsu exercises, he felt the weight get in the way a little bit, but because of Yuagao's challenge, he began hurting the wooden dolls like never before for a good 30 minutes, until it was time for breakfast. Upon arrival, surprisingly, a purple-haired Jinan was the first one to wake up, well, second since Naruto was the first. When the rivals saw each other, a little spark could be felt in the air, showing that their little spar would be happening soon. After a quick breakfast from Naruto and Yuagao, they went to the training area and got into their respective fight positions. Instantly, Naruto made 3 cage bunshines and started attacking Yuagao, who took off her katana and managed to dodge the joint attack of one of the clones and strike the second one, taking him out and vanish in a puff of smoke. Seeing Yuagao's speed, Naruto had to took his weights off. Doing that, he started feeling weird. He was lighter than ever and he could very well see her movements as she was taking care of the last clone. But what happened next pretty much scared him the most. Right after the clone vanished, images of Yuagao and clones fight appeared in his mind like he was fighting Yuagao. Naruto never was able to wonder about what happened, as he saw his opponent closing on him, placing her sword in a way as to slash through him with a diagonal movement. He was caught off his thoughts and got out of the way of the slash just as it was coming, surprising Yuagao. Since they were close, Naruto started attacking Yuagao with the same mercy as he had with the wooden dolls. Yuagao, as she was trying to block Naruto's punches with the sword's holder, was excited as hell. Naruto was fighting well against her. Yes, I knew he would be strong, I knew it. Come on, Naruto-kun, let's continue this fight. Aoba was the first to arrive to the scene and was surprised to see Naruto and Yuagao equally trading blows. Naruto was punching hard and Yuagao defended with her holster. Yuagao was slicing her sword and Naruto was dodging and evading. It was beautiful to watch those two. Then he was able to see Naruto doing seals faster than before, just as Yuagao was about to hurt him, cutting a log instead. Yuagao saw the log cut in half and smiled frantically. Naruto was the first fight she ever had and he would be even better with time, as will she. When she turned to see Naruto a few meters behind, she grinned and bowed to him. I was right about you, Naruto-kun, you are strong, better than I took you to be. We have to do this again. I was able to train close-range kenjutsu with you and your speed increased as well. Just like I told you. Yuagao said, feeling better about herself by the minute. You're right, Yuigao-san, this was much fun, I really enjoyed it. This fight showed me just how much I need to train harder. Even though something tells me you're much stronger than that. Said Naruto. Just a little bit more, actually. But with the pace that you are growing, you'll surpass me in no time, my rival. Said Yuigao, feeling proud of herself, since she discovered what her dad said to her a while ago. Flashback on. Yuigao and her father were training in kenjutsu and evasion techniques, well more like Minato was beating the shit out of Yuigao, but it was with a wooden sword, still hurt as hell. Shit, why can't I hit you, To-san? You're too fast. Yuigao-chan, don't be silly, I have 10 times more experience than you, plus I know all there is to know about our style, while you only learned a few katas. Trust your father on this, Yuigao-chan, it'll be a while before you can hit me. But I don't expect you to beat your old man, at least not right now. Said Minato with a smile. I know that, To-san, but you're the only one I can test my abilities with. The academy didn't bring me a challenge and the fellow genins do not have the skills necessary. I have only you to measure my level. Said Yuigao looking down in shame. Yuigao-chan, if you really want to test your skills, you have to find someone who can measure up to your abilities. You find yourself a rival. Said Minato, remembering of a certain Anbu captain. In fact, Yuigao-chan, you don't have to be the same age. Let me tell you a story of a child prodigy that I had the privilege to know back in Anbu duty. His name is Hatake Kakashi, a genius. He was your age when he became a jounin and a year after that, he joined Anbu. Back then, I was best fighter in Anbu and I was just as you are now, in search of someone to whom I could test my skills with. Since Kakashi's record was practically common knowledge, everyone was talking about him, so I challenged him to a spar. I tell you, Yuigao-chan, that spar entered in the Anbu headquarters history as one of the most beautiful fights they've ever witnessed. But something happened since that day with me and Kakashi, we didn't stop growing as ninjas, both of us got stronger, both of us became faster. But since I was older than him, the time was the winning factor and I just didn't have the strength to continue with the rivalry. 3 years after I retired from ninja duty, Kakashi was released and become a full-time jounin, since today, doing missions for the village. Do you know, Yuigao-chan, that the Yondaime was Kakashi's jounin sensei? Yes, he was. So, all you need to do in order to grow stronger is to find yourself a rival, finished Minato. I will try, To-san, and then when I'm strong enough, I'll challenge you again. Flashback off. To-san, I did it. I found my rival just like you found Kakashi-san, thought Yuigao, looking at the sky. Suddenly, Aoba arrived clapping his hands at the magnificent display of ninja skills between Yuigao and Naruto. Congratulations, you too. Naruto, how did you get so fast all of a sudden? Well, since Yuigao defeated my clones with much ease, I had to take the gravity seal off, so I could fight her with all my speed and agility. Said Naruto, pointing to the seal place at his chest. Oh, I see. So, Yuigao, tell me what about Naruto's skills and did I heard correctly? Did you consider Naruto to be your rival? Said Aoba, flabbergasted that out of all strong genins that graduated, Naruto, a 6-year-old boy, could be Yuigao's only rival. As to your first question, Aoba-sensei, Naruto's skills with taijutsu and agility was very good for his age, as is his ninjutsu skills. Now as to the rival thing, you heard right, Aoba-sensei, Naruto was the first one that I was able to test my abilities with. And I'm really looking forward to having another fight with you again, Naruto-kun, someday. So you better train harder, because I'll be training harder as well. Said Yuigao. Next time, I'll win, Yuigao-san. Challenged Naruto with a wide grin, pointing his fist with all might to the purple-haired rival. We'll see about that, Naruto-kun. Smiled Yuigao. After Yuigao settled for another position to update her training program, she reached 2 scrolls, one from her father and the other from Aoba. The one from her father included some kenjutsu katas, of course. But the one from Aoba included ninjutsus. So far, Yuigao's elemental ninjutsu is none, so Aoba made a scroll of C-rank non-elemental jutsu, such as the Kage Shuriken no Jutsu, Shadow Shuriken Jutsu, and the Kunai Shuriken no Jutsu, Shadow Kunai Jutsu. Meanwhile, Naruto was trying the tree walking exercise but with the gravity seal back on. This time, he managed up to 10 feet and like Aoba said, Naruto was improving in a steady manner, fully grasping the concept of the exercise. Naruto, come here, it's time for you to learn the Shunshin no Jutsu. Actually, the concept is pretty easy, but the real key to this exercise is chakra amount. In order to do this technique, the ninja must focus on a specific place to be. For instance, if you are to go to your room, you'll have to imagine yourself inside that room. Once that's done, focus a considerable amount of chakra and, voila! Said Aoba, vanishing in a swirl of leaves and appearing behind Naruto in less than a second. Wow, it's very cool. Yes it is, now you try. For the first time, try imagining yourself in front of the same tree you practice tree walking, imagine yourself staring at it. For the jutsu to work, all of the place's surroundings and your sight position must be put into consideration. For instance, if you want to go in front of the tree, you have to imagine yourself looking at the tree as well. Now try. Explained Aoba. In order to do the technique, Naruto closed his eyes so he can imagine what it would be like standing in front of the tree, as his sensei told. At first, it was difficult since he never thought of looking at the tree before, so he would play a creative game and just figure that out. Once done, he started to focus almost the same amount of chakra needed for 4 shadow clones, and suddenly a swirl of leaves appeared below him and he vanished, only to appear with his face smashed through the tree with great intensity, almost breaking his nose because of the impact. Very good, Naruto, but tell me you didn't imagine yourself smashing your face at the tree, now did you? Said Aoba, trying his best not to laugh at the picture. What? Do you think I take pleasure in hurting myself? Have you gone mental? Exploded Naruto. Sorry, he. Now try to stare at the tree from a certain distance, then try it again, you almost nailed it, if it wasn't for the fact that you almost broke your nose. Laughed Aoba. I'll show him what to laugh about, just you wait, Aoba sensei mumbled Naruto, before staring the tree and trying again. On the second try, Naruto appeared only centimeters from the tree, almost hitting his nose again, but he already showed improvement, nonetheless. At his 5th try, he managed to do the technique and appear a good distance from the tree, staring at her, just like he pictured in his head. Good work, Naruto-kun. Now, from today until the last day of this week, we'll be practicing the Sunshine no Jutsu until you master it. You'll be appearing in almost every place of the house. Now, apart from that, we are focusing on increasing your stamina and your chakra control. Now I know your stamina is very high for a person your age, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't train stamina. But Aoba sensei, what about my morning routine? Don't they count as stamina training? Yes they do. But we'll practice other exercises that can improve that area as well. Like, for example, expand your chakra amount by the constant usage of it, and when you restore it the other day, your chakra level would increase. Explained Aoba. Now, let's do the Sunshine again. With that, Naruto practiced the Sunshine until the end of the 3rd day, until Naruto had to be carried to his room by Genma because of a little chakra exhaustion and a little dizziness from doing the Sunshine so many times. So, Team 2 was alone for the first time and they had dinner without Naruto this time. Aoba sensei, aren't you pushing Naruto too hard? He is just 6 and he had his first chakra exhaustion too early in his life, asked Kurenai, a little worried about the little boy. I know I am, Kurenai-san. But I am under orders from the Yondaime to better prepare him so he can take care of himself when another kidnapping attempt is to be made. I sometimes wonder if Naruto ever intended to have a normal life. All I see of him is either studying or training. Of course it's good to do all that, it's more important for a boy to be just a boy. But I'm not his father. Sighed Aoba since he didn't want to see a 6-year-old training to death, even before the academy. No, Aoba sensei, he likes to play too. When I go to his room and pick a book to read, sometimes I see him playing with his toys. Now I wonder, is Naruto doing this for him or to live up to his father's expectations? Asked Kurenai, while Genma nodded, wanting to ask the same question. From what the Yondaime told me, Naruto does all that for him. Naruto said to him that training to be a ninja is one of the most enjoyable things he does. His father only taught him how to use chakra and the rest he learned from books and all. Explained Aoba. Yuigao, who was eating quietly, since she didn't have questions about that anymore. Naruto was like her. They wanted to be strong, they wanted to be good as shinobi. The only problem Yuigao had was that Naruto had an early start and was advancing far greater than she imagined. While listening to the other, talking about Naruto's apparent loss of childhood, she was trying to come up with a new training, perhaps even start on elemental training. Meanwhile, all the other 3 was staring at Yuigao since they wanted to know her perspective, but they found her lost in wonderings, probably about what they said about Naruto. Yuigao-chan, how about you? What do you think about Naruto? Asked Kurenai to her friend, waking her up from her trance. Oh, you said something, Kurenai-chan? I asked, what do you think about Naruto's death training at an early age? Asked Kurenai again, a little enraged. Oh, well, I wouldn't worry about it so much, Kurenai-chan. The boy likes to train, big deal. There are lots of shinobi that started their careers sooner. Hatake Kakashi, a friend of my father, became Jonin when he was Naruto's age. Itachi Uchiha as well. Said Yuigao, getting back to her dinner. The conversation went on and ended with Yuigao showing her defeat and going to her bedroom, so everybody followed suit and went to their rooms. On the next day, Naruto woke up and looked at the clock a little surprised. It was already 12 p.m. He remembered Aoba sensei saying to him about chakra exhaustion and how the person had rest to reinstate his chakra level, but Naruto never sensed that before. After he did the last out of 10 sunshines, he literally collapsed on the ground, not even remembering how he ended up sleeping on his bed. When he looked outside, he saw Team 2 already training, so he activated the gravity seal, grabbed his training clothes and went downstairs. Upon reaching the garden, he was greeted by Team 2 who were training. Genma and Yuigao were sparing while Aoba and Kurenai were as well. As Naruto turned his eyes on his rival's fight, he noticed that she was somehow holding back more than with him, and so he knew why she thought of him as her rival instead of Genma. As he was running to meet his sensei, Aoba ended the fight and asked Naruto to relax today, in order to completely restore the chakra capacity up to the standard level. With that, Naruto's chakra and stamina would grow as his body was healing from all the training he made so far. But Naruto wasn't entirely happy about that. Well, actually, he wasn't happy at all. He wanted to train, but then he remembered not ever having a day off from his training and relaxed a little bit. Okay, then, Aoba sensei, it has been some time since I stopped to meditate some time. By doing this, I rest while I practice a little bit of chakra control. If you need me, I'll be near that tree. Said Naruto, pointing to a tall tree on the other side of the training ground. Okay, Naruto. Said Aoba. With that, Naruto reached the designated tree and just seated in meditative position as well as closing his eyes, so as to clear his mind first. Meanwhile, Yuigao and Genma was taking a break and catching their breath. But Yuigao was watching Naruto close his eyes in that weird position and became confused beyond level. Now that's a first. A person like Naruto meditating. I wonder how can he possess such stamina and just sit there doing nothing at all. I would be with cramps by just sitting there for 10 minutes, and he was already going up to 30 minutes. As usual, full of surprises. Thought Yuigao, while grinning towards her rival. Aoba, even while sparring with Kurenai, managed to see that Yuigao was looking at Naruto with a confused look on her face, and he laughed a bit. Motioning for Kurenai to stop the attack for a while, turned to Yuigao. What's the matter, Yuigao? Wonder what Naruto is doing? Actually, yes. I was wondering how the hell a stamina freak such as Naruto could stand being on that weird position for such a time. Said Yuigao, never taking her eyes off Naruto. You see, Yuigao, the Yondaime told me that Naruto, at the beginning of his training exercise, did meditation a lot. Actually, he quite liked it. By doing that, Naruto managed to focus chakra through any part of his body. But according for what I was told, Naruto for the most part, focused chakra through his ears. Why the ears, Aoba sensei? Asked Kurenai, demonstrating quite interest on Naruto's meditation exercise. Suddenly when Aoba was about to answer Kurenai's question, Naruto beat him to it, screaming the answer, because even though he was far from Team 2, with this exercise, he could actually hear a needle fall. The reason why I focus the chakra through my ear is to train my hearing senses as well as listen to little noises that nature make that normally no one would identify. Said Naruto, still with his eyes closed, smirking since he heard the entire conversation. That's one good way to make excuses for eavesdrop, Naruto-kun. Laughed Yuigao. Hey, sorry about that, Yuigao-san. I can assure you that hearing your conversation about me wasn't my intention, but since you're talking about me, I guess that wouldn't be a problem, now wouldn't it? Asked Naruto mischievously, much to Yuigao's contempt, knowing a new feature from her rival, he was a smartass. Okay, Naruto-kun, let's head inside. But first, I want to talk to you about something. It's regarding your future as a ninja. Said Aoba, earning everyone's attention including Naruto since he was in fact with his enhanced hearing. My future as a ninja? What does that mean, Aoba sensei? Asked Naruto, now lifting from his sitting position and started walking towards the sunglass jounin. I figured it was nice to share with you some of the experience you'll be acquiring as your life progresses. So let's head inside for lunch and all of us can have a little insight conversation. Okay, oh that reminded me Kurenai-san, I was thinking about buying a new book for my collection. The ones I have, I already read, well at least the ones I'm able to learn, anyway. Maybe after lunch, we can go to a library that opened near here. Asked Naruto with a goofy smile, showing just how much his father rubbed on him. Now this caught everyone's attention. Did Naruto ask me on a date? Kurenai, Naruto, you dog you, Genma, / now, that I didn't see it coming, Naruto-kun, you never cease to amaze me, Yuagao. Quite direct, don't you think, Naruto-kun, Aoba. Now, after noticing everybody staring at him with questioning looks, Naruto pounded his head, thinking he said something really stupid, but then he thought against it, remembering his words and wondering why the hell they were staring at him for. Is there something on my face, for you all to look at me like that? Naruto asked, blushing a little bit because of the attention. Oh, it's nothing, Naruto-kun, but tell me why you invited me in the first place? Asked Kurenai, still not believing that a little kid just sort of asked her out. Well, since you seem to like reading so much, I figured that if I asked Yuagao-san, she wouldn't like to go and Genma wouldn't either. Said Naruto in defense. Oh, and wouldn't I enjoy it, Naruto-kun? Said Yuagao trying to tease Naruto a little bit, since she wanted to see him blush again. Oh it's nothing, Yuagao-san, I just figured that since you didn't bother to take a look at any of the books, I figured that you were more for practical stuff instead of theoretical stuff, said Naruto, blushing again, much to Yuagao's amusement, finding a new hobby for her, making Naruto blush. That's enough, Yuagao. Stop teasing Naruto. Kurenai, if you don't want to go with Naruto, I'll go with him, while you guys can rest a little bit. Said Aoba, in defense of Naruto. Spoilsport mumbled Yuagao, much to Kurenai's amusement. She never said that she wouldn't go, it was just that the invitation was a bit sudden and completed unexpected. It's okay, Aoba-sense. I'll go with him. Don't worry, I may find some new books on genjutsu as well. Okay, Naruto-kun, I'll go. After a nod with a smile from Naruto, they started lunch as well as Aoba's little conversation idea. Well, more like a monologue of his experience as a ninja. Aoba was telling them that since he was raised a little before the last war ended, so the circumstances were different from today, but he told them anyway. He started telling about his Jinan days, then the Chunin exams when his first kill occurred and the Yondaime gave him a couple of days off in order to be able to cope with the idea of continue on being a shinobi. Aoba was focusing more on this part, since being a ninja for a village meant doing missions for the village and certain missions involved killing certain individuals that normally you didn't have to. Then, he told them about his once dream to become a part of Onbu, but he discharged the idea when one of his closest friends was killed on his first mission as Onbu. Aoba told them that he was instated as a jounin soon after and then was assigned to teach Team 2. Wow, Aoba-sensei, how did you cope with your first kill? Asked Naruto, clearly being the most interested of the audience that was listening to Aoba's little biography as a ninja. It was my sensei at the time. His name is Hyuga Hisachi. He was the one that told me that killing the first time was hard and that the second one was obviously the hardest. Said Aoba, getting a nod from all present. Naruto, even though was only 6-year-old, and normally wouldn't be able to grasp the reason why the second kill was any different than the first one. But the fact is that some of Naruto's books were written by retired shinobi, who described their life as well. Anyway, Hisachi-sensei made me realize that I only killed because the enemy attacked me. You see, back then, I thought I was a killer, a murderer. But sensei literally slapped me with a juken, so to beat some sense into me and tell me that if that was true then every ninja in this village would be a homicidal maniac. Said Aoba, laughing, since he remembered how his face was hurting because of the juken hit that time. Hisashi-sama slapped you with the juken, why? Asked Naruto, mentally imagining the scene. It was his way to beat some sense into people, I guess. But that hurt a lot. Well, that was my story. The reason why I talked about it, it's because children usually dream of the chance of being ninjas and perform what they would say kick-ass missions. But being a ninja is no game, Naruto-kun. I've seen many young genins losing their lives, thinking they were the strongest man alive and now they're dead because they underestimated just what it means to be a ninja. Now I'm not telling you that a ninja has to be emotionless in battle. It's actually one of the shinobi rules. Always control your emotions when in a mission. I just wanted to let you know this before going through with it. Aoba-sensei, I know about all of this, Well, I don't know actually. But some of the books I read were histories from retired shinobis and their lives as ninjas. The one I enjoyed the most was from a man named Jiraiya. Yeah, according to the book, he was the dead last of his Jinan class and ended up being on the legendary Sannin along with a woman named Tsunade and a snake-like man named Orochimaru. Said Naruto, much to Aoba's smirk, learning that Naruto was telling about his father's sensei. Is this the same Jiraiya that wrote those orange books that have been circulating around practically all men around Konoha, Aoba-sensei? Asked Kurenai, already fuming at the mention of the perverted writer, who poisoned the mind of practically every male individual in Konoha. Unfortunately, yes Kurenai-san, he is. Sighed Aoba, remembering one of his friends Raiden that was pretty much blabbering about scenes of the book named Icha Icha. Well, Naruto-kun, shall we go to the library? I want to see if a new book on Genjutsu arrived. Asked Kurenai, eager to go to the library. Do you think that they have books on Kenjutsu, Naruto-kun? I was thinking on developing my own style, said Yuigao, earning some wide eyes from Kurenai. I think they have. Do you want to come as well, Yuigao-san? How about I race you there? Oh, and no shunshine allowed. Challenged Yuigao, smiling from seeing Naruto smiling and then mumbling soon after. Okay, then, the library is a few blocks to the right. Kurenai-san, want to race too, it will be fun. Said Naruto smiling. After receiving a nod, Naruto released his gravity seal and the three of them rushed out of the house and jumped to the first rooftop available. Since Yuigao and Kurenai had more experience jumping from rooftops, Naruto at first was getting behind. Seeing that he was losing the race, since the library was coming into view faster, he channeled the most chakra he could at the moment through his feet and got a big impulse, getting only inches distant from the two girls, who smiled upon seeing him landing 1 second later than them in front of the academy. Inside, Naruto was mumbling a little bit, after losing the race, but the sight before him managed to put a smile on Naruto. He was in front of the biggest ninjutsu scrolls section of his life and he was drooling. Naruto once remembered his father telling him not to buy strong jutsu scrolls since he was very young and inexperienced with such a thing. But he chose to defy his father, taking a book that was saying Kaze Elemental Ninjutsu. Upon grabbing the book, something strange happened and a little gust of wind flew to Naruto's face. Upon asking the vendor, the man said that the author put a little seal on the cover to identify people that had wind affinity. At first, Naruto didn't understand, but bought the book, excited about having a wind affinity, whatever that meant. Kurenai couldn't find her book but Yuigao bought 2 books written by a Konoha's Kenjutsu master back at the time of the Shodaime and the Nidaime's era. For someone who didn't like to read books, she was giggling like a little school girl, running though all the possibilities of her creating a new Kenjutsu style, that was based on her father's Kenjutsu. Even though she had to learn all her dad's katas, she was sure that she wanted to create her own, just like her dad did with his. As soon as they arrived the compound, Naruto rushed to his room to some quiet reading as well as satisfy his never-ending curiosity to grasp the entire book, but since his father warned him about ninjutsu at such an early age, he considered taking it slow, just like the tree-walking exercise. The book gave a little introduction on the author as well as some knowledge about Kaze ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Yuigao was beginning to grasp the reason why Naruto and Kurenai were so eager to read new books. This one had some images of well-known Kenjutsu styles as well as a wide description of the moves and katas. Kurenai, on the other hand, was fuming in anger. She didn't find any books she liked and she didn't have what to do, so she went up to Naruto's room to see if he had a book she could read that didn't involve things she already mastered. "Excuse me Naruto-kun, may I come in?" Asked Kurenai, after knocking on the door to let Naruto know she was there. "Of course, Kurenai-san, what can I do for you?" "I was wondering if you could borrow a book for me to read, I really need something to keep my mind on and mine I already finished," said Kurenai, with a bit of sadness running through her voice as well as her face. "Well, what I have you pretty much already nailed at the academy. But since I will be so caught up with the book I bought today, you can read the one I was reading about tactics and strategy. Here, take it. It's a very good book. He traps you and once you begin to read it, you will be eager to read more, the stories are written so to catch the reader's interest from the beginning," said Naruto smiling a bit from his own memories, never letting go of such book for a while. "Gee, thanks. I'll read right away," said Kurenai, sitting close to a table inside Naruto's bedroom, much to Naruto's surprise, since she was sitting in his room to read the book instead of going to the living room like other times. The 4th day went by pretty quick and everyone went to sleep. On the next day, since Naruto was with his chakra and energy restored, he He woke up early and proceeded to his exercises on the training ground. After that, he started his new taijutsu training. This time, Naruto summoned 2 shadow clones to work as sparring partners, instead of relying on the wooden dummies. Upon asking from the 2 to fight him, each of them went to identical stances, since they were all the same person, and the 2 clones went to attack Naruto at the same time. Seeing this, Naruto shunshined out of the way and appeared on the clone's back to strike forward with a swift kick, but was blocked by the first clone when the second clone came charging Naruto, aiming a punch at his face, only for Naruto to perform a kawarimi and appear a log instead. On this time, Naruto with a roundhouse kick managed to hit the first clone, making him vanish in a puff of smoke, leaving only 1 clone to handle. Suddenly, the clone channeled chakra through his feet and appeared in front of Naruto really fast, shortening Naruto's time of response by quickly blocking his face from a very strong punch that would seriously hurt him. After some blows exchanged between the Narutos, the real one was able to feel the adrenaline inside his body and he was feeling better than before. When the clone tried to kick the real one, Naruto ducked and did a low lick, hitting the clone's legs, winning the battle. Wow, that was awesome, but maybe tomorrow I could try to take on 3 clones. Meanwhile, Aoba was seeing the whole thing proudly of little Gaki's progress. As he was lost in wonderings, he never saw Naruto managing to go up to half the tree before having to evade and land on his feet in safety. Being on time with his routine, Naruto shunshined inside the living room and appeared inside out of the blue, scaring Kurenai, who was holding a side dish. "Naruto-kun, don't do that, you almost gave me a heart attack," said Kurenai, catching her breath a little bit. "Sorry there Kurenai-san, I was just practicing the shunshine," said Naruto, scratching his hair, grinning a little bit. "Oh, I see you're almost mastering the shunshine, Naruto, good for you. That training of yours with the cage bunshine was a very good idea. With that, you can see your movements being performed in front of you and learn how to counterattack your own style, very ingenious," said Aoba, overestimating Naruto, since the little blonde didn't think about that at all. "Well, actually, Aoba-sensei, I never thought it like that. The reason why I did was to put some movements on my taijutsu partner, because the training dummies just don't do it for me anymore. But I'll think about what you said, Aoba-sensei," said Naruto, earning laugh from the other genins and an apologetic look by Aoba. Their afternoon went on with Yuagao and Genma sparring against Aoba and Kurenai in order for them to improve teamwork and learn how to work effectively with the partner. Meanwhile, Naruto was training in speed. By focusing chakra through his feet, he was running laps around the compound a couple of times, as well as doing a couple of dashes to left and to the right. After 20 laps, he was getting tired and a little dizzy, so he stopped to meditate some time. At night, Naruto started to read his book on Kaze, wind, ninjutsu. While going through the pages, he was literally imagining the words that he was reading in his mind and imagining him performing such techniques. He mumbled something about having to grasp at least water walking level chakra control in order to start doing chakra elemental manipulation, but he could learn what to do in theory, so he only had to practice what he learned when his control was to be good enough. Since Naruto discovered about his natural wind affinity, he decided that when he finished the tree walking exercise, he would jump right on the water walking exercise. Upon looking at the clock, he realized it was getting late, so he went to bed, not knowing that his worst fears would come barging on his door one more time. Close to Konoha's border. Close to one of Konoha's border, 4 Iwa Chunins and a Iwa Jounin were setting up camp. They were on a mission. The mission was to kidnap the Yellow Flash at all costs. Since the first mission went in disaster and the Hokage didn't want to start another war because of this, Iwa were putting all their efforts into this mission. They couldn't afford to go to another war against Konoha's Yellow Flash, since nowadays Konoha got themselves new legends like Sharingan no Kakashi as well as an Anbu captain by the name of Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, even though supposed to be an Anbu, his name spread wide across the ninja nations and got himself a considerable reputation. His team is famous since they were successful in every mission they encountered so far. Back with the Iwa team, each of them were resting, pretty confident that Konoha wouldn't suspect of their mission to kidnap the Hokage's son. Little did they know that not only Team 2 were protecting Naruto but also a seal that was secretly placed inside the compound that would alert an Anbu team that was taking place near the house. Near the Namikaze compound. A couple miles away from the Namikaze compound, a team of Anbu officials were guiding the house. Their captain, no other than Uchiha Itachi, was chosen by the Hokage himself in order to assist Team 2 in case the enemy would be too strong for them to take. Itachi, on his part, ordered his team to be close and that he would scout the compound to see if everything was in order. From time to time, He did just that, and now he landed near a tree and surpassed his presence in a way that not even Aoba could detect. Right now, Itachi was observing a little blonde running around the compound, as well as training his agility. From some time, Itachi was taking a big interest in Naruto. He is proud member of one of the first clans in Konoha, the Uchiha clan. But for some time, the Uchiha clan began too proud of their bloodline, the Sharingan, and they were beginning to become sloppy. Once they developed the Sharingan, all they did was copy others' abilities and get stronger by doing just that. This fact enraged Itachi to no end. He was perhaps the only one who got stronger by not relying on his dujutsu and actually train his body like no other did before. And Naruto, he could choose to use his father's name and become just like those lazy bastards on the Uchiha clan, but he chose to train in order to get stronger. That's why Itachi got interest in Naruto, and he would wait to fight him in a battle to see who is the strongest. Inside the compound, Team 2 had already wake up and saw Naruto just finishing his tree walking exercise. This time, Naruto managed up to 3/4 of tree, and he was damn proud of his accomplishment. He vowed to quick the steps a little bit and surpassed his sensei's advice on the exercise, but the real motive of grasping the exercise step by step was to feel the chakra on each step on the tree, and Naruto was doing just that. Right now, Naruto summoned 3 Kage Bunshines and started a taijutsu match with them. This time, Naruto got bruised considerably, so Kurenai did a little curative on him. "Slow down, Naruto. This way, you may get hurt," said Kurenai, worrying about the little blonde. "I'm sorry, Kurenai-san, I didn't see the last one behind me. Fight 3 at the same time, it's sure heavy stuff, but I almost got it. Next time," said Naruto, but got interrupted by Kurenai. "Wait, you are not considering doing that again, are you? What would happen if the bruise was to be worse, huh?" Lectured Kurenai at the blonde, earning looks of surprise by the blonde. "I have to become stronger, Kurenai-san. I know that you're worried about me, but I don't have the luxury to slack on my training. Hell, I don't even want to take it easy. I want to be strong, so everyone would stop to protect me eventually and I would start to protect them," explained Naruto kindly, leaving Kurenai flabbergasted as to what a 6-year-old boy was saying. "I'm sorry, Naruto. But try not to get hurt next time, okay?" said Kurenai in defeat. "Got it, thanks for taking care of me, Kurenai-san, I really appreciated it," said Naruto, showing a wide and warm smile. "No problem," said Kurenai while smiling at Naruto's wild determination in getting strong. To tell the truth, Naruto was actually sad about having to be protected all the time. Sure, he was young, but normal young ones didn't have that kind of protection, so Naruto sighed while seeing that his future, while not predictable, would have to be similar to his father's, at least until this whole Iwa/Konoha problem. But on the other hand, he was happy because he met 4 new friends and a new rival in Yuugao. Returning to the task in hand, Naruto continued to train and perfect his taijutsu Seidel, now summoning only 2 Kage Bunshines so that Kurenai wouldn't worry about him. While keeping a steady and beautiful fight, Naruto and his clones was performing graceful moves, literally giving Team 2 the Yondaime's taijutsu style. Since it was based on speed attacks and moderate force, Naruto was able to train both of them on equal levels, most of it, with speed being first and strength a little after. Meanwhile, Genma was learning a new Katen jutsu from Aoba called Katen Ryuka no Jutsu, Fire Style, Fire Dragon Jutsu. Yuugao, for her part, was meditating like Naruto and Aoba suggested, but being who she is, she just couldn't just sit still for 5 minutes, before jumping like a mad person and start slicing the air with her katana, much to the dismay of everyone around. Seeing this, Naruto turned to her and started asking. "Yuugao-san, tell me something? Do you have one thing in particular that calms or relax you?" asked Naruto, earning some thought from Yuugao. "Well, something that relaxes me, oh, the hot springs, yeah. That relax me, but why are you asking, Naruto?" said Yuugao, sending mischievous grins at him. "If that's the case, try closing your eyes and imagining you are taking one of the best baths you ever took," started Naruto, motioning for Yuugao to follow his lead and try again. "Now, as you are taking the bath, now channel chakra through your ears and hear the wind blowing through the air like it wanted to pass by you and cool you head to toe. Now, casually sit in mantra position and keep imagining that you are taking a bath as well as listening the almost silent noise of the water evaporating from the heat temperature," said Naruto in a most calming voice that managed to calm Mito Gai, when he is screaming about fire of youth, calming Yuugao up to the point where she sit down and displayed a smile that could only be seen when she was in fact taking a bath. As Naruto managed to calm Yuugao down, He resumed to his tree walking exercise a little bit and got up steady 3/4 of the tree, just like before but easier. After that, all of them went inside to have some lunch. 3 hours later, the sun was almost setting down and Naruto was just training some of his agility to end the day. Seeing the blonde outside, Team 2 could only sigh inside, since they pretty much were exhausted just by seeing Naruto practice. But none of them was prepared to hear the sound of a giant boulder coming down and almost smashed Naruto pretty good. Upon seeing the shadow of the boulder, the blonde jumped away of the course, saving himself from it, but from out of the blue, a team of Iwa shinobis appeared and smiled towards their objective. Since Naruto was alone on the garden, the Iwa shinobi had a big advantage by blocking all the entrances of the house, so that Team 2 couldn't stop them. "Why are you after me? What did I do to all to you?" Screamed Naruto, showing a little bit of fear, since the Iwa shinobis were laughing at his face while approaching to him in a threatening manner. "It's not you, kid, it's because of your father and what he did to us," said on the Chunins. "It was war, my father wouldn't do that if it wasn't. And it's not like each of you would kill him if an opportunity appeared," asked Naruto, remembering about a book that he read on the last shinobi war and the legend of his father in Iwa. "Nevertheless, he killed many shinobis and such thing will get punishment, and since he's too strong, we'll get his son instead," said another Chunin while trying to strike Naruto with a kick at the stomach that he slightly dodged thanks to his evasive training. But since the Chunin surely wouldn't stop attacking, he turned and punched Naruto on the face, sending him flying and landing on the ground with blood coming out of his mouth. Naruto stood up and wiped the blood of his face proudly and determined. He had to thank the guy who punched him and awoke him of his fright. After that, he grinned and made the hand seal, while screaming Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. After that, 5 Narutos appeared and surprised all of the Iwa shinobis for good. But Naruto knew that even though the numbers were on his side, the skill just wasn't, so he did the only thing he could do and managed to save his ass. Seeing that the Kage Bunshins were vanishing like nothing, Naruto did the other technique he learned and vanished from sight. "Where is that brat? Where did he go?" Screamed in anger, one of the Chunin. "I don't know, he just disappeared. Is this a genjutsu? No, it can't be. He is only 6. That's just not possible." Inside the compound, Team 2 were scared of what could have happened to the blonde. They just couldn't let Naruto alone with those foes, but they locked all the access points to the garden and they couldn't go help him. Instantly, they felt useless. The blonde kid rubbed them a lot and they were beginning to get desperate when they heard Naruto scream the Kage Bunshin and they were frightened. "Aoba-sensei, we have to save him, he can't fight 4 Chunins alone, even 1 Chunin would be almost impossible for him," said Genma to Aoba. "I know that, Genma, believe me, if it were anything we could do, we would have done in an instant, but they blocked all the entrances. We are trapped," sighed Aoba. Suddenly, they felt a little gust of wind on their backs and turned to see a miracle just appearing. Naruto was there with them with his usual grin. But he didn't know that he just used Fuuten chakra while doing the Shunshin. Actually, Aoba was the first to notice that and were literally flabbergasted, but lost the thoughts when Yuagao and Kurenai went to see if he was okay. "Naruto-kun, are you okay? Are you hurt?" Said both ladies in unison, causing Naruto to blush a little bit even though they were in a hell of a situation. "I'm okay, you guys. Don't worry, I used Kage Bunshin to get them occupied so I could do the Shunshin and got out of the way, appearing here," said Naruto. "Very clever of you, Naruto. Now, how many Kage Bunshins you made?" Aoba asked, since he still heard fight on the backyard. "Only 5, but I believe that they were already out when I Shunshined out of there. Why?" "'Cause I can hear sounds of people fighting outside," said Aoba, earning the surprised look from everyone, including Naruto even though he was the one that created the clones. Suddenly, the wall of mud vanished, opening the passageways to the garden, revealing 3 Anbas standing and 4 Chunins on the ground unconscious. Seeing that everyone was looking at them, the Anbu captain came inside and assured Team 2 that the ninjas were taken care of. "How are you, Naruto-kun? You were very smart, using Shunshin to get out of the way. It actually made our job easier by dispatching those fools," said the Anbu captain, also known as Uchiha Itachi. "It was nothing, Ni-san. If Aoba-sensei didn't teach me the technique, it would be hard as hell to escape." "Thank you very much, Aoba-sensei," said Naruto. "Naruto-kun, do you know him? And why did you call him Ni-san?" asked Kurenai. "I know him. He came and taught me how to improve my taijutsu once. He is very nice and strong too. I want to be just like him and Kakashi Ni-san when I grow up," And the reason I call him my Ni-san, is that I consider him and Kakashi like they were my big brothers. Said Naruto smiling at the Anbu captain. I expect big things from you Naruto-kun, keep up the good work. Now, my team will be taking the enemies up to Ibiki for questioning, see ya Naruto-kun. Said Itachi before vanishing out of sight. Once everyone was relieved of the situation, but Aoba still looked at Naruto with not believing eyes. If he respected the boy before, he now admired him. How the hell that he learned elemental manipulation? On the next day at the Hokage's office. On the next day, Minato arrived back from Kumo and they were pleased because of a little agreement he arranged with the now allied country, but Minato was worried as hell for his son and as it seemed by the report handed by Aoba and Itachi, Iwa did try to kidnap Naruto again. Luckily, Naruto managed to escape doing two jutsus that only he was able to do at such an age. Kage Bunshine no Jutsu and Shunshine no Jutsu were not difficult jutsus to make but what they lack in performing, these jutsus compensate with the amount of chakra needed for them. But what startled Minato was what Aoba's report said at the end. When Naruto shunshined inside the compound, Aoba could sense Fuuten chakra embedded in the technique and he swore that Naruto made a Fuuten Shunshine no Jutsu, wind style, body flicker jutsu, a technique used by ninjas in Suna. But when he asked Aoba of any evidence of how Naruto even heard of elemental manipulation, he shrugged and said that he didn't see any material that could teach him that. How Naruto? Just tell me how can you manage to surpass my expectation all the time? I guess now he's more than ready for my new system at the academy, huh? Chapter 4, New Attire. 2 weeks after the Iwa failure, Naruto got the tree walking chakra exercise and now he was studying about the water walking exercise that the Fuuten book was telling about. Since Aoba was no longer teaching him, he needed some pointers about the water walking exercise. Even though the fact that the book said that once the tree walking exercise was done, the water walking wouldn't be harder, only with a different concept. The water walking exercise involved the control of the flow of chakra as well, but when walking on water, the ninja needed to control the flow of chakra according to the distance between the water surface and the ground. Next week, Naruto would start at the academy and he was nervous as hell. He wanted to become stronger, he wanted to learn more jutsus and be able to protect others as well as himself. Naruto knew that Neji would attend the academy as well. Even though Naruto made Yuigao as his second rival, Neji was his lifetime rival. Right now, Naruto was doing taijutsu training with 4 Kage Bunshines and he was faring very good against them. Minato was looking his son handing himself against 4 Kage Bunshines and was actually doing very good. His taijutsu skills were very good for even a 10-year-old academy student. Minato was so caught in wanderings that he failed to see that his son just disappeared from view and actually was behind him. When Minato realized this, he looked at his back and was flabbergasted. He sensed the usage of Fuuten chakra and now was sure that Aoba wasn't hallucinating. Minato was so proud of his son that he grabs his son and lifted him as he was laughing along with the Namikaze prodigy. Kushina was already up and was able to witness the bonding between father and son. Needless to say her worries were for nothing after all. Naruto, you look more like your father every day. Now, you're going to the academy and you are to become stronger than you are now. I'll pray for your success, Naruto-kun, and I hope to see you accomplish great things as a shinobi. Thought Kushina as she was smiling at his son. Naruto-kun, why don't you get upstairs and get ready for breakfast, okay? Said Kushina to her son. Sure thing, Ka-san, I did a lot of exercises today, I think I'll take a little shower and then visit Neji, how is that? Asked Naruto. Okay, Naruto-kun. Just don't spar too much with him, okay? Last time, both of you needed some wound treatment. It's just how we play together, don't worry Ka-san, I won't spar with him, too much, bye. Said Naruto as he shunshined away in a little typhoon up to his room, leaving Minato laughing at his son's antics and Kushina fuming from seeing her husband laugh at her. Don't worry Kushina-chan, he'll be just fine, the boy enjoys being a shinobi more than anything. It's no use trying to take that away from him now. Besides he and Neji are entering the academy next week. Plus, our little son is growing. Said Minato still smiling while remembering about Naruto's wind shunshine. I know Minato-kun, I no longer wonder about him in that way, he knows how to have fun like a kid, he'll just continue to play like that his entire life, that's all. Said Kushina, in an ironic manner. Yeah, you're right. Also I came to know that our son is already earning some female attention, if you know what I mean. Way to go my boy, why are you looking at me like that, Kushina-chan? Explain yourself Minato Namikaze, What do you mean by that? Demanded Kushina to the Yondaime, demonstrating to the blonde leader who is his worst enemy out of the shinobi world, much to Minato's dismay. He was in trouble and he knew it. Honestly, Minato wondered about putting Team 2 for taking care of Naruto because of Kurenai and Yuigao. Such teenagers were very good looking for their ages and he knew that Naruto's personality would shake such girls a little bit. But what Aoba said, left Minato wide-eyed for a moment, as he wondered how they would do when they see Naruto in the future. As the team sensei said, Naruto already made a rival out of Yuigao for practice and kind of asked Kurenai out to the library to buy a new book, but what one he didn't know. Well, Kushina-chan, the team responsible for Naruto's well-being involved two Konoikas that took a liking at our little boy. One that is a kenjutsu specialist asked our son to be her rival and the other accompanied Naruto-kun to the library to buy a new book. No need to worry Kushina-chan. Said the Yondaime putting his hands behind his head smiling like a maniac, much to Kushina's sigh, since she couldn't resist that goofy smile of his. If you say so, Minato-kun. Well, me and Naruto-kun are heading to visit Neji-kun and after that I think I will surprise him with some ninja equipment for the academy, right? He's starting next week, so it would be best to buy all the stuff he needs like shuriken, kunais, ninja outfits. Said Kushina smiling from ear to ear, while thinking about her little son as one of Konoha's finest one day. Good idea, Kushina-chan, well I have to go to the office. Sarutobi and I are finishing the new academy plan and we need to finish it until the first day of the academy when the new academy is to be presented to the new students. With this, our shinobi will be more prepared and much stronger to deal with tough situations. Well, good day at work, Minato-kun. Thanks, have a nice day as well, Kushina-chan and I love you. Said Minato as he waved his wife goodbye. Love you too, Minato-kun. Just as Minato got out of the compound, Naruto got downstairs and set for breakfast with Kushina keeping him company while he ate the equivalent to a little battalion in order to replace the energy lost, which by the way Kushina wondered if her son would ever be exhausted one day. Because of the gravity seal still on, Naruto got accustomed with the new weight and was moving normally. Actually with the tree walking exercise, Naruto learned a great deal of chakra control as well, so he managed to get used to walking with extra weight by channeling chakra through his legs for better moving and without much restriction. After breakfast, Naruto and Kushina went outside and both looked at the sun radiating Konoha like never before. It was a very hot day that even though Konoha is situated at the fire country, the temperature was higher than normal, attracting all the Konoha citizens to the lakes around town so to refresh. At the Hyuga compound. When Naruto and Kushina arrived at the gate, the Hyuga guards bowed and allowed them entrance, since not only they were the Hokage's family, but the Namikaze family was really close to the Hyuga main family as well as the fact that Naruto and Kushina have a bond with Hyuga Tenko and Neji. Once inside, the Namikaze waited patiently at the main garden until Hisashi and Neji appeared to greet them. Hisashi told Kushina that Tenko was at the living room having some tea, so Kushina went inside to chat with her friend and have a little talk to catch up. Meanwhile, Naruto and Neji were eyeing each other with the regular intent of a little spar, but because of the last time they fought, Hisashi prohibited them to fight for a little while, serving as a little punishment from Kushina and Tenko, much to the infants' dismay, since when they fought each other, they improved. Neji, since the last time, was training with his father in advanced instances of the Hyuga style of fighting and got a lot stronger as a result. Because of the fact that neither Naruto or Neji could fight, both of them decided to talk about the upcoming academy and the fact that Naruto overheard his father saying that they were to be a part of the new academy, but since Minato didn't talk in details, Naruto didn't have more to say about it. So Naruto, I believe that you're entering the academy, isn't it? Good, because I intend to enter as well and I want to see just how you improved since the last time you and I fought. I'll have you know that I've been training with father in the advanced ways of the Juken. Said Neji, earning a fire inside Naruto since he was desperate for a spar between them but sighed, thinking that they could fight like crazy once at the academy. Yeah, Neji, I'm entering as well and believe me I've been training as well. Let's wait until the academy arrives, then we can test our strength against each other, he I can't wait. Grinned Naruto, remembering the last time they fought. Hisashi, long since hearing the conversation with his son and the Hokage's son, could only laugh at such a rivalry that was built and hope that these two would be the ones that guided the next ninja generation to success, if they don't get themselves killed when fighting at the academy, that is. Hisashi was looking at the blonde with the Byakugan and he was amazed to see that the blonde's chakra coils were more improved than it's supposed to be for someone his age, but something he saw near the chest area just confirmed the fact that the Yondaime was indeed a madman, since there was place a gravity seal, which the Hyuga could only figure that since Naruto was so at ease by walking around that the infant was already used to using it. Yes, these two will be very strong indeed. So tell me Naruto, why do you want to become a ninja? I already asked Nae that, since it's important to follow the family tradition, but it's more important to follow your instincts and know what you want to do in life? Asked Hisashi, showing the infants that the shinobi world is nothing sort of a game to be played. Well, Hisashi-sama, I would like to be a ninja in order to protect others as well as myself. You see, ever since the first Iwa attempt of kidnapping, I found that if I was strong enough, I wouldn't need to be protected anymore, and I believe helping others is what I intend to do once I become a shinobi. After all shinobi missions are requested by people who need help, isn't it? Said Naruto, with a hand behind his head and smiling. Very well, good answer, Naruto. It's important to know what you want to be in life. It's important to plan ahead and remember, children, the shinobi world is no fun and games. Once the mission gets out of hand, it's up to the shinobi to use his skills in a way to run damage control if need be. There will be times when you guys have to kill in the name of the village or at least defend yourselves from powerful ninjas out there. Naruto, since you are the Yondame's son, watch out for Iwa shinobi. Once you're outside the village, they won't hesitate to capture you. Neji, in your case, Kumo is for you like Iwa is for Naruto, so when your time comes and you need to get out of the village on missions, be extra careful, okay? Take this advice to the heart. Hi, said the two infants in unison, earning a smile from the Hyuga elder. After some time talking, Kushina bid her friend goodbye since she wanted to surprise Naruto by buying him shinobi gear for the academy that would be starting in 1 week. Tenko smiled at her friend and bid her farewell. Once outside, Kushina called for Naruto so that they can go back to the Namikaze compound, but little did Naruto know that his mother had something in storage for him. At the Uzuki residence. In the garden, a purple-haired kunoichi was practicing some kenjutsu katas while her father just watched in amazement as his daughter was faster and stronger by the minute. He smiled, remembering when Yuigao came home 2 weeks ago telling them about her team's mission protecting Naruto as well as training alongside him. Back then, Yuigao came rushing at him with a smile that could be seen all over Konoha as she was describing her newest rival, which by the way was the 6-year-old Hokage's son, who not only managed to gather her interest out of all her Jinan peers, but also seemed to fare pretty well in taijutsu/kenjutsu spar with Yuigao. Uzuki Momoto never would have thought that the Yondame's son could be advanced like his daughter described his skills. He was flabbergasted upon hearing that Naruto had immense chakra reserves and was able to do the Kage Bunshine as well as the Shunshine, being the latter added with Fuuten chakra according to his daughter's sensei Aoba. But a thought appeared in Momoto's head and he remembered that his daughter had a crush on the current Hokage, and he wished that her crush wouldn't end up being the Hokage's son, wishing that his daughter, if in fact wanted to be with Naruto, that at least they got to know each other better and develop their lives. Momoto thought again and concluded that his daughter was never a fangirl to begin with, and he knew that she would take her rivalry with the Gaki seriously as well as their certain friendship. Yuigao for her part was getting used to using the gravity seal that Naruto put on her a week ago. As she was delivering some heavy blows while cutting the air, she remembered the day that Naruto explained the use of gravity seal and that she requested if was possible that he could put on her. Flashback on. 1 week after the Iwa attempt, Naruto was walking towards the library to see if something new had arrived. Suddenly, a purple-haired kunoichi appeared out of nowhere, screaming his name. Naruto-kun, wait up! Screamed Yuigao as she appeared in front of him. Yuigao-san, how do you do? Where is the fire? Asked Naruto. I'm fine, Naruto-kun. Listen, I would like to ask you a question about your gravity seal. How does it work? Can I use it, or it's something Hokage-sama invented for you to use? Asked Yuigao, remembering about their fight when he released his gravity seal and suffered a huge burst of speed. Well, the gravity seal works by increasing the gravity force on your body, naturally increasing your body weight. With it, moving tends to be difficult, since the gravity force is much stronger. The way you can move with the gravity seal is by pumping chakra through your legs as you move them. This exercise helps to expand your chakra reserves as well as your control over it. After the seal is rested on you, all you have to do to activate is channel chakra through it and use the word Kai, and it's the same to deactivate. You can put more than one seal on your body as you are getting used to. Apart from the fact that it's quite dangerous because the heavy movement tends to hurt your body muscles, everyone can use it. Why? Well, I was hoping if you could put one on me? It's not fair that you use this and I, your rival, don't? Said Yuigao, earning some muttering from Naruto, saying that she is 8 years older than him and already a genin, and she is the one that uses the word fair in a sentence. But luckily to him, she didn't listen. Sure, but I see you understand the risks. Once I put one of the gravity seal on you, it will be hell to get used to. Are you okay with it? Said Naruto, earning a nod and a smile from her rival. Okay, so where do you want the gravity seal to go? Asked Naruto, blushing a little bit, since his was on his chest and he wouldn't dare to ask her if she wanted it on her chest, but somehow he knew that his rival would have some teasing because of it. Wherever you like it, Naruto-kun. Said Yuigao, earning a red tomato blush out of her rival, much to her amusement, seeing that she adored to tease Naruto. Teasing's apart, I want on my left arm. Then, extend your arm, Yuigao-san, so I can put the gravity seal on. Said Naruto as Yuigao complied. At extending her arms, Naruto placed a paper tag with a drawing that indicated the gravity seal and made the necessary hand seals to make it go active on her, making her fall on the ground because of it. Now Yuigao was speechless and hurt. Her face was flat out on the ground and she forced herself up with brute strength, but was having problems doing so only to look that Naruto was looking at her seriously. Yuigao-san, in order to move with the gravity seal active, you have to use chakra, not brute strength. The gravity seal increases your body weight up to 20 pounds per seal. So if you think about it, you would weigh 20 pounds more with each seal. At hearing this, Yuigao mumbling something about cursing the little gaki and wondering how the hell could he take this and be normally. She focused on using chakra on her body as she was getting up a little easily, but since her chakra levels were lower than Naruto, she was almost panting because of it, having to deactivate the gravity seal. Quite a training, isn't it, Yuigao-san? Laughed Naruto as he remembered himself slamming his face on the ground after his father introduced him to the seal. Flashback off. As a result of getting used to the gravity seal, her chakra levels improved greatly and she could almost scream in joy as she would be now learning ninjutsu with Aoba-sensei. Even though Yuigao's chakra levels were high for a kunoichi, she couldn't rely on ninjutsu to fight in battle, resorting to the use of E-ranked jutsus and her father's kenjutsu style. It seemed my father's advice at getting a rival did indeed help me a lot. I have to remember thanking Naruto-kun for the gravity seal. It was sure hell getting used to, but once you get accustomed, it pretty much feels that the seal is non-existent. Thought Yuigao as she was progressing through the katas. With Naruto and Kushina. Now outside the Hyuga compound, Naruto and Kushina were walking through the crowded streets of Konoha, apparently going nowhere. Well, for Naruto's part, he didn't know where they were going. But Kushina very well knew, and she was going to surprise Naruto by going to a ninja store that she and Minato were when they were chunin some time ago. Naruto was becoming suspicious of his mother's behavior since she was trying to hide a smile on her face for no apparent reason. Kushina was never good with deception skills, but even though Naruto was quite smart for his age, he lacked the experience to understand face expressions and compare them with emotions. However, since he didn't have anything to do back at home, other than catching up on the Fuuten book, he dismissed the thought and just continued walking together with his mother, until they came to stop near the commercial center and in front of a 2-floor house. Showing Naruto to enter along with a smile on her face as she watched the now more suspicious than ever Naruto enter in what he would have to describe as a shinobi paradise. As he entered the store, his mouth opened and his jaw hit the ground 1 second later. Shelves and shelves of ninja attire, kunais, shurikens, senbons, holsters, kodachis, katanas, wakizachis, bow staffs. Right now, Naruto cursed not having the Byakugan blood limit, since he couldn't look at all the ninja equipment at once, which resulted in Naruto turning his head left and right several times trying to grasp the wide display of ninja attire the same way a child would look at a toy store. Kushina, upon seeing Naruto's expression, smiled even more if possible, since the woman was already smiling when she entered the door. She was happy to see how much Naruto seemed to enjoy just being inside the store, as did his father once Kushina introduced him to the owner of the store. Surprise, Naruto-kun, we're here to buy some ninja equipments as well as some clothes to aid you in battle. Now since kunais, shurikens and the holsters are pretty much the same, except for the holster's color, go ahead and pick some clothes that you would like to wear, but tell me what color would you like the holster and how many of them? Ka-san, I don't know what to say, thank you so much for this, I wasn't expecting it all. Said Naruto as he hugged his mother tight in appreciation. You're most welcome, Naruto-kun, but eventually you would need to come here to buy clothes and all. I just wanted to surprise you, and by seeing the looks on your face, I think I managed to do that, didn't I? Now, what's going to be? Said Kushina, smiling while seeing Naruto was still trying to show gratitude to her. Black holster, and I would like 2 of them, thanks mom, I'll go to see some clothes now. Said Naruto as he went to the shinobi wear section and begun to look around, already picturing a very cool outfit for him. White Kushina was ordering the usual, that being a set of kunai, a set of shuriken and the 2 black holsters. For Naruto's part, he was first choosing his paints. Naruto wasn't too fond of much details concerning clothes, he wanted it to plain and simple, a color that would not attract attention but also didn't scream experienced shinobi. As he was seeing the different pants models, his eyes caught some movement from a room just on the corner of the store and he witnessed a girl around his age, wearing Chinese outfit, just picking some boxes from the room. After that, he just returned to the outfit choosing and managed to come in contact with black cargo paints that were similar with the ones Anbu used on missions. After that, t-shirts and fishnet shirts. Naruto already knew he wanted to use fishnet sleeveless shirts, so he didn't even bother looking for it. After some time, after almost quitting to look for a shirt to wear, he spotted a shelf of graffiti t-shirts with the ribbons at the end of the sleeves that were really nice. As Naruto mentally pictured his new look, he smiled knowing that he was able to choose his outfit. He was to buy some black cargo paints, fishnet sleeveless shirts and the graffiti t-shirts, 2 of each color, red, ocean blue and dark gray. Just as he dressed up his new attire, his mother came to look at what her son picked to wear and was surprised to see he picked some good-looking clothes. The whole package fitted him perfectly and the graffiti t-shirt went along with black paints. You managed to get some good outfit, Naruto-kun, very handsome as well, I might add. Mom, please. Sounded Naruto, since every time his mother did this, he blushed like crazy in embarrassment. What, you do? Now, take a look at these fingerless black gloves I found near the holsters, I think they match your outfit, put it on and let's see. Said Kushina while looking at her son's reflection on the mirror. Now, with the gloves, Kushina was now once again worried about fangirls at the academy. Damn that Minato-kun, you just had to say that, didn't you? Gee, thanks mom, they are perfect. Said Naruto as he closed his hand, forming a fist to see how it would be to fight using the gloves, and to his amazement, the rubber wasn't so tight, giving some almost a free hand when to form seals and all. Great, now let's go. Here, Tanaku-san, we would like 7 pairs of the black cargo paints, 4 sleeveless fishnet shirts and 6 of these graffiti t-shirts, 2 on each color, please. Said Kushina as she motioned to buy the clothes from a dear friend of his that happened to be a retired Anbu. Okay, Kushina-san, so this is Naruto, it's a pleasure to meet you. I figure you're entering the academy this year, right? My daughter will start attending this year as well. Yes, she's quite anxious to get out of the shop for a while. She has a like for weapons like no one I ever met before. Said Tanaku just for Naruto to remember the girl on the back, and he figured that. Pleasure is all mine, Tanaku-san, yes I will be attending the academy as well. Said Naruto as he saw Kushina handing the right amount of money to cover everything. Right, Kushina-san, everything will be ready in 2 days, be sure to stop by then to pick them Naruto-kun, I'll be waiting you. Said Tanaku as he demonstrated a genuine smile towards the boy who just returned to gesture equally. Okay, Tanaku-san, see you in 2 days, bye. With Team 2. At training ground number 2, Team 2 were beginning their training, since today wouldn't be any mission scheduled. They were doing some warm-up exercises almost eagerly in anticipation, since today they would be learning elemental chakra manipulation as well as some jutsus according to each ninja's elemental affinity. Since Genma knew his already, which by the way was fire, Aoba could help him a lot, since one of his affinities that Aoba possesses is fire, as earth being the other one. But since Aoba was very diligent as a teacher, he along with other Jounin senseis, gathered a little jutsu library for each affinity, so that the genins could learn throughout their carriers. Actually, it would be also served for the new academy, since elemental ninjutsu was in fact a new subject at the new academy. Kurenai-san and Yuigao-san, as you know these are elemental chakra papers. So go ahead, channel chakra through them and let's see in what element are each of you aligned with. Said Aoba as he handed the chakra papers, he decided to speak once again. Remember, if the papers burns it's katen, if it crumble, raten, if the paper splits in half, fuuten, if it's wet, suten, and if it turns to dust, dotan. As Sensei Aoba instructed, Yuigao and Kurenai channeled chakra through the papers. With that, Yuigao's chakra paper soaked wet and Kurenai turned to ashes, meaning suten for Yuigao and katen for Kurenai. Ah, I see you got suten, Yuigao-san, actually it's perfect for your style of fighting, since you can fight in great speeds. The basics of suten ninjutsu is having the force of a strong current from the bottom and calm from the surface. As your fluidity in moving progresses, so will be your suten ninjutsu. But unfortunately, I don't have most knowledge on suten ninjutsus, making it difficult for me to teach you, but take this. This scroll will give you everything to know about Suten Jutsu and how to attain it. Now about the list of jutsus at the last page of the scroll, do not try to labeled as B-ranked jutsus only until you become Chunin. Said Aoba as he tossed a big-sized scroll with practically all that is to know about Suten jutsus. Now, Kurenai-san, since your element is fire, I believe a more direct approach from me will be sufficient for ninjutsu training, seeing the fact that you wanted to specialize in genjutsu usage. So, I would be teaching 4 Katen jutsus that I believe that will serve you quite well, now to fully use elemental chakra in battle. Kurenai, for her part, was a little bit sad about hearing from Aoba that resorting only to genjutsu in battle isn't enough, but she dismissed the thought when he clarified saying that it wasn't a problem with genjutsu. Aoba explained that if a ninja resorts to one specific ability in battle, the enemy can overpower him easily, so in order to surprise the opponent, the ninja must have more than good ability, hence the fact why a jounin must master at least 2 chakra elements to pass the jounin test. Now, Yuugao, since you have Suten affinity, here is a scroll that explains everything you need to know about Suten ninjutsu. Also, try to find someone who could explain them better or to answer any doubts you may have. I'm terribly sorry I won't be able to teach you about it, but I promise to help when I can, okay? It's okay, Aoba-sensei. My father has Suten affinity as well, I'll ask him. Said Yuugao, smiling to her sensei, making him relax a little bit, since he was truly depressed that he wasn't able to help one of his students. Since Aoba was more of a Katen user and much less a Doton user, Suten ninjutsu simply was the complete opposite of the ones he mastered. At the Namikaze compound. Now back at home, Naruto left his shopping bags on the table, since it was time for lunch. Actually, Naruto was really hungry a while ago, but somehow the quest for having cool ninja stuff, said by himself, made him forget about the fact that his stomach was calling for some assistance, which was surprising for both Naruto and Kushina, since his stomach growled practically the entire time they were at the ninja store and Naruto didn't make a single complaint. After some lunch that he ate together with his mother, Naruto ran upstairs to learn some more about Fuuten chakra. The reason why he was eager with excitement was simple. The next page on the book was an E-ranked ninjutsu called Fuuten Kaze no Jutsu, Wind Style, Wind Breeze Jutsu, and he was desperate to try his first Fuuten ninjutsu, but little did Naruto know that he already did his first one, by subconsciously adding wind chakra when using the Shunshine. Which could be counted like a blur. Naruto entered his room, shut the door, picked the Fuuten book and proceeded to his desk in less than a second. After the book recognized Naruto's affinity, which in fact is necessary since the book doesn't has a memory seal to know Naruto's chakra before check, he opened and proceeded to read where he stopped last time. As he was reading, he came to learn that D-ranked Fuuten ninjutsu could be learnt by having mastered the tree walking exercise as opposed to C and higher techniques which required at least water walking exercise, which according to Naruto, he wanted to take it easy at keeping up non-stop on intellectual or spiritual exercises such as chakra control and using ninjutsu. Because of a little incident with Cage Bunshine while trying water walking, he suffered some extreme headache after dispelling the clones, so now he focused mainly on harnessing physical skills, like taijutsu and now target practice since he just acquired kunais and shurikens. As he progressed through the book, he reached his objective for the day, which was to read about D-ranked Fuuten ninjutsu and how to use Fuuten Kaze no Jutsu. Reading intently, trying not to miss any information regarding the technique, he read the information twice. Fuuten Kaze no Jutsu, D-ranked. With the seals as showed below, the ninja throws a wind breeze, by focusing a little quantity of Fuuten chakra through the ninja's lungs and then exhale it through your mouth. This is a weak version of the Fuuten Daitapa no Jutsu, which even though has the same concept, is labeled as a C-ranked jutsu, because of further use of chakra. Figuring he had down the concept of the technique, he went outside for training. The day was a little chilly, which proved to make it hard for him to see if he was able to do it or not. Deciding to turn to the book once again to see if he missed anything, he came to a part which could really help him see if he managed to do it. In order to learn this technique, you have to use against an object who wouldn't move because of the air breeze like leaves, use instead a little piece of rock which by your wind breeze, could move it. Finding a rock as described on the book, he closed his eyes and started doing the meditation part in a way so that Fuuten chakra starts running through his tenketsus. After 10 minutes of it, he began to feel Fuuten chakra travel inside his body like he was traveling through the air, certainly relaxing every part of his body in the process. Actually, this new meditation exercise of Naruto, which was described in the book, made his body relax in a way that Naruto could swear that he was lighter than normal. His body was so light that he thought that if he jumped he would just float back on the ground. Now waken up from his meditation and with Fuuten chakra running through his body, Naruto remembered the hand signs as he progressed through them, molding his chakra for the technique. For his first try, he didn't even felt any breeze coming from his mouth, and only after a while did he realize that he not gathering enough chakra through his lungs, which showed him that even though the book stated that such technique could be learned from having tree walking level of chakra control, it wouldn't be impossible to do it, just difficult. As determined as he was in the fact that he had nothing else to do, he tried again and again. At the third try, he was able to feel the breeze through his throat. Now happy and even more determined, he did once again the hand seals for this time, making the rock move but only slightly. Now fuming with rage for not getting the rock to move further, he decided to have a different approach, pumping more chakra through his lungs and see what happened. After he did it, when he opened his mouth, actually of a little wind breeze, Naruto's was more like a gust of wind, throwing the little rock far away as well as yank a little tree from the ground that his mother had just planted a while ago. Seeing this, he was frightened to death. Somehow Kushina developed a passion for gardening and he began buying book after book about it, trying to learn how to plant and create a beautiful garden. Now remembering his mother's reaction when Minato accidentally stepped one of her plants, and Naruto was now terrified but also happy because somehow if the book was right, Naruto just made the Fuuten Daitapa no Jutsu, wind style, great breakthrough jutsu. Since Naruto read a lot, his intellect was further developed and he now was using his thinking only to conclude that the more chakra needed for the technique, the less chakra control he needed for it, being that a theory to him, since he did his supposedly first Fuuten ninjutsu and a sea level no less. Nevertheless, Naruto was terrified, but he decided not to tell anyone, since it would be him on Kushina's target. With Minato, all she did was chase him with throwing kunais at him, but since Minato was way faster than Naruto, he feared that he wouldn't be able to dodge the kunai and will be certain death for him, but he figured that being his mother, she wouldn't go to such a state, or would she? Thinking nothing of it, he turned to see the living room as he heard Minato's voice announcing his arrival. Instantly, he sunshined in a little tornado and appeared in front of his father, trying to scare him or catch him off guard. Just as he arrived where he would catch his father off guard, he didn't count that Minato, being the Hokage aka strongest ninja on the village, as he sensed Fuuten chakra, just gave 2 steps further from where he was and turned out, now facing a clueless Naruto trying to search for his father. "Trying to scare me, Naruto-kun?" said Minato, earning a scream from Naruto, who was caught by his father by only walking some steps. "Ah! To-san, how did you know what I did even before I appeared?" shouted Naruto, now slightly mad about being busted from his little joke with his father, as well as interested on how the hell did his father knew where he would appear even before he appeared. Little did he know that his sunshine was different than the regular, since it used elemental chakra, therefore being easily noticeable. "I sensed you coming, that's all. Why were you trying to scare me is what I would like to know, how, little fellow. Would you think you could scare a Hokage, Naruto-kun?" Smiled Minato, not knowing of his son's quick response as well as the fact that Naruto scared him once. "Okay, first of all, I did already scared you back when I sunshined behind you. But tell me, how were you able to know where I would be appearing? I mean, the sunshine's supposed to be an evasive technique," answered Naruto, earning mumbles from the Hokage which sounded like smartass. "Well, Naruto-kun, a normal sunshine would be an evasive technique, but what you did wasn't a regular one," said Minato, before looked at his son's face to realize that what he just said didn't make any sense to Naruto. "What do you mean normal sunshine? I thought that was only one kind. Aoba-sensei taught that to me while his team was here," said Naruto, not using his intellect even the slightest, because if he did, he would conclude that every time, since he started reading the book, he tended to apply Fuuten chakra as well. "So, you mean to tell me that you don't know you are using Fuuten chakra together with the sunshine?" asked Minato, only with the purpose to enlighten his son's question, since he saw the young kid's eyes widen in realization of what happened. Naruto, for his part, felt like an idiot now, seeing that he was subconsciously using Fuuten chakra every time. "Son, don't berate yourself. Already using elemental manipulation at your age is an astonishing feat, and it seemed that by your display of sunshine, that your element in wind. But tell me, son, how did you know about even using Fuuten chakra, let alone actually make Fuuten ninjutsus?" asked Minato, now more perplexed at the fact that his son could already use Fuuten chakra with 6 years old. Naruto, for his part, remembered his father berating him for training high-leveled ninjutsu before going to the academy, and he didn't want for his father to know about his book about Fuuten jutsu, but now he had to tell and await the consequences. "When you and Mom were away, I went to the library and found a book about Fuuten ninjutsu written by a famous jounin back in Suna. The book had a seal that checked to see if the person who's holding the book has Fuuten as an element, and when I picked it up from the library, the book checked me in open. I've been reading it ever since," said Naruto with his head down, awaiting the punishment, which surprisingly enough, never came. Instead Minato just landed his hand on top of Naruto's head and began to harass his hair while smiling. "What, were you expecting punishment for disobeying my orders, Naruto-kun? Don't be really, I laid that order in order to prevent any serious danger involving using high-leveled ninjutsu and the affect on the person's chakra supply, but since you were precocious either by understanding the concept behind Fuuten ninjutsu as well as tree-walking chakra level of control mastered, but I'm sure that the book said to have at least water-walking exercise chakra control. Be proud of yourself Naruto-kun, you are growing and soon you will be a great shinobi, I can pretty much see it," said Minato, extremely proud of his son's early accomplishments and soon to be considered a genius just like Itachi. Now wondering about the Uchiha genius, the Yondaime was worried about him. It's been some time since he was upgraded to Anbu captain, and according to the head of the Anbu division, Itachi seemed to be getting somewhat bored about doing what seemed to be almost suicidal missions. Minato strongly believed that putting a 13-year-old into Anbu was pure madness. Anbu can surely be stressful to say the least, few hours to sleep every day, constantly locked in death battles and war zones. Being an Anbu wasn't just because the guy had skills as a shinobi. Experience on the battlefield was vital for an Anbu to survive while serving as an Anbu. Itachi, some time ago, told Minato that he saw great potential in Naruto as a future shinobi, and now Minato figured that Naruto was actually the main reason why the Uchiha genius didn't go nuke Nin or something like that. Itachi, considered a genius among shinobi, had an advanced growth, so to say. Graduated at the academy with 7 years old, being Chunin by the age of 10. He was the reason why Naruto didn't go to the academy at an early age. Taking it easy sometimes helped more than push up the limit. The mind has to have time to grow, every step in life should be taken one at a time, so as to not backfire in the ninja snap and lose his sanity in the process. Itachi eventually cursed in front of the Yondaime about shinobis being too damn proud of their Kekkei Genkais or heritage, and the fact that all of them with very few exceptions didn't even bother to train harder or even progress the bloodline. Now looking at his son, he figured the answer to a doubt he brought up to the Sandaime about what to do in order to grow the future Jinan's skills as well as intellect, mind training. Like Naruto, every academy student must form his little library of books to read about shinobi aspects, or at least have in weekly attendance at Konoha's public library. Sometimes, the search for information can overcome some doubts as well as harness the ninja's way of thinking so to get out of a tough situation or come up with a strategy to complete the mission. For Naruto's part, he was watching his father as he was lost in thoughts about something he couldn't put his mind on. To-san? What? Oh, sorry about that. Tell me Naruto-kun, how much of Fuuten chakra usage you know, and more importantly, is Fuuten Shunshin the only technique you know how to do? Asked Minato, awaiting the answer only to confirm the last piece of the puzzle that was to come up with a new academy. Actually, I didn't know I made Fuuten Shunshin, but I also have a second technique I learned from the book. Well, actually, I didn't quite get it. You see, the technique called Fuuten Kaze no Jutsu is a D-ranked one, but because my control is not up to water walking level, I couldn't do it completely. But as I read the book, it said that such technique is a weaker version of the Fuuten Daitapa no Jutsu, with the difference being more chakra. So after a few 20 times I tried that first one, I grew tired of it and just used a lot of chakra, actually doing the latter, but there is one problem, To-san, and I think that Ka-san would not be as thrilled as you are right now. Said Naruto, now being frightened again. What is it? Wait, you didn't mean you said you used the Fuuten Daitapa at the garden. No Naruto-kun, that technique could dismantle any tree from the garden. Wait a minute. Said Minato as he went to the garden, only to see the entire landscape from the right corner leveled and place where Kushina's first plant gone, well, second being first, the one that he stepped in. Naruto-kun, your mother is going to be so pissed at you, and the fact is I'm too scared of her too. Said Minato, stopping dead on his tracks as his shinobi senses were shouting like mad people running away from a Baijuu, and instantly he knew this feeling. It was the same time he stepped on top of the first plant Kushina grew, and now his son was in deep trouble. What could be described as hilarious from some people, for Naruto and Minato, was a scene for Shinigami himself in a bad day. When Naruto and Minato turned, their eyes meet with Kushina's red blood eyes fuming with rage at not only seeing the entire landscape leveled, but also her plant gone. Without hesitation and utterly furious, Kushina picked a kunai and started to chase the Namikaze duo in extreme rage, much to the blonde's despair. Naruto-kun, deactivate your gravity seal this instant and run for your life. screamed Minato as he along with his son was sprinting around the now leveled garden with Kushina chasing them with a kunai in hand and screaming for blood. Meanwhile at the Hyuga household. Hyuga Hisashi and Hyuga Neji were sparring when suddenly they felt a major killing intent coming from the Namikaze residence. To-san, did you feel it? It's coming from Naruto-san's house? Do you think they are in danger? Should we help them? Asked Neji before seeing that his father was trying hard not to fall down laughing like a maniac. After a little struggle, he gave up and held his stomach laughing his ass off at what he spotted with his Byakugan. Neji-kun, do me a favor, try to use your Byakugan a little further and you will understand why I'm like this, ha 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 ha, said Hisashi, almost not able to even talk because of all the laughter and the sudden loss of air while laughing. As Neji activated further the Byakugan, he came to a scene of Naruto and the Hokage running away from what seemed to be a possessed Kushina holding a kunai in a threatening manner towards the two. Upon seeing this, he could only do one thing, laugh just like his father did, because of the funny situation of seeing the Hokage running away scared from a bloodthirsty wife a kunai on her hand. Back at the Namikaze compound. After some 30 laps around the Namikaze compound, a tired Kushina just went inside having given up from getting angry at the blondes, since she came to realize that while they used the garden as training, a lot of damage could be done, so she figured that she would open a garden store or buy a little land just for gardening. For Naruto and Minato's part, they whispered in relief seeing that their supposed killer had given up and just went inside. Recovering his breathing now, Minato turned to Naruto and promptly asked Naruto to do the Fuuten Daitapa again so he could see it. Just as Naruto was going to do the jutsu, his father stopped him pointing to the air showing him where to aim the technique, which he complied with laughter and scratching the back of his head, not wanting to have to escape his mother's wrath any longer. Fuuten Daitapa no Jutsu, said Naruto as he exhaled now a larger gust of wind from his mouth up to the sky, earning some applauses from his father. Needless to say Naruto's skills were growing at an excellent pace. Chapter 5, Academy. 2 days since Naruto's Daitapa destroyed Kushina's little chance of beginning a garden creation, the blonde headed for the ninja shop in order to pick up the outfit which according to his mother's friend, it was supposed to be ready by now. But instead of just walking towards the place, Naruto, being a tank filled with energy, channeled chakra through his feet and began jumping through rooftops like a maniac, smiling all the way there. Half the way, Naruto stopped to see the academy building to the left and he screamed inside his mind about training even harder and perhaps even learn new jutsus on the way as well. Since he discovered how to do a C-ranked level technique, it wouldn't be hard to learn another one that he has yet to find on the book. This time, since the Daitapa was offensive technique, Minato proposed to him to learn a C-ranked defensive attack that could match the force of the Daitapa concerning defense, like a shield of wind of something like that. Minato was extremely proud of the boy for grasping first elemental techniques than non-elemental ones. Normally, the elemental ones was tougher to learn and required much dedication, but since Naruto already developed Fuuten ninjutsu early, Minato concluded that the non-elemental ones wouldn't need very much of him. His father thought of teaching him other Kage, Shadow, techniques, like Kage Shuriken no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, but he thought better of it. Naruto was growing fast, but not only the fact that Naruto was keeping his own pace, adapting while learning from his books, but also he wanted for Naruto to choose his jutsu arsenal, just like he did when he was growing up. Minato was all in favor of his son asking for help on a certain jutsu than for him to just choose one and teach it to Naruto. For Naruto's part, he wasn't the one who wanted to make his father proud. Sure, he was happier when his father commended him on his skills, but most of the things he did, all his training, all the reading was because of him and his need to fulfill a desire to become strong and be able to protect others. Naruto was one more step from beginning his ninja career and he was getting excited by the minute. At the shop. As he arrived at the shop, he arrived only to see the girl he remembered from 2 days ago with the kung fu style outfit, reading something behind the counter. Upon close inspection, Naruto managed to see what she was reading and it turned out to be a book about famous weapons across the shinobi world. Not wanting to disturb her at the moment, he figured that if he would check around the store a little bit, the girl would notice a customer and attend him. So he turned to see some shinobi weapons that were on display on the left side of the shop. The weapons were divided in swords, knives, bow staffs and kunai/shurikens. As he took a wakizachi, the sound of the little sword coming out of the holster got the girl's attention and she immediately dropped the book. "Hello there customer-san, what are you interested in?" Dash approached Tenten as well as mentally studied the boy who seemed to be around her age, but slightly taller than her, as well as the fact that the way he was holding the sword showed her that the gaki didn't have any sword skills at all. "Hi there, I'm sorry, I was just admiring this sword here. But why I came exactly is to pick up some clothes I bought 2 days ago. I'm sorry, but I haven't asked about your name. I'm sorry, my name is Namikaze Naruto, nice to meet you," said Naruto as he put the sword back to its place on the shelf as well as give the girl a ticket needed to withdraw the clothes he purchased. "It's okay. Nice to meet you, my name is Makoto Tentai. Wait right here, your clothes are ready, I'll go get it for you." "Okay, thanks a lot," thanked Naruto as he watched Tentai climb up some set of stairs in order to get Naruto's packages. After she came back with a sack, Naruto was going to pick them up, when Tentai stopped him saying that there were another package, since it was a whole wardrobe worth of new clothes and one sack just wouldn't do. After she came with the last one, he wondered how the hell could he carry the two of them since both of them were very heavy to carry and he didn't like to focus chakra on his arms to lift the goddamn thing together. He figured that if he did that, he would suffer from chakra exhaustion at half the way to his house. "If you want to, I can help you carry the bags up to your house. You know, 2 people can carry it better than 1. Said Tentai, offering help for Naruto, not at all realizing that she just gave him an excellent idea. While he didn't want to become a burden for her, he acknowledged the idea of 2 people being better than 1 to carry. "Thanks Tentai-san, but it's no problem, I just need 2 new pair of hands to carry them, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," screamed Naruto, making the hand seal necessary for the clone to appear and pick one of the sacks while the real Naruto went to pick up the other one, leaving a perplexed Tentai. "Thanks for the clothes, see you around, okay?" Said the 2 Narutos in unison, earning a simple huff from Tentai as she processed the information on the fact Naruto had created a clone of himself which appeared to have a life on his own, quite different than the regular Bunshin, which was basically an illusion. "See you." After walking away from the store, the Naruto duo jumped up to the rooftops and started heading to his house so to drop the stuff and find a defensive Fuuten jutsu to balance the odds when fighting. With Yuagao. Yuagao was traveling through rooftops as well, heading for the training ground that her team met every day. She was remembering about her Suiten affinity and the scroll's teachings. While she understood the concept of water manipulation, she was having hard times applying the theory to practice. She even asked her father for some guidelines in achieving the water manipulation, but what he said pretty much confused her even more. Flashback on. Yuagao was standing on top of a river near her house, trying to apply what she learned about Suiten manipulation, but she just couldn't get the water to evaporate, which was the first exercise and the first jutsu on the scroll as well, called Suitename no Justu, water style, rain jutsu. With this jutsu, the ninja could create a little rain cloud and form a little rain. But since she couldn't even make the water to move to her call, she as hell wouldn't be able to do the technique. While she was trying, her father was passing by and saw his daughter trying to manipulate water just like did when he was her age. A little memory passed through his head and he smiled a bit. Back then, he was as well on top of the water trying to manipulate Suiten ninjutsu. But he knew the answer as to why his daughter couldn't do it and sigh, thinking that Yuagao's active personality was becoming an obstacle to her growth as a kunoichi. "Yuagao-chan, I see you're trying on Suiten, aren't you?" Smiled Momoto, seeing the angry face on his daughter, wondering mentally that the look of her was the whole reason why she couldn't do it. "To-san, I can't do it, it's really tough, you're a Suiten type as well, doesn't you? Do you have some pointers for me, please?" "Sweaty, if you want to learn how to manipulate water, you have to become like the water, deadly below the surface while calm on the surface. Remember that if you want to be able to control Suiten ninjutsu. Anyway, your mother called, it's dinner time, come." Said Momoto, as he turned and headed for the house, leaving a thoughtful Yuagao, remembering Aoba saying the same thing. Flashback off. Yuagao was pounding on what her father meant when he said it, but even though she understood what she had to do, she didn't know how to do. Deadly below the surface, calm on the surface. What does that mean? As she was jumping through rooftops, her eyes caught 2 people looking exactly the same, carrying each one a bag or something like that. Upon close inspection, she recognized the duo as being Naruto and what could be one of his clones. Seeing that she was early, she decided to grate the little blonde and see what is he up to. Upon arrival, she noticed that he stopped and turned to look at her with an inquisitive face. "Why are you following me, Yuagao-san? You could just say hello, you know." Said Naruto, earning mumbles from Yuagao as she was cursing his sarcastic attitude. "Hello Naruto-kun, what you up to?" Asked Yuagao, seizing up, while noticing that Naruto had a new look for him. He was wearing black onbu paints, a fishnet shirt with a graffiti t-shirt as well as a black fingerless glove. She had to admit that new look suited very well. "He already looks like a genin in those clothes, Naruto-kun. I'm heading home, I need to drop this bags there and after that, I'm doing a little reading on a specific book I'm interested in. Said Naruto, not at all willing to spoil the surprise on Yugao's face when the next time they spar, Naruto use Fuuten ninjutsu. And you, Yugao-san, how's going? I'm heading to meet my team. Say Naruto-kun, that new looks of yours suited you pretty good, you already look like a genin in these outfit. Said Yugao, as she once again witnessed one of her favorite sights, a blushing Naruto, and couldn't feel but smile upon seeing the look on his face. Hey, you really think so? Asked Naruto, not managing to control the amount of red on his face from hearing a compliment from Yugao. Of course. Now what do you say we have a little spar so I can get warmed up for missions? I know you can't resist a challenge, now don't you Naruto-kun, what do you say? Just name the place Yugao-san. Oh, I've been meaning to ask you, how is the gravity seal coming along? Answered Naruto as he remembered that she was using one and didn't seem to have trouble moving around. I've already adapted to it. Follow me, we are going to that training ground right there. Say, Naruto-kun, could you put one more after our spar? I want to get stronger and this seal of yours really does the trick. How many do you have right now? Said Yugao, as both of them were already heading for the training ground. I have 4 on me. But the 4th one proved to be a bit of a challenge, it's hard to move without channeling chakra, but I'll manage some time during this week, it's just a matter of time. So, I see you're training a lot, aren't you? Already wanting another one, I told you this thing is addictive, didn't I? He, smiled Naruto towards Yugao, much to her amusement because of her rival's attitude. At the training ground. Say, Yugao-san, weights on or off? Asked Naruto as he places his bag near a tree, while his cage Bunshine did the same before dispelling. Off, I want to test my speed and strength against you, and it wouldn't be fair on you if you had 4 gravity seals while I had only 1 on my body, now would it? Now it wouldn't. Deactivate. Said Naruto, as he stumbled a bit, seeing that he wasn't used to being light like he was now, and it took him a little time to get used to it. Since Yugao was in the same situation as Naruto, she got used to the feeling as well, and Yugao felt her muscles relax like they were like a while back. Seeing as they both were ready, Yugao took her sword and got in position for a fight, only to see Naruto taking 2 kunais and setting each one on each hands in a similar position as his taijutsu style, earning a smirk from Yugao, since now she wasn't the only one who would do the cuttings and slashes. Oh, you noticed it, aren't you? It's just a theory I want to test. I read it in a book that kunai could be used together with the taijutsu style, and since blocking your sword with my arms is nonsense, I plan to use both kunais together, but there is more to it than just kunais and you just have to see for yourself. Said Naruto as he got into his taijutsu stance with his kunais in hand. I'm eager for this, Naruto-kun. Let's finish the talk and fight, shall we? Said Yugao as she vanished in thin air only to appear close to Naruto's side, swinging her sword from up to down in a diagonal move only for him to dodge the move and aim a swift kick towards Yugao's legs just for her to do a backflip and get out of the way. After she landed, Naruto charged her with the kunais in front of him in a way to not let her attack him, while he charged to attack her, swiping one of the kunais up to her chest and the other keep protecting his vulnerable side, just for Yugao to block the attack and hold Naruto's force, which seemed to be stronger than the last time they fought. Using the height as an advantage, she pushed her sword, managing to take off Naruto's balance, making him jump back fearing a new slash from her sword. Using the advantage, Yugao turned to charge Naruto again with her sword, but this time with a vertical cut aiming his head, but what she saw him do just her wide-eyed. Naruto moved the 2 kunais in defensive position on top of his head, but the kunais were surrounded by some strange energy around them, which managed to defend the attack and held it in place. Upon contact, Yugao instantly felt that the kunais were stronger than a while ago, when they almost broke. Utilizing Yugao's lost-in thoughts, Naruto saw an opening and used a frontal kick, kicking her stomach, sending her quite some distance. As Yugao got up, she took a look at Naruto's kunais and saw that she wasn't seeing things, his kunais were indeed glowing with some strange white energy. After, she witnessed Naruto doing some hand seals and prepared for the worst. Naruto was full of surprise and she was done underestimating him. She got ready to receive whatever jutsu he was throwing at him. Even though Naruto's chakra capacity was wide and the fact that he could do some high-leveled jutsus, she thought that Naruto wouldn't know how to do high-leveled ones, but she would sure regret. Fuuten de Tapa no Jutsu, wind style, great breakthrough jutsu, screamed Naruto, as he exhaled a huge gust of wind, sending Yugao flying towards a little river near the training ground. Yuugao hit the water and because of the hit, she was disoriented, so she was drowning fast. Naruto, cursing himself because of the chakra he ended up using on the technique, ran and dived inside the river in order to rescue her. Now, even though Minato never taught him much, he did taught Naruto some basic skills, with swimming being one of them. As he caught Yuugao, he swam as fast as he could, as he was running out of breath from using some of it for the Fuuten technique. As he managed to get on the surface, he swam to the coast and rested Yuugao on the grass, scared of her in case she swallowed some water. But his worries ended when she coughed some water and opened her eyes, seeing Naruto's worried face looking at her. As she got up, memories immediately rushed back to her and she remembered Naruto exhaling a huge gust of wind, sending her flying. "I'm sorry Yuugao-san, I used too much chakra on that technique, please forgive me. You could have died, I'm really sorry." Said Naruto, looking down in shame from instead of protecting others, he ended up hurting Yuugao. Yuugao for her part was astonished to see Naruto's reactions. He is apologizing, what for? I was weak and lost the battle. Why is he apologizing to me? Naruto-kun, why are you apologizing for? It was my fault, I underestimated your jutsu, it was my fault and not yours. I want to appreciate you for saving me from drowning, here. Said Yuugao as she gave a kiss on his cheek in appreciation, earning a blush from the blonde, but the shame didn't end. But, I wanted to become strong to protect others and I ended up hurting you and said Naruto, but got interrupted by Yuugao, who nodded her head. You did nothing wrong, you hear? You are becoming strong, Naruto-kun. I'm sure as hell to never underestimate your growth. Now tell me, what the hell were that glowing kunai and that jutsu of yours? Asked Yuugao. That was Fuuten ninjutsu. I channeled Fuuten chakra through the kunais, making them stronger and harder to break. As to the jutsu, it's called Fuuten Daitapa no Jutsu, and what it does, it's exactly what you saw. But since my chakra control isn't good yet, so I ended up using too much chakra. Said Naruto as he was looking down, not at all wanting to face Yuugao after what he did to her, much to her annoyance, since he didn't do anything wrong. Naruto-kun, please look at me. You didn't do anything wrong. Now, it seems that you can control your element, while I'm having trouble with mine, so if you want to make it to me, help me learn how to do Suiten ninjutsu. I've read the concept, but I can't seem to know how to actually do it. Do you have any suggestions? Asked Yuugao as Naruto was now looking at her, since he would be happy to help her in exchange for what he did to her. Well, elemental ninjutsu pretty much assembles the same characteristics as the element itself. Take wind for example. In order to feel it, I perform a certain kind of meditation, and as I listen carefully to the wind traveling through the air and try to feel it. And you said yours is Suiten, right? Well, let's try something, then. Go to the middle of the river and just meditate on top of the water surface. Is this your answer to everything, Naruto-kun? Meditation? Scowled Yuugao, slightly fuming at hearing yet again the blonde chatting about goddamn meditation. You asked for suggestions, Yuugao-san. But if you don't want to listen to it, then fine with me, I have to take the bags home. Mumbled Naruto as he was slightly angry at the purple-haired kunoichi for asking for advices and then throw his advice downhill, leaving a slightly surprised and apologizing Yuugao behind. Wait, Naruto-kun, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you, please sorry. Now, what do I have to do while meditating on top of the water? Said Yuugao in a way of trying to convince the boy to help her, which for her happiness, he complied and turned his teacher mode, remembering general elements and theories. I happened to read once that in order to learn Suiten ninjutsu, you have to become like the water. Powerful below the surface and plain calm on the surface. While you meditate on top of the water, try to hear the sound of the water current traveling, think of yourself as if you were the water itself. Explained Naruto, earning some stares from Yuugao before she complied and set out for the river and sit in lotus position. Naruto for his part took this opportunity to try water walking, as he slowly walked to where Yuugao was sitting in order to talk to her and guide her towards feeling the water. As he was getting close and not once did he fall, Yuugao was already closing her eyes while focusing on feeling the water just like Naruto said. She could hear the noise of the water while the wind was creating some little waves as it was passing. After a while, she could feel some water current below her since she was seated on water. Now, she was in a trance as she thought that time literally stopped around her. All she could feel was the noise that the water was emanating and some water current that was passing below her. She remembered reading on the scroll that in order to manipulate the water, one have to become a part of the water itself, and she was getting the grasp of it. Now trying to manipulate the water, she did what the scroll said and focused chakra towards the water only to smile upon hearing a little typhoon being created around her. As she opened her eyes, she saw Naruto standing there clapping his hands commending her for her skills. It seemed that my suggestion worked after all, Yuigao-san, don't you agree? He, smiled Naruto, once again with the smartass attitude, much to Yuigao's sudden smile on her face and surprisingly as well. She never liked such attitude, but now she saw Naruto smiling, she couldn't help but wonder that was more to Naruto than the eyes let on. It seems so, Naruto-kun. Thanks, I appreciate. Now, I must go to the training ground, I'm 20 minutes late and my team must been waiting for me. Okay, then Yuigao-san, good luck with the Suiten and next time, I would like to see some elemental jutsus, okay? Said Naruto as he raced towards the sacks, while making a cage bunshine in order to carry the other one, leaving a smiling Yuigao who was waving goodbye for her now respected rival. Okay, Naruto-kun, I will, said Yuigao as she turned to the other side, traveling towards the training ground. With Team 2. Genma and Kurenai were already pounding over the fact that Yuigao was late and she was never late. Even though only past 20 minutes since they arrived, they were worried about the purple-haired Kunoichi since she was the one who always got here first, even before their sensei, who by the way was already there for 40 minutes now. Just when the thought of looking for the Kenjutsu prodigy, said one had just appeared, apologizing for being late. As she explained what happened between her and Naruto, they all got looks on their faces wondering about if Yuigao only considered him a rival of something else entirely. Yuigao managed to catch what the silence meant and made it known to them that he was a rival and nothing more. Hey, even though he's really cute for a kid, we're only rivals, okay? On our fight, I got distracted and he launched me a Fuuten ninjutsu, sending me flying and landing on the river, being unconscious for a while. He saved me and then I asked him about advice in nature manipulation. Deciding to leave it at that, Team 2 went to the Hokage to pick some missions for them. They had been training very hard because of the upcoming Chunin exams that would be held in Konoha 2 months from today. Every single one of them was ecstatic to upgrade to Chunin and Aoba could very well see their eagerness to progress. At the Namikaze's compound. After a while, Naruto and the clone arrived at the Namikaze compound, greeting Kushina and Minato who by the way was having lunch alone with his wife. Naruto, not wanting to ruin the couple's little date, went up to his room, rested the bags on his bed and did the one thing he has been eager to do. Learn a new jutsu. So he picked the book, which after recognizing the Fuuten affinity, opened it and let Naruto read its contents. As he was reading some introductory notes about Fuuten jutsu, he came across a page which stated that Fuuten ninjutsu do not only serve to create winds or intensify them. Fuuten ninjutsu can also create razor winds, similar to what a sword does, but only chakra. As he was reading more, the book stated that to be able to use Fuuten chakra to do cuts and slashes, it was necessary to do a different training than the one required to create or to control the wind. Naruto came across an exercise in which the ninja had to cut a leaf in half just focusing on Fuuten chakra. But since Naruto wanted to learn a defensive Fuuten ninjutsu, he went to the page where the Daitapo was located, only to see below, a technique Fuuten Shuheki no Jutsu, wind style, wind barrier jutsu. Fuuten Shuheki no Jutsu, C rank. The ninja create a wind barrier which push away every jutsu that comes near the protective barrier, except from Katen attacks, that when in contact with the barrier, there is a huge explosion since wind intensify the flames. Well, since most of the people here has Katen affinity, it wouldn't be wise to use against them, but with other attacks, it can be useful. Says here that in order to create the wind barrier, one has to focus on Fuuten ninjutsu through both hands and swing them, being one clockwise and the other the opposite direction. Not wasting any further, he went downstairs to the garden where he landed his book and put a rock on top of it, so for the wind not to blow it away. After that, he closed his eyes and started to focus on channeling Fuuten chakra through both his hands at the same time. According to the book, the chakra for each hand must be equal, so he was channeling both of them constantly. While he was trying, a little audience stepped out of the balcony and decided to just watch the wind prodigy while he closes his eyes and focus. Minato was eager to see what jutsu his son would be learning now and Kushina was watching in amazement since she didn't saw her son doing Fuuten ninjutsu. The only thing she saw was the destruction that came after it. Minato-kun, just what is Naruto doing right now? Is it Fuuten ninjutsu? How could he learn something so complex? Asked Kushina. She was a stranger to battle jutsus. Kushina was a medic before she had Naruto and she had a little retirement but only until Naruto was fit to fetch for himself and she would come back to the hospital. Kushina was second only to Tsunade of the Sannin on the field of medicine. Kushina-chan, Naruto learned on his own. According to him, he said that he bought a book which has been teaching him. You saw the results of his jutsu that time, didn't you? Said Minato, earning some scowling from Kushina, who wanted nothing more than to punish the little infant for destroying her hope of a garden. I told him to learn a defensive jutsu next time, but since I don't know much about Fuuten ninjutsu, I don't know which jutsu he's trying to learn. Minato and Kushina were watching their son do his 5th try at the jutsu, but to no avail. It seemed Naruto was waving his hands in opposite rotation, but nothing would come out of it. After a while, Kushina was going to ask her son if he needed anything, but Minato stopped her, telling her that this time he was going to make it. True to his beliefs, after Naruto rotated both hands, 2 typhoons appeared side by side, which seemed to be blocking any frontal attacks from him. Fuuten Shuheki no Jutsu. Kushina was wide-eyed from the force of the wind that came to them as she was struggling to hold her feet to the ground. Because the typhoons were close to the couple, the force of it came right back at them, having both of them channel chakra through their feet to hold on the ground. Naruto kept the typhoon spinning for a while, and to the parents' surprise, their son seemed to intensify the spinning of the typhoons, increasing the velocity and the force of the wind, taking Kushina off the ground only to be held by Minato, who by the way was covering his eyes because of the intensity of the wind blowing through his eyes. After 2 more minutes, Naruto dispersed the typhoons, sweating like a pig from using so much chakra on the technique, but he did it nonetheless. He just needed more control in order to hold more time. As he turned towards the house, his eyes locked with Minato's and Kushina's and grinned nervously upon seeing their hair all messed up and look of awe on their faces.
Sorry there folks, I didn't know you guys would be out here.
Said Naruto, scratching his head, waiting for the punishment which surprisingly never came. Son, it appeared to me that you have a natural affinity for Fuuten ninjutsu. I fought countless Suna ninjas and none of them came close to intensifying the technique after doing it. And the speed was really something. You managed to blow your mother off the ground, aha! Quite an ability there, son, said Minato, smiling towards his wife, who was scowling her husband for thinking less about her abilities, but nevertheless Kushina thought as well that Naruto had a natural affinity for wind. Once again, I'm sorry. But I need more chakra control exercises. I'll head for the Lake To-san, Ka-san. If I manage to master the water walking exercise, I could go to Fuuten chakra control exercises. Said Naruto as he was eager to learn more as the time comes, much to his parents' dismay, since they concluded that the boy needed some time off, and they mean pronto. Naruto-kun, wait for the water walking exercise, until after the first year of the academy. Practice some physical skills, get stronger, more stamina and enhance your chakra capacity. Try to not overexert yourself with elemental ninjutsu. I promise you that by the time after the first year of the academy, you'll be able to do B-ranked ninjutsus. But, B-ranked ninjutsu? Really? Hook, line and sinker. Actually, Minato at first overestimated his son's abilities, but right now what they needed to do was to calm their son a little bit, slow down the pace a little bit. Really, Naruto, with the pace you are right now, after some time at the academy, you sure will be able to learn more tough jutsus. Now, let's head inside and have a little snack. All this exercise of yours made me hungry, let's go. You are hungry? I was the one who wasted a lot of chakra doing the Fuuten ninjutsu, I bet that I eat more than you do. Said Naruto, challenging his father to an eating contest. Son, I believe that a ramen contest is in order, what do you say? Said Minato, before seeing the fire of determination in Naruto's eyes, and he wondered if his pockets would get out alive out of the contest. You're on To-san. Race there. Okay, then. Ready set go. Fuuten Sunshin no Jutsu, wind style, body flicker jutsu, screamed Naruto before a typhoon engulfed him and he disappeared afterwards. Hiraishin no Jutsu, flight of the thunder god technique, said Minato, throwing the special kunai towards the direction of the place and vanished in a yellow flash. Kushina for her part was once again dumbstruck with the display of abilities that father and son was developing. Other thought in her mind was pounding about who would win, the speed of the wind, Naruto, or the speed of a flash, Minato. Even though Kushina knew that her husband would arrive at the place much faster, she still was amazed that Naruto was growing up just like his father in speed. At the ramen place. Tucci and his 10-year-old daughter Ayame was currently working at the ramen stand. Today was a calm day with little movement. They have been here in Konoha since Naruto was born, 6 years ago, and even though the clients list was not big enough, they managed to survive. Every once in a while, the village's Hokage came by to have a few bowls of ramen, which managed to rise the place's reputation for a little bit. After saying goodbye to the last customer, Tucci and Ayame suddenly saw a yellow flash approaching and sitting on one of the sits. Surprisingly enough, it was the Hokage again with his infamous jutsu who turned him famous around the shinobi world. "Ah, Hokage-sama, how are you this afternoon? What would you like to have?" Greeted Tucci, smiling to the village leader. "I am expecting company, Tucci-san. After he arrives, we'll order," said Minato, turning around when he sensed the Fuuten chakra approaching, which could only be his son arriving pretty quick for a shunshine. Tucci and Ayame for their part thought the Hokage was losing his mind. When he turned around and said that he was here, they didn't see anyone and were beginning to think that the Hokage needed some vacations, when suddenly a gust of wind approached the bench, blowing Tucci and Ayame to the floor because of it, as well as blowing a grinning Minato's hair with great force. "To-san, when did you arrive?" asked Naruto, after dispelling the little tornado, and came to seat at the bench near his father's. "A couple of minutes ago. Don't worry, you're pretty fast, son. A regular shunshine would take longer to arrive, but with the aid of Fuuten, you managed to arrive earlier than I expected. Now Tucci-san, we would," said Minato, but appeared to be talking to no one, since both of them were on the ground because of Naruto's gust of wind. "Sorry Yondaime-sama, I was on the ground. This is your son, he looks just like you. What's your name, little fellow?" "Namikaze Naruto, nice to meet you Tucci-san," said Naruto, greeting the ramen owner, much to Tucci's delight. "Nice to meet you Naruto. Say, what will the Namikaze duo have to eat?" asked Tucci, holding a little note to take the orders, but little did he know that today would be the day that he wouldn't have to worry about economic or financial issues. 10 miso ramens for me and 10 shrimp ramens for my son here," said Minato, earning a smile from his son and a 1-minute stare from Tucci and his daughter, who was pondering over her head wondering how the hell could a child eat 10 bowls of ramen, but since this meant they would have enough money for at least 2 months, they complied and started making ramen. "Coming right up. So, tell me son, are you eager to go to the academy?" asked Minato, drinking some tea while waiting for the order to arrive. "I sure am. Neji is going as well and I really want to learn more jutsus and stuff. I want to learn more and become stronger to protect myself and to protect other in the future," mumbled Naruto, before zipping his tea. He, hold on a minute son, don't be so hasty, you'll be a really strong shinobi, no need to hurry. Son, power is good, but experience is better. If you want to be strong, you have to come in terms with the fact that with experience, you'll learn to adapt your jutsus and fighting skills in battle. Try spending some time in physical skills. Taijutsu and Kenjutsu are the first way to battle, jutsu are to be used strategically. A jutsu contest is no way a fight, it just shows the enemy that you can mold chakra, you need skills, you need attack patterns. Jutsus isn't the only thing a ninja has to be strong in. Lectured Minato as Naruto was paying attention from the lecture of the most experienced shinobi in Konoha. You have a lot of ninja abilities that do not concern the use of jutsus. Stealth, agility, taijutsu, deceiving, survival skills. All of these are important for a ninja to have, without them, you are nothing. Remember this son, train your senses better. Intuition is what keeps us alive on the battlefield. I understand, To-san. I seem to stop of the 4x gravity seal when I could have rise to 5x by now. It has been a long time since I don't meditate. I've already know 3 elemental ninjutsu already, I think I'll stop now so I can have a better grasp of my other skills. Also I intend to fight 5 cage bunshines instead of 4. Said Naruto, before the 10 bowls appeared in front of them and the contest began. Right son, that's the spirit. Now, the one who managed to eat 10 bowls faster, win the contest, ready? Tucci-san, could you mark the time for us please? Said Minato, beginning the challenge. Go, screamed Tucci as he watched father and son digging through the bowls like maniacs. After 20 minutes and 31 seconds, Minato was first with Naruto 10 seconds after. Tucci and Ayame were smiling at what seemed 2 fat people trying to get out of the bench after the Yondaime emptied his pockets. Naruto and Minato decided to just rest on a nearby tree, as well as wait for their metabolism to process the food. They fell asleep much to Tucci's smile upon seeing father resting on the tree with his son resting on his father's legs. Meanwhile, a certain lazy jounin was passing by and was greeted with quite a view, Minato and Naruto passing out after some ramen. Kakashi smiled at the scene and continued walking, while mumbling something like father like son. Academy Day. Naruto woke up, feeling his blood boil of excitement. Today will be first day of the academy and he was eager to learn more. After the ramen contest, Naruto started to focus more on other skills, training in agility with a 5x gravity seal as well be able to fight 5 cage bunshines at the same time. Doing his morning preparations, which included shower, breakfast, change of clothes, he got out of the compound and started jumping rooftops straight for the academy. On the way, he spotted Yuigao on top of the lake, making little whirlpools around her, and he couldn't help but smile at that. As he arrived, he came across a wide building with Ninja Academy written at the door. By now, he couldn't contain himself and was now trembling with excitement. As he entered, he turned to a list of names written on a board which happened to show the classroom list. Upon inspection, Naruto saw his name and saw Neji and Tendai's name as well. They were going to be on the same class. After asking for directions, he climbed some stairs and now was standing in front of the designated classroom. As he entered, he managed to see 2 people inside and what appeared to be a couple, talking with each other, almost whispering as some blushes appeared on each other's faces. The guy seems to be a chunin because of the vest and has a vertical scar on top of his nose. The woman used a trench coat and some leg protectors that looked similar to the ones used by Anbu personnel. Naruto was studying the scene before him with much curiosity, when the girl who responded by the name of Mitarashi Anko caught a glimpse at the blonde who was watching them dirty talk to each other and instantly separated from Iruka as he as well saw the blonde, who was the Hokage's son. "I'm very sorry, Naruto-sama, I didn't know you were there, I apologize," said Iruka as he lowered his head almost touching the ground, much to Anko and Naruto's dismay and slightly pissed off. Anko, for her part, was seeing the man she loved bowing without the need for, and Naruto was fuming already, since his fears proved to be correct after all. Naruto wondered how people would treat him, because of who his father was, and upon seeing the chunin bow to him, he was angered to no end. "Please, do not treat me as if I was the Hokage, because I'm not. I hate when people show favoritism to me because of my father. If you are this class's teacher, I request that you treat me just like anybody else, no more no less. Now, it seems that I arrived early, so if none of you would mind, I'll be taking a seat and wait," said Naruto, still fuming but now less than before. Anko and Iruka, for their part, was looking at the boy in front of him and wondered about what he said. Anko was smiling towards the gaki for showing a humble display, while Iruka was starting to like the kid. Naruto picked a chair on the 3rd row to the left and picked his Fuuten book to read. Since he already learned the water walking even though he didn't master, he wanted to know more about cutting the leaf with chakra. The information was still clouded for him, since this type of Fuuten ninjutsu not only required Fuuten control but also managing to cut objects as well. Anko, upon seeing him flipping the pages of his book, remembered Yuigao talking about him and what he managed to accomplish so far. Anko was amazed to hear about the gravity seal and how much it helped Yuigao's chakra reserves to expand. "So tell me, Gaki, you are Yuigao-chan's rival, yes?" asked Anko as she was already side by side with him. "Oh, you know Yuigao-san, yes, we are rivals. She is very good with kenjutsu and every time we spar, she wins. There was one time I won, but that was because she underestimated me and fell into my Fuuten jutsu. But if she was serious, she could kick my ass to the ground. I always wondered why me of all people though. She is certainly more experienced than me and there are more capable shinobis than me to fill in the role of Yuigao's rival." "Well, from what I heard from her, you're quite an adversary. She told me that you sent her flying with your jutsu. Trust me, Yuigao isn't the one who wastes time with people that are weak. She is the daughter of the legendary Anbu swordsman after all. His will pass to her." "What you reading?" asked Anko as she tried to pick the book only to see it closing like it had a mind of his own. "Sorry, it's a Fuuten ninjutsu book, he only responds to shinobi with Fuuten affinity," said Naruto, picking the book back from Anko's hand. "So, you have Fuuten affinity? Huh? Iruka-kun, give me one of the chakra papers you will be distributing to the academy students. I somehow sense that Fuuten isn't your only affinity." "Thank you, Iruka." Thanked Anko, after Iruka handed her the paper. "What are you talking about? Me? More than one affinity? Lady, I'm 6, how the hell can I have more than one affinity? A jounin would have 2 affinities in order to pass the jounin exams. I'm only an academy student starting today, I might add. It's not possible that I have more than one affinity," explained Naruto, while remembering about shinobi ranks and what's required of each of them. "We'll see about that. This is a chakra paper. This baby can see what chakra affinity you have. Channel chakra though this paper and let's see what happens. Don't worry about favoritism. The new academy system will be like this. We will be checking elemental affinities once each 6 months to see what they are and show them the respective jutsus and theories about. Anyway, The Hokage will come and explain in much further detail, so in the meantime, channel chakra thought the paper. Okay, then, but I can tell you, the paper will only split in half, since I only have Fuuten affinity. Said Naruto as he channeled chakra through the paper, so that Anko and now Iruka who needed to see this as well in order to write his affinities down in a report so as to plan the jutsu teaching at the third year of the academy. Naruto, Anko and Iruka were paying attention to the paper when it sliced in half, true to Naruto's words. But what appeared next left a wide-eyed Naruto, a grinning Anko and a dumbstruck Iruka. The two halves of the paper crumbled, showing that Naruto indeed possessed two affinities, Fuuten and Raiten. Naruto was staring at the paper in discredit. How he could have two affinities? The books that he read only displayed two affinities in at least Chunins, and he was an academy student for cry out loud. Anko for her part was screaming in her mind for not only getting to teach the one who managed to get Yugao's attention, but also an academy student with two extremely powerful and offensive affinities. Iruka was seeing the look of pleasure that Anko was displaying and was a little bit scared of her. Because of that look, something happened and it wasn't nice. Gaki, right now, you got my attention. You can call me Anko-sensei and the scarred guy here is Iruka-sensei. We will be the teachers for this class. Now, it seemed that the infants are arriving, so we'll start the class after the Hokage comes and explain some rules and guides regarding the new academy. So for now, just wait. After a while, the other students arrived and Neji was among them. Upon arriving he saw Naruto looking at the window and turned to sit next to him. Naruto for his part was deep in thought. He was actually cursing his stupidity for no reason apparently. He was insisting on his only affinity because of his book and the fact that it resonated to him, but he never got to think about a second affinity and the fact that he could be already practicing his Raiten affinity. He was feeling like he was wasted time, since he was eager to learn new stuff and be able to protect himself as well as others. When Neji called up to him, he took a while and turned to look at the two people sitting beside him was Neji and Tenten. Hi Neji, sorry there, I was lost in thoughts. How've you been? Asked Naruto, still thinking about his Raiten affinity and the fact that he pretty much wasted his time only focusing on Fuuten affinity. I've been fine, except for this girl here who keep following me around. She's quite annoying if you ask me. You're here early, I went by your house and you was already out coming here, eager to come here, I assume. I can't wait for our next spar, I want to show you some moves I learned from my father. Said Neji, earning a scowling Tenten who was by this point having a little crush at the Hyuga prodigy and right now was thinking twice about it, and Naruto who this time were smirking at the challenge set by Neji. Don't worry Neji, I got some tricks as well. We'll see whose skills are better Neji. Now Tenti, I see you joined the academy as well, huh? That's nice. I was actually scared of the way people would treat me since who my father is, but seeing that you two treat me normally, I am more at ease with such subject. I wanted to join last year but my father convinced me to join this year, something about take it slow, I don't know, anyway it seems that those two at the front must be our senseis then. Stated Tenti, getting nods from Neji and Naruto. Yep, since I arrived earlier, I was introduced to them, the Chunin is called Amino Iruka and the coat woman is called Mitarashi Anko. They are the senseis of this class. They said that my father would come and explain a new set of rules concerning a new academy, wonder what could be though? Asked Naruto, who got his answer upon sensing his father approaching using the Hiraishin, much to his dismay, mumbling something about show-off. Minato upon arriving greeted everyone who by the time he arrived all of the people present greeted him with respect and he came to see his son smiling at him, calling him Hokage-sama. Minato was a little surprised since his son never called him like that, but he sighed thinking he now would only call him To-san when in private. Naruto grew, not liking the treatment he was getting because he was the son of the Hokage. After taking a look at the academy students, he turned to explain the new academy settings. So, let us begin since I must talk with the class in front of yours. All you academy students are the first of a new and improved academy. Now, the new academy will involve a 4-year period, instead of 6 years like before. The reason is simple, back then 2 years was mainly focused on Konoha's history and some introductions like chakra notion and chakra molding, with 2 years of basic shinobi skills like taijutsu and weapon practice following 1 year with E-ranked jutsus and the last one to revise what was learned through the course. Now this time, is going to be 1 year of history and introduction, 1 year with taijutsu, physical exercises and weapon practice, followed by 1 year with chakra control and EC-ranked ninjutsus. On the 4th year will be elemental ninjutsu class. I'm sure some of you are looking at me like I grew a second hand, The theory will be explained along the course, and once every 6 months your sensais here would check every one of you in order to see the chakra affinity until the last year comes. Once we found one of you already has a certain affinity, it will be reported, and afterwards, we will divide the class in each of the affinities, according to your affinity. Now, on weekends, you are going to be doing some D-ranked missions, which basically are low-level duties to the village. This will be in order to test some teamwork from you guys, so at the designated time, we are to gather teams of 3 in order to see who works better with who. The reason for this is when you graduate, each team will be later formed team of genins with jounin sensais according to their specialty. Now that's all? Any questions? Asked Minato as he finished explaining, only to see one female student raising her hand wanting to ask a question. Hokage-sama, what would happen if anyone, by the end of the 3rd year, do not have an elemental affinity? Asked a black-haired girl, pretty much what the Hokage hopes someone would ask. Well, if that happens, and trust me sometimes it does, we'll be giving extra training for such person so that he or she can manifest one affinity. Do not worry guys, your sensais will explain better, but every shinobi has at least one type of affinity. There are exceptions who are born with 2 affinities, but everyone has a certain affinity. Answered Minato, only to have Iruka whisper at his ear, saying that one of the student in the class A lady made the chakra paper test and had 2 affinities, which left a wide-eyed Minato who looked in surprise at the chunin, much to Naruto's dismay and slight anger from the fact that the damn chunin pretty much told his father about his Raiden affinity. Well, that's all. Good luck to everyone, and we'll see in 4 years when you become Genin and start your shinobi lives. Said Minato before vanishing in a yellow flash, again receiving mumbles from his son about damn cheater, winning the race with a S-ranked jutsu. After Minato was gone, Iruka turned to greet the class and welcome them. Iruka was to be the theory teacher and Anko would be the practice teacher. At the first year, they would divide between Konoha's history and chakra introduction, which incorporated hand signs and chakra molding. On the second year, Anko would take them outside pretty much every day, showing them how to throw kunais and shurikens, as well as train each other physically and teaching them the academy taijutsu, which stayed the same except for the ones who learned the family style. On the 3rd year, they would be learning jutsu theory and jutsu practice, as each one would receive a list with some jutsus which will serve as homework to be completed until the end of the year. On the 4th year, the class will be separated into 5 groups, since there were 5 affinities, and each of the group would be taught by jounins according to the affinity. Upon hearing this, Naruto decided to ask his teachers after class about the fact that he had 2 affinities and how would he be doing this. Since the first day was only introduction and explanations, everyone was dismissed, and Naruto decided to stay a little bit to ask his teachers about his 2 affinities. Anko-sensei, Iruka-sensei, if the class will be divided into 5 groups, what about me? Asked Naruto to their sensais, who were thinking deeply at the blonde's question. After a while, Iruka smiled and stated that Naruto would have to be in 2 places at once, much to Naruto and Anko's dismay, since they were expecting at least a valid answer. Well, Naruto was, since Anko was pretty much a teacher as well, but she couldn't answer the question. Great. Now I have to work more on Cage Bunshines, then. Said Naruto, but was interrupted by Anko and Iruka, who was looking at him questionably, since the Cage Bunshine was supposed to be a jounin level technique. Naruto, what did you say Cage Bunshine for? Surely you couldn't be able to do it, you are only an academy student and the Cage Bunshine is a jounin level technique. Asked Iruka, leaving Naruto no option but to show them the technique instead of trying to convince them that he can do the jutsu. Cage Bunshine no jutsu. With that, 2 Narutos appeared by the real one and they all spoke in unison. So, you still don't believe me yet, making them both open their jaws a little bit from seeing a 6-year-old managing such a feat. It seemed that the answer to Naruto's question would be to use Cage Bunshine and hope not to call attention upon him. After that, he left his teachers and went towards his house, but still worrying about the time he seemed to have wasted at Namikaze compound. As he arrived home, he went straight to his room to lay down a bit. He was feeling strange. Normally he would feel extremely happy for having a secondary affinity for lightning, but somehow he was sad from wasting time when he could be learning how to use Raiden before the academy. Naruto always fetched for himself, and when he couldn't he would ask someone, but that rarely happened since he wanted to get it right and asking for help was literally his last resort. Since it was already late at night, Naruto changed clothes, putting some pajamas and heading to bed, not once stopped thinking about how to feel towards his new discovery. Meanwhile, Minato arrived from work and went straight to Naruto's room to congratulate him on the news he got from Naruto's teacher. Having a son with 2 affinities at such a young age can make every father proud of his son, Minato was remembering how much his son trained up to no end, and here he got the reward for such effort. Upon arriving at the room, Minato was surprised to see a Naruto deep in wondering and was a little taken aback. For all he knew about his son, being a shinobi was his life, and the knowledge of a second affinity would send him up the sky in joy, but this Naruto was different. Worried, he turned to see what was wrong. "Naruto-kun, are you okay? You seem to be wondering about something, what is it?" "Oh, To-san, it's just that, as you know, I became aware of my second affinity, but now I'm in a mixture between happy and sad. Happy of course because of my affinity, and sad because if I knew before, I could already learn it. It seemed like I wasted my time, I don't know." Said Naruto, earning surprised looks from Minato, since Naruto didn't know that Minato knew about his Raiten affinity, but was slightly angry at his son since for some reason, the boy just couldn't be still for 1 second. It seemed that learning new things daily was like an addiction to the little Namikaze, and it worried him a little bit. "Naruto-kun, stop that right now. Stop thinking you are wasting time, you're only 6 for cry out loud. You are strong, I assure you, but if you continue like this you'll go crazy. Please try to make your body and mind adjust to your experience. If you try yourself too much, you'll become unstable. By slowing down a little bit, you can adjust what you learned as well as have a normal growth. Now that you have the academy, you don't need to set your own pace, follow the academy strictly, the first year is theory only, give your body some rest. Of course practice like 2 or 3 times a week. It's great you have 2 affinities, but it would be no good if you rush into things. Mastering 2 affinities is what guarantees a shinobi to rise to Jounin, so you can see why it's hard to master 2 elements. You already mastered Fuuten, so for the meantime, just harness the abilities you already mastered, maybe advance each step at a month. To-san, I always fetched for myself. It would be difficult to learn it from another person. The only one who taught me was Aoba-sensei. So, think of it as picking up where Aoba stopped, then leave for Anko and Iruka to teach you and mold you into a perfect and well-rounded shinobi. They told me you have a lot of potential, son, so try to not overdo, okay? Okay, thanks To-san. I appreciate it. Get some rest, Naruto. Meditate sometime as well. It helps to clear your mind. Said Minato as he turned off Naruto's light for the infant to fall asleep instantly. A little before closing his eyes, Naruto decided to have a pace of 1 day of training and 2 days off, so as to rest a bit. 1 year time skip. Naruto, now at the 2nd year of the academy, was greatly improving his skills as well as settle down a bit. After his conversation with his father, Naruto vowed to train once each 3 days outside the academy and was making progress at a steady pace. Now, Naruto's chakra control greatly improved, being able to fight a cage bunshin on top of the water for a whole hour before stopping and meditate some time. By now, Naruto nailed the cutting leaf exercise and had already learned 1 Fuuten ninjutsu, which involved piercing through objects. The one is called Fuuten Kazuya no Jutsu 3. With this, Naruto could create an arrow made of wind and propel it in towards the opponent just like an actual arrow. At the academy, Naruto aced the final test, which resolved around some historical facts that changed Konoha's history since its foundation. While he wasn't the sharpest mind of the bunch, he could very well be the second, only losing to a certain redhead girl who pretty much looked more like a scientist than a future kunoichi. The academy was fun. Around some time during Iruka's lectures, Anko herself had fallen asleep because of it, earning some laughs from the class, who by now already saw how Iruka's lectures were boring and endless. On weekends, his team consisting on Neji and Tentai was already becoming a good one, with exceptional teamwork with Neji as a close-ranged fighter, Naruto for mid-range and Tentai for close and long distance, since Kenjutsu and fire, her affinity, were her abilities. Outside of the academy, Yuigao and Naruto fought nearly once a week. It was because of Naruto that Yuigao managed to pass the Chunin exams together with Genma and Kurenai. Because of their spar, Yuigao managed to integrate her Suten Jutsus in a deadly combination with her Kenjutsu, having Naruto to resort to dodge and evade the Jutsus, while defending against the Kenjutsu strikes with the duo Kunai channeled with Fuuten Chakra. But this time, Naruto and Yuigao were moving much faster and with much synchronization that they seemed to be dancing around each other. Yuigao had already evolved to the 3x gravity seal, while Naruto was on 6x since the beginning of the year. From time to time, Naruto and Yuigao started doing more things than just train together. Sometimes they were seen picking up some books at the library, and Yuigao would appear from time to time at Naruto's house for breakfast, since she became acquainted to Naruto's mother, Kushina, as well. Yuigao's knowledge in jutsus now reached Naruto's level, since she as well knew 3 Suten ninjutsu. Sutename no Jutsu, Suten Suijinheki no Jutsu 4 and Suten Mizu Taiho no Jutsu 5, being the last one, her triumph key to pass the Chunin exams against Asuna Jinan at the championship finals. Also, they were a little improvement on Naruto and Yuigao's referring to each other. One time, Naruto unconsciously said Yuigao-chan and already covered his mouth since he knew back there that Yuigao was a teasing master and just loved to see the results at the blonde. Even today, she managed to get to him by teasing him and making him red in embarrassment from it. He remembered one time that his face was blood red from what Yuigao said to him. Flashback on. Naruto and Yuigao were sparring against each other while activating their gravity seals. They were fighting on equal terms when Naruto lost his ground and ended up falling on top of his rival in what could be described as a third base position. Yuigao, being the teasing master that she was, just couldn't let this opportunity pass. "Wow, Naruto-kun, I didn't know you had it in you to do something like this. Next time, warn me though," said Yuigao with a mischievous voice, making Naruto literally jump away of embarrassment, since he didn't realize at the time that he was on top of her. "I'm sorry Yuigao-san, I king of lost my footings back there and lost balance," spoke Naruto like he did something wrong and was going to receive punishment for being in that position with her. Flashback off. Right now, he was learning target practice with kunais and shurikens, but as his kunais were literally passing through the trees instead of sticking to it, everyone who saw it was wondering what the hell was going on, except from his team who by now knew what were the blonde's abilities with Fuuten and Jutsu. After that, the class would begin physical workout and a way to create some muscles as well as expand chakra capacity. They did this routine 3 times a week with the other 2 for jutsu theory. Since Naruto already know the E-ranked ones and some Ds like Shunshin no Jutsu and Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he only needed to practice them, passing easily the test of the second year, which included hitting 7 of 10 kunai on target, 7 of 10 shurikens at a distance of 50 feet of the target, as well as a written test about theory regarding E-ranked jutsus. Time skip 1 year. At the Hokage's office. Namikaze Minato was taking a look at the success rate of the academy, and to say he was relieved it would be an understatement. He knew that the new training could be very beneficial to the students so they can be better at doing missions by improving the mind and body to such a level. So far from the 60 academy students who entered the classrooms, only 5 either quit or couldn't keep up with the rhythm. Now, upon looking at the charts of the individuals, the academy selected some favorite students. Neji was the top of the class in taijutsu with the Juken, Tentai was the best at weapons and Naruto was the best at ninjutsu. These 3 showed promise as a Jinan team. Also, a good news was that all of the classmates had already discovered each one's affinities, and so there would be no need for more training in case one of them wouldn't develop an affinity. According to the chart, 3 academy students had 2 affinities, with being Naruto with being Fuuten and Ruten. A bright kid by the name of Hirama Fujikawa had Katen and Doton, and an Uchiha Makoto who had Katen and Suten. Minato was a little worried about his son at the moment. Even though he learned how to settle down and take a steady pace, with the 4th year approaching, Naruto would no doubt focus all his attention on the Raiten, since the Fuuten he pretty much was toe-to-toe with any Suna-chanin at the moment. He remembered Naruto's 8th birthday, when he got a gift from Sarutobi Asuma. Being a wind user as well as adapt the use of 2 kunais for taijutsu, Asuma bought knives similar to his own as a gift for Naruto. To say that Naruto was happy was an understatement. He was thrilled. The kunais couldn't take too much chakra before they break or rotten with use, but these knives were made of a more resistant metal. Needless to say, some trees were cut along Konoha with Fuuten chakra. Also, Naruto learned a deadly Fuuten technique called Fuuten Kaze no Yaiba, wind style, wind sword jutsu, which pretty much created a sword made of wind and caused deep wounds to the opponent. At the academy. Naruto was approaching the academy to initiate his last year at the academy, and he couldn't get happier at the moment. Along the academy, he and Neji fought pretty much every week to see who the better fighter was. Right now, it was 51 for Neji and 50 for Naruto. Since the fight counted any shinobi ability, Naruto managed to integrate some Fuuten techniques together with his father's taijutsu stance, managing some damage at the Hyuga prodigy. One time, both of them were so injured that the entire classroom needed to end their sessions so Anko and Iruka could take them to the hospital. Anko and Iruka, for their part, has been in a relationship since the beginning of the 3rd year, and both of them were happy to teach this kids to perfection. The academy students were very good and were able to learn pretty much everything both of them could teach. Now, with the 4th year coming, their jobs would end. Since the last year would be elemental ninjutsu, the Hokage divided the classroom into 5 elemental groups with a jounin for each group to teach elemental manipulation. So, Iruka decided to try the Jounin exams while Anko returned to torture and interrogation department together with Ibiki. Now with Naruto, as he was approaching the academy door, he noticed that something was out of place. The building was strangely black instead of white and thunders were ripping the skies in a scary succession. Naruto looked behind to see the trees moving as if he suddenly was in a nightmare or something like that. Naruto sighed since he knew Kurenai was out there testing her new acquired genjutsu technique called Meigen Narakumi no Jutsu, illusion technique, Hellview Jutsu. Closing his eyes in focus, he made a specific hand seal and kai. Now, Naruto was surrounded by a burning academy and was slightly perturbed. He thought he dispelled the genjutsu, but this one was so real, it was like being trapped inside a ball of fire, and the feeling was similar as well. He didn't know that Kurenai did the first as a distraction for him and then test her newest genjutsu called Meigen Jigoku Guka no Jutsu, illusion technique, Hellfire Jutsu. Seeing that Naruto wouldn't dispel the technique, she dispelled it, showing herself and Yugao in front of a little frightened Naruto who by this time thought he was burning to death, only to look again and see Kurenai and Yugao smiling at him, each of them wearing Chunin vests. Kurenai-san, how did you this? I thought I dispelled the genjutsu, what happened? Asked Naruto, seeing the result of a double-layered genjutsu used on him. You did dispel the first one, but I casted the second one quickly, so you didn't notice it. You need to prepare better for genjutsu, Naruto. I know that such material isn't covered by the academy from lack of time, but you need to learn how to be able to sense a genjutsu no matter how real it seems to be. Said Kurenai, smiling at Naruto's effort from dispelling the first one and the fact that disabling two genjutsus repeatedly was pretty tough to do. The ninja would have to know about the technique in order to know it was an illusion. Naruto for his part was like a guinea pig for Kurenai to test her genjutsu. For her it would be to practice for real missions and Naruto to get familiarized with the techniques so to be able to dispel them. That was low, Kurenai-chan. Naruto-kun, this is your last year, right? Soon, you'll be on missions outside Konoha. If your enthusiasm is as big as mine, I would say you're having trouble controlling yourself, aren't you? Asked Yugao, now having a friendship more than rivalry. I sure am, Yugao-chan. This year, my second affinity will appear. I've been waiting too long to train in Raiten and I want to start training in it and learning techniques. Said Naruto, practically punching the air in excitement, much to the girls' happiness, since seeing Naruto like this, always made them smile even in tough situations. Naruto somehow had a power that he could tranquilize pretty much everyone in Konoha. He somehow emitted an aura which resonated around him, making everyone at ease. What no one knows is that Naruto is currently training his Fuuten affinity as he was speaking with the ladies, by resonating Fuuten chakra around him in such a calm manner, resulting in a light breeze around him being able to cool everyone's problems away. Well, Naruto-kun, we are late for team meeting, so take care, okay? Said Kurenai before waving Naruto goodbye and leaving with Yugao towards the exit. Naruto, upon seeing them, felt something that he couldn't describe yet. His chest was tight and his heart seemed to tell him something. But since Naruto was only 9 years old, he wouldn't know what this feeling was. But he managed to know that involved those two. Over the years, Naruto became great friends with them, helping them in pretty much anything they asked and vice versa. Naruto shook such feelings away and rushed to the Raiten classroom where the academy students would learn Raiten ninjutsu with a Jounin. Upon entrance, he came upon an empty classroom with a silver-haired man reading a orange book who were very similar to a person that Naruto met a few time ago. But somehow said person simply disappeared from his view. Kakashi-ni-san, is that you? Said Naruto, making the Jounin turn to him and give him a broad smile, showing that was indeed Kakashi. My Naruto, you sure grew. It's been a long time since I last saw you. How have you been doing? Here, take a seat. Asked Kakashi, showing a place for Naruto to seat, wondering why Naruto would come here. Kakashi thought he was to teach Raiten jutsus to the academy students, but for some reason, only Naruto appeared and Kakashi concluded that Naruto was the only one with a Raiten affinity on his classroom. I've been fine, Kakashi-ni-san, I've already progressed in my Fuuten affinity, I've been fighting with Kage Bunshines, Neji and Yugao-chan so to improve taijutsu, I have a friend who pretty much used me for genjutsu practice. I'm on my last year at the academy and now I'm going to learn Raiten ninjutsu, which is my secondary affinity. Said Naruto, still oblivious to the fact that Kakashi was to be his teacher about Raiten. 2 affinities, huh? That's great, Naruto-kun. Smiled Kakashi, seeing that he would have a whole year teaching the Hokage's son. Kakashi-ni-san, where were you all this time? I never saw you anymore. Asked Naruto. You see Naruto, I've always been in Konoha, but since I am an Anbu captain, my life pretty much is resolved around doing missions and using the rest of it to sleep. I didn't have time for you and I'm sorry, but now it seems that I'll make it up for you. Your father the Hokage asked me to be the one teaching Raiten affinity since apart from him, I was the only one available for it, so he gave me this year off and I'll be returning to Anbu duty next year. But, since only you showed up, means only you as Raiten affinity. Man, if I were to teach Katen, I would prefer to kill myself. Minato-sensei had to put 3 jounins there to teach everyone for the year, so I will be teaching you Raiten. Now, let's begin our class, shall we? Wow, I'm going to be learning under an Anbu captain, this is awesome. Screamed Naruto, channeling Fuuten chakra through his lungs, giving his voice a little boost. Now, Raiten affinity, as you know, centers around lightning and electrical attacks. Began explaining Kakashi, as he talked about the nature of Raiten and what its qualities and weaknesses. Kakashi also showed Naruto a list of jutsus they would be covering through the year, and Kakashi was to set his Jinan graduation test, which will be a technique called Raiten Kusari Raiko no Jutsu, lightning style, lightning chain jutsu, which was a B-ranked ninjutsu, since Naruto had a lot of chakra capacity and Kakashi didn't know that the academy would be limited to only C-ranked ninjutsu. If anyone were to see Naruto now, he would listen to every word that Kakashi was saying with much enthusiasm on his face. From what he heard, Raiten ninjutsu centered about using the power of lightning and electricity as a way of shocking the opponent or paralyze him, making him worthless in battle and practically a sitting duck. At the end of the week, Naruto already learned how to channel lightning chakra when he completed an exercise to fill an empty battery using chakra. As he was able to do this, the battery was filling itself, showing that Naruto was channeling Raiten chakra through it. Actually, Naruto could get cell energy to the population. He ended up completing the battery 3 times and yet not panting at all, using a jutsu named Raiten Shindo Name no Jutsu, lightning style, shockwave jutsu. Right now, he was seen practicing a C-ranked Raiten called Raiten Dageki Mahi no Jutsu, lightning style, shock paralysis jutsu, against some cage bunshines that Kakashi made. Actually, Kakashi made this as a way to see if Naruto was making some mistakes, since the technique involved total body paralysis, and by the 5th clone, Naruto was able to fully paralyze him. Time skip 1 week to the Jinan test. 11 months and 3 weeks passed since Naruto was mastering his Raiten affinity, which according to Kakashi, the boy was a natural. Training to exhaustion until he was able to master techniques. Kakashi was extremely proud of how much the boy could learn in a year, considering that he was still an academy student. Now was the time to teach him the technique that he had to do in order to pass the Jinan exams. The Raiten Kusari Raiko no Jutsu was a B-ranked ninjutsu where the ninja managed to summon a chain of lightning around a certain area, striking at the enemy. Kakashi showed to Naruto the needed hand seals, and not surprisingly enough, Naruto got it by the 2nd try. But since it was a B-ranked ninjutsu, it was very difficult to learn, but on the first tries, Naruto managed to summon at least 1 thunder. For the technique to fully work, the ninja would have to summon 1 constantly. Naruto, being the stubborn that he was, tried and tried the whole week until he was able to master it. On the day of the graduation test, many people appeared from the Hokage, the parents of the students and friends. Naruto for his part had an audience of Minato, Kushina, Kakashi, Yuigao, Kurenai and Genma, who were eager to see Naruto's Raiten jutsu that he needed to do. None of them knew which was, but when word came to them by Kakashi, Minato wanted to struggle the lazy jounin. Teaching his son a B-ranked ninjutsu to pass the Jinan exams where everyone needed a C-ranked one was like sending him back to the academy for 1 more year. But surprisingly enough, Yuigao was the one who vowed for Naruto. Hokage-sama, with all due respect, I believe Naruto will surpass every expectations you set up for him. Just see, said Yuigao, feeling proud of her friend and ultimate rival who pretty much used the damn technique against her, shocking her to the very soul. Minato for his part turned to see the purple-haired Kenjutsu specialist as she stood up for his son. He was curious as to her relationship with Naruto, as well as Kushina. Naruto's mother did like Yuigao's company at home, but was wondering the same thought as her husband. When both of them looked at the girl's smile when mentioning Naruto's name, both of them smiled as well. They wouldn't be against both of them getting together, but a relationship like that required effort, and they didn't want to see Naruto heartbroken, even if such pain is unavoidable in life. The new academy was a success. That was visible as the Jinan exams were being carried away, with everyone being able to do their supposed elemental attack. Even though most of them were required to make the Katengu Kakyu no Jutsu, fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu, since most of the class had Katen affinity, they were some Doton users and Suiten as well. Since Naruto was the only one with Fuuten and Raiten affinity, he was required to do both elemental attacks, but since he chose to only learn Raiten Jutsus on the academy, he could only do the Raiten technique and receive the position of Jinan. Not being one to call attention upon him more than he would with the Raiten Jutsu, Naruto accepted the offer. As his time approached, he calmed himself while doing some light meditation. The jutsu he would be performing required a quite long set of hand seals and the sequence must be fast and perfect. Waiting for the signal from Anko to start, he looked towards the audience in front of him. Well, apart from his family and friends, everyone turned to see what Naruto could do with Raiten affinity, seeing that he was the only one with such affinity and got private lessons from an ex-Anbu captain. As Anko gave him the signal, Naruto closed his eyes and started with the hand seals. One by one was being formed in front of him in a rapid succession between each other, leaving only the high-level ninja who were near to be able to see it. As Naruto finished the sequence flawless, he opened his eyes and turned to scream the name of the jutsu as the necessary chakra was already molded. Raiten Kusari Raiko no Jutsu. Instantly, the sky was dark and countless lightnings descended upon the field, creating several craters out of impact. As he finished the technique, he turned to look the smiling face of Kakashi who was nodding in approval towards him, and pretty much everyone except Yugao and Kakashi were with jaws on the ground, wondering what the hell just happened. Minato was looking at the seals being formed and wondered about why Kakashi taught such a complex jutsu to his son, but when the light show started, he lost that thought. Needless to say, Naruto passed with flying colors. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.